Chapter 301. Fury. The moment Roth and Carter died, the demon camp far away in the core of the battlefield received the news. Auburn said with a gloomy face, "All dead. Interesting, interesting. Some little bugs actually dared to provoke the great true demon clan. Owen, you won't stop me this time." Owen, with a gloomy expression, shook his head and said, "Of course not. This time it was my mistake. I thought it was just a group of rabbits, but I didn't expect it to be wolves." "Wolves? Owen, you think too highly of them. They are just some thorny hedgehogs at best." Owen said disdainfully. Snapped. A purple military sign fell to the ground, and in an instant, a gloomy figure appeared on the ground. Oben looked at Gilun, who was kneeling on one knee, and said calmly, "Gilun, all the soldiers in your battalion are dead. Go and help them get revenge. I will follow military orders and kill all enemies who offend our people." Gilun said hoarsely. "I still feel at ease with you." Auburn nodded. On the other side, Mou finally counted the number of deaths this time. 368 true immortals and 232 heavenly immortals. Chen Zhuge looked at the data in disbelief. How could there be so many? "Brother Chen, that's all." Mou couldn't believe it. "You should know that this time the true demon clan has only about 5,000 people, and the number of heavenly immortals is only about 1,500. And the people on Chen Zhuge's side, plus the Yaksha clan that came later, have nearly 8,000 heavenly immortals and almost 20,000 true immortals. It is so scary that there are still so many casualties despite such a huge gap. It seems that we have to find a way to enhance individual strength." Chen Zhuge frowned. "Maybe we should teach some more powerful magical powers," Mou suggested. Chen Zhuge also has some powerful magical powers. After all, he had expanded and wiped out so many races before, it is impossible that he did not collect any magical powers. Except for the most advanced magical powers, all other magical powers will be open to the public. However, each person can only choose one at most. If you want more, you will need to exchange them with military merits. Also, Moyu, you should work a little harder to set up the military merit system. Try to make reasonable arrangements for the conversion between military merit and law crystals, as well as the military merit required for the exchange of elixirs, magic tools, etc. "Okay, I'll go right away." Looking at the white crystals of the laws in his hand, Chen Zhuge frowned. These crystals are indeed good things. They can speed up the progress of cultivation and enhance the understanding of the laws, but they do not help much in combat power. However, what cultivators value most is their cultivation. If they were to confiscate it by force, the morale of the army would be instantly dispersed, which would be a real hassle. In fact, it is not only Chen Zhuge who has a headache, but also Yaksha Jing and Jing Gao. The effects of these law crystals are too amazing, far exceeding the crystals obtained by genocide, and they are also effective for celestial beings. They are simply holy objects for cultivation. Apart from these troubles, the bigger trouble is the relationship between the Crystal Clan and Chen Zhuge's subordinates. Although the valley is not small, it is not very big either. The cultivators present are all immortals, so there must be at least a large enough secret room for practice. Practicing martial arts is an extremely confidential matter for any cultivator. Green Bamboo World. The spirit beasts held a crystal of law and practiced with all their might. Even Dabai, who was lazy in the past, practiced very hard. This battle with the true demon clan made many spirit beasts realize their own shortcomings, and several spirit beasts almost died on the battlefield. If it weren't for the help of the Azura soldiers, they would probably have suffered casualties this time. On the Gobi desert filled with yellow sand, Maya stroked the hell horse under him, looked at the monks who were trying their best to resist not far away, and showed a trace of displeasure on his face. "Just a few pray, take my bow." The huge black war bow was taken out by the guards, and Maya stood on the horse's back and shot the bow at the full moon. The arrow pierced through the monk's head in an instant, leaving a streak of crimson on the yellow land. "General, the enemy has been spotted ahead." Maya patted the scout's head and said, "This is not an enemy, it's prey. Keep going. I want to see if these prey dare to attack." Luo Longxiang and Mingdao stood on a small mound of earth, watching the true demon army slowly advancing in the distance. "Are you looking down on us?" Luo Longxiang said with veins bulging on the back of his hand holding the gun. "This is not normal," Mingdao said calmly. A quarter of an hour later, the two armies met. Without saying a word, both sides drew their weapons and a war broke out. The huge images of Shura and Pluto rose up in the Gobi Desert. The sounds of explosions of magical powers and collisions of flesh continued to ring out until one side completely disappeared. Maya looked at the debris on the ground, holding a half-eaten corpse in his hand, with a hint of anger on his face. Just pray, but I lost half of my manpower. And my hands. My hands. Only half of the arm is left, silently telling the cruelty of war. General, the battle report is out. We lost 6,000 true immortals and 1,200 celestial immortals, and killed 3,000 celestial immortals and 12,000 true immortals. Maya bit off a piece of flesh viciously. The loss is so great, and not all the prey are left. It's ridiculous. The deputy general consoled him. General, although not all the men survived this battle, the 2 leaders have been killed, and the rest should not cause any trouble. That's true, Rodan. First calm the army down, send the bodies of these monks to me, and assign me a few more scouts. General, do you think these defeated soldiers might set up an ambush? It's not that there might be an ambush, it's that there will definitely be an ambush. Our whereabouts have been exposed. Those prey who have been oppressed will definitely want to win a big victory to boost their morale, but I, Maya, am not someone who can be easily messed with. I will obey the general's orders. Bosun looked at the monk who appeared in front of him with a trace of surprise on his face. After carefully examining him for a moment, he suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, are you the unlucky guy who was left behind?" Jianwulai raised his head and looked at the little giant in front of him, and said calmly, "I am the unlucky one, but it seems you are too." 8 big eyes stared at Jianwulai, and Bosun sneered, "I think I am very lucky. Wood, I remember the real demon who was in charge of this world was called Wood. Before he died, he said that he came from the greatest family of the true demon clan, and that if we killed him, his family would destroy the world for him." Jianwulai said slowly. "Bah, a piece of trash who relies on his family. I fought my way up step by step." Bosun said with disgust. The big black hand pressed on Jianwulai's shoulder, and Bosun said fiercely, "I don't care how you got in. If you can't say something that satisfies me, then you will become my food." Daiyi and Daiyi are also different. Jianwulai looked at the big hand on his shoulder, his heart sinking. This guy's divine power is so strong, at least 10 times stronger than mine. I can give you information about the monks who escaped that year, and I can also give you some intelligence, and even help you locate those small dust worlds. What do I need to pay? Bosun's face changed. Wood's family power is too great in the true demon clan. In addition to the necessary harvest, Bosun's purpose this time is to find out who were the monks who surrounded and killed Wood back then, especially those who have already escaped to the supreme true realm. Let us go to the real world. Jianwulai said in a low voice. Impossible, the higher UPS won't allow anyone to escape. Bosun refused without even thinking. Jianwulai said faintly, "I can help you obtain the heavenly Dao." Gudong. Are you serious? Bosun said with a greedy look on his face. It is said that the cultivation level in the true realm is different. Only Dao 1 is considered a true immortal, and to cultivate to a higher level than a true immortal one needs a true great Dao. The heavenly Dao of the Star Sea realm has absorbed the insights of the immortals for so many years. Even if it is not as good as the Dao of the true realm, it is not much different. In some aspects, it even exceeds it by a lot. 100 places. Not enough. General, please think about this carefully. I need to go to the real world to seek revenge on those people. All you want is merit and benefits. It won't cause you too much loss if people like us flee to the real world. Looking at the figure that dissipated like bubbles in front of his eyes, Bosun suddenly laughed. Interesting, interesting. Valley Chenjug, who was digesting the crystallization of the law in the green bamboo realm, opened the secret room with some dissatisfaction and frowned. "Mou, what's wrong? Brother Chen, I didn't mean to disturb your practice. The situation in the valley is a bit bad. The conflict between our people and the Crystal Clan is getting more and more intense. There were dozens of fights in the past 2 days." After carefully looking through the files, Chen Zhuge frowned and asked, "Is it all because of the training ground?" "That's the case on the surface, but in fact, there are many cultivators who have achieved this because of the crystallization of laws." "What did Jing Jiao say?" "He didn't say anything, just said that the fight between the people below was no big deal. Senior brother Yu has argued with him many times and even fought with him. Take me over and have a look." When the Crystal Clan came before, Chen Zhuge specially marked out an area as their base. However, before he arrived at their base, he saw a row of crystal-like cave dwellings. I remember that I didn't designate a crystal clan here, right? Chen Zhuge tilted his head. No. Ha ha ha, how come the Son of God has time to come over here? Jing Gao walked over with a loud laugh, followed by Jing Wenju and 3 others, but these 3 seemed a little afraid to look up. Brother Jing, you've come at the right time. Can you explain to me what this means? Chen Zhuge said without giving any face. The smile froze on his face. Jing Gao, as expected of an old immortal, immediately found an excuse. It's not that there are too many people. We are all immortals and need to practice. We must know how to practice. Chen Zhuge interrupted Jing Gao impatiently, if you can't manage it, I'll help you. If you don't want to, get out. If you don't obey, I will kill you. Jing Gao's face suddenly turned gloomy. Son of God, what do you mean by this? Literally, I'll give you 1 day. After taking 2 steps, Chen Zhuge tilted his head and said, this is not the area I gave you. You should know what to do. Looking at Chen Zhuge going away, Jing Gao's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. What a son of Azura, he is so decisive and resolute. Uncle San, what should we do? Jing Wenju asked at a loss. What to do? Of course, we should do as the Son of God wishes. What does Manjusri say about the request for help he sent to the tribe? The clan leader said that the clan's industries still need celestial beings to guard them and they cannot be wasted here. At most, he will send us another 100 celestial beings, and the true immortals can support 1,000 people. Jing Wenju said. True immortals? Why send them here? The true demons will despise them as food. Let them send 100 celestial immortals here instead. The next day, those crystal clan buildings disappeared without a trace. As the days went by, although there were no more fights in the valley, the atmosphere became more and more weird. Jing Gao, who originally had many little thoughts, looked more and more unhappy because a large number of Asuras appeared outside the crystal clan's base. Nearly 1,000 Asura celestial beings surrounded the crystal clan tightly. Yu Jun also stationed there with disciples from the 10,000 Beasts sect to prevent Jing Gao from making desperate moves. Uncle San, support from the clan has arrived. Jing Wenju said with a hint of joy. Really? Really? The support from the crystal clan did arrive, but it was not the 100 elite celestial beings that Jing Gao had expected, but 7 or 8 seriously injured ones. What's going on? Jing Gao asked angrily. Could it be that this Azura godson attacked his own people? Wasn't he afraid that he would counterattack before his death? There were real demons outside, eyeing him covetously. Jing Jiao, we have encountered the real demon clan, and the others are all dead. The leading old immortal barely managed to finish a sentence before falling into coma. The attack on the crystal clan started with the attack on Maya's army. Maya's guess was correct. Those defeated soldiers were indeed constantly ambushing on the road. They did not dare to confront them head-on, but only set some traps. These traps had little effect on celestial immortals, but were very harmful to true immortals. In just a few days, they caused hundreds of true immortal casualties, which made Maya very distressed. In order to minimize the losses, Maya asked his generals to organize several teams of hundreds of celestial beings to explore the front. The true demon clan was powerful, and the remaining defeated soldiers saw that the situation was hopeless and could only hastily leave behind a few corpses and flee. Although the ambush was gone, Maya did not cancel these teams, but kept them. Then the scouts of the true demon clan encountered the support team of the crystal clan. If it weren't for the extremely powerful old immortal of the crystal clan who was leading the team, it's likely that none of the 100 people would have survived. It seems that Brother Jing's people are very unlucky. Chen Zhuge appeared at the entrance of the valley and said calmly. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Jing Gao's eyes, and he said calmly, Son of God, my crystal clan is not strong enough, I'm afraid we have to withdraw from the valley first. Yeah, okay. Chen Zhuge said readily. What? Jing Gao asked in disbelief. Did he agree just like that? I agree. Chen Zhuge repeated. I hope that Son of God will not regret it. Jing Gao turned away. Brother Chen, isn't it inappropriate to drive the crystal clan away now? Mou asked worriedly. Are you worried about the real demons outside? Ah. Find an opportunity to give the crystal clan's evacuated location to the true demon clan outside. I think Brother Jing will not sit there and wait for death. Mou opened her mouth slightly, seeming a little bit unbelievable. Take the benefits and run away, how could such a thing happen in this world? Chen Zhuge sneered. Yakshijing didn't say anything about a mere crystal clan, and the Yaksha clan members under him didn't fight with their subordinates. Jing Jiao, you have a good appetite. It's not enough to take the crystal of law, you want more. If I don't destroy you, what kind of son of God am I? Jing Gao was very fast, and the evacuation of the entire crystal clan took only 2 hours. Knowing that the little black man on Chen Zhuge's body had a strong ability to detect, Jing Gao specifically instructed the immortals who came to support him to bring a powerful concealment array to prevent this situation from happening. However, Jing Gao didn't know how strong Chen Zhuge's ability to cultivate spiritual beasts was. The little black man lurked silently in Jing Jiao's shadow, and he didn't feel anything even though Jing Jiao was a strong man in the celestial realm. Taking advantage of the concealment of the formation, Jing Gao looked back with a cold face at the valley hidden in the formation. I want to see how long you can hold out without the help of my crystal clan. After being away for only a few hours, Jing Wenshu, who was sent by Jing Gao to explore the way, came back with a look of horror on his face. Uncle San, something bad has happened. There is a large army of demons ahead. End of this chapter. Chapter 302. Looking at the little black man dancing on the table, Chen Zhuge showed a hint of surprise on his face. Interesting, really interesting. Chen Zhuge said in amazement. Yashijing and Yujun looked at Chen Zhuge who was playing dumb and asked dissatisfiedly, what is going on? I gave the intelligence about the Crystal Clan to the commander of the True Demon Clan, and that commander actually told me the location of a True Demon Clan camp. Chen Zhuge explained. What does this mean? Yashijing asked in shock. Yujun frowned and asked, does he want to cooperate? It should be. After all, this land is not short of cultivators right now. Whether it is from the Star Sea realm or the True Demon Clan, there are too many cultivators on both sides. We can get the Crystal of Law by killing the true demons, and they should also have some benefits. Can the real Demon Clan be trusted? Yashijing said reluctantly. You can give it a try whether it's credible or not, Yujun suggested. I had the same idea. It won't be a big loss if we give it a try first. The black arrow pierced through Jing Jiao's broad chest, leaving a trail of blood. Looking at Maya riding on the hellish warhorse in the distance, Jing Jiao shouted in grief and anger, I don't accept it. The sharp sword chopped off the huge head with ease. Maya said disdainfully, we are just a small pawn, why should we be dissatisfied? General, it seems that the information from the man on the opposite side is very reliable. Roden was a little surprised. The warhorse under him was hung with many empty heads. Roden, send someone to deliver the information of nearby camps as a return gift. I don't want to die in such a dirty world. Maya slowly put away the knife. Yes, it's really depressing to bury bones in such a dirty place. Roden agreed. The True Demon Clan are also human beings and cultivators. Although the True Demon Clan prefers to go on expeditions in a military manner, it does not mean that they are an army. After annihilating thousands of people from the Crystal Clan, the True Demon Clan under Maya actually built a camp directly outside the forest. Chen Zhuge brought 300 celestial immortals and 1000 true immortals and quietly arrived at a camp of the True Demon Clan. The location of this campsite is quite good. There is a big river nearby and the forest is rare green. It looks much more comfortable than the valley where Chen Zhuge is. Ready or not? Yujun held the spear in his hand and said, no problem. There are not many true demons in this camp. The people we brought have completely surrounded it. Brother Chen, are you being too cautious? It's such a small camp, why do we need all three of us to go out together? Yashijing said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Brother Jing, this is to prevent those real demons from setting traps for us. Chen Zhuge comforted. Okay, if there's anything else, let's destroy this camp first. In the camp. As an ordinary true demon, Luo Ao was quite satisfied with his current life. He fought his way up to the position of a general, wasn't it just to be able to live a better life? The cultivators in this hunting ground are all very weak, but he still has a lot of combat power in his hands. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid and deliberately provoke those large troops, he can not only stay alive, but it is not impossible for him to make further progress in his cultivation. After drinking the blood from the bronze jar in his hand, Luo Ao sighed, if I were in the real world, I wouldn't be able to have such excellent blood food. What a great place! General, something bad has happened. The panicked soldiers who broke into the tent made Luo Ao very dissatisfied. You'd better give me a legitimate explanation. Looking at the commander-in-chief with a gloomy face and a desire to kill, the soldier said tremblingly, they have broken in. Those monks have broken in. What did you say? Luo Ao looked incredulous. Not to mention that his camp was well hidden, how dare those monks attack him? As soon as he opened the tent, Luo Ao saw 3 extremely fierce attacks coming straight towards him. It's so beautiful. Bang! The scattered flesh and blood made the true demon clan lose the last bit of resistance. Half an hour later, the peaceful place turned into purgatory. The river was dyed red with blood and the green grass was covered with black debris. Sitting quietly on a piece of blue stone, Chen Zhuge looked at the milky white crystals in his hand, put them into his mouth and chewed them with deep eyes. A stream of insights surged into his mind, and his cultivation level was further improved. Junior brother, it seems that the real demons on the opposite side are really willing to cooperate with us. Yu Jun, covered in blood, said tiredly as he sat on the ground. Cooperation is not bad, as long as the people who die are not from our own tribesmen. Ya Shijing said with a smile. In this siege, both of them gained a lot of benefits, and the people under their command also gained a lot, and their cultivation levels increased to a certain extent. Clean it up as soon as possible. Let's go back first. We need to find time to talk to the true demon leader on the other side. 3 days later, Maya brought Rodan to the lake in the mountains and forests. Looking at the big fish swimming freely in the lake, she laughed and said, this fish seems to be very free, but in fact it does not know the vastness of the world. How sad it is. I think that it is better to live a free life than to risk your life being skinned and having your tendons pulled out to see the vastness of the outside world. Chen Zhuge said lightly. You should be the leader of the monks here. My name is Maya. Maya, who was born extremely cruel, saluted gracefully. Chen Zhuge responded, I am Chen Zhuge, I am the leader here. Then he waved his hand, and a set of simple tables and chairs rose from the ground. A pot of fine wine appeared on the table. Chen Zhuge poured the wine and said, General, before we talk about cooperation, I have a question to ask. Maya seemed very curious about the fairy wine. She drank it all in one gulp, smacked her lips, and exclaimed, this is the best wine I've tasted here. Although it's not as good as the real world, it has its own unique flavor. Ask, as long as it doesn't involve confidential information. I want to know why you appear and why you keep hunting down cultivators of various races. Chen Zhuge said seriously. Brother Chen, is it okay for me to call you that? Your question is indeed a bit ridiculous. Survival of the fittest, the strong prey on the weak. This is the hunting ground of my true demon clan. You cultivators are the prey, and we are the hunters. When the time for harvest comes, we will naturally come down to hunt. Maya laughed. Chen Zhuge said with an unpleasant expression, Brother Moi, if you say so, then why bother to cooperate with me? Maya laughed again, and even laughed with tears. Tears came out of her 8 big eyes at the same time, and the amount of water that came out was not low, and it immediately moistened the land below. You and I. Do you feel like prey? Maya asked back. Of course not. That's good. It's not like the identities of prey and hunter can't be switched. You can get the crystals of laws rewarded by heaven by hunting us, and I can get military merits in exchange for resources and enhance my cultivation by hunting you. This is the basis of our cooperation. Maya said seriously. As if afraid that Chen Zhuge would not believe it, Maya continued, I am just an ordinary true demon, and my family is just a small family. It is the limit to be able to promote me to this position. I can't control other people's affairs, but I can't let my family down, so Brother Chen, please cooperate. Chen Zhuge looked at Maya with some suspicion. Why did this guy seem more anxious than himself? According to the strength comparison between the two sides, although he was not afraid of him, in fact, he was stronger. After saying this, Maya stopped talking and concentrated on drinking, as if this was some kind of peerless magical wine. Chen Zhuge thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find any disadvantages in cooperating, so he finally agreed. This records several nearby camps. The gift Brother Chen sent before was indeed very valuable. It can be considered as compensation. However, if you want more information in the future, Brother Chen will have to exchange it himself. Maya took out a jade slip and said. It is good. After both parties exchanged communication stones, they left. Rodan, who had been silent, now spoke up, General, do you think this monk is really willing to cooperate with us? Maya said nonchalantly, why not? I have sent people to investigate his army. They are not as good as ours. But we are not likely to be defeated. Instead of both sides suffering losses, it is better to cooperate and win together. As soon as Chen Zhuge returned to the valley, he summoned Yu Jun and Yashijing. What do you mean? Yashijing asked. Placing the jade slip on the table, Chen Zhuge said, this is the information given by Maya. It contains information about the 3 true demon clan camps. As long as there is no ambush, Maya will truly cooperate. Yu Jun nodded. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you two know the camps of other races? I have been in the valley, but I don't know the locations of other races. Chen Zhuge frowned. I actually know something about this. I know a lot, too. Yashijing and Yu Jun spoke at the same time. Yu Jun moistened his throat and said, before, our Wanshao sect and other races joined forces to resist the true demon clan. However, since the number of disciples entering this time was too small, and the sect master and his men were not here, those races basically treated us as cannon fodder. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore, and I happened to meet my junior brother's subordinates. I found out the location of this place, so I came all the way to surrender. Then senior brother, please sort out the information of those camps that used you as cannon fodder. This can be regarded as revenge. Chen Zhuge said happily. There is no psychological burden in buying this kind of thing that has a grudge against you. It's my turn next. He, I know a lot of camps of races that have enmity with us, so I sold them all. Yashijing said with a twinkle in his eyes. Don't worry about this for now. In the next 2 days, we will lead the team to destroy the camp on the jade slip. In order to prevent any accidents, the 3 of us will go together. No problem. Maya was really a trustworthy person. Not only did he not set an ambush, but the information about the camp was also very accurate. In order to return his information, Yakshijing sacrificed his own family for the greater good and directly gave him the location of a Yaksha camp. Chen Zhuge looked at the smug Yashijing with a strange expression and said, Brother Jing, it's not good for you to sell out your relatives at the beginning. What's wrong with that? I have wanted to kill that little thing for a long time. If not for his father's high status, he would not be alive until now. Now that I have the true demon clan's knife, why not use it? Yashijing said proudly. Brother Jing, you are really quick to speak. Yu Jun was a little speechless. The people of the Star Sea realm are different. They are very efficient in doing things. 7 days later, Maya asked Roden to deliver a jade slip, some monks' magical instruments and elixirs, and the head of the Yaksha tribe, indicating that she had taken over the camp. General Chen, this is a secret letter from our general. It contains some information about slightly larger camps. The commander-in-chief is quite capable. Roden said politely. This encirclement and suppression of the Yaksha territory brought great benefits to Maya. Although a lot of manpower was lost, the Central Army has already received commendations, and it has also stated that the army's manpower will be replenished. This is really a good thing. Wait a moment. Chen Zhuge just took a quick glance and found that these camps were indeed much stronger than the previous ones. The number and quality of the true demons inside were much higher. Even if he brought people to trap them, he would suffer a lot of losses. After a while, Yu Jun rushed to the hall with an expressionless face, left a token in his hand, and left in a hurry. The information recorded on the jade slip this time was about the Zhenhuang clan. Although the disciples of the Wanshao sect were used as cannon fodder when they were living under someone else's roof before, most of the clans did it secretly, and only a few did it openly, and among them, the Zhenhuang clan was the most excessive. After just a quick glance, Roden couldn't help but shiver. General Chen, you are too polite. There are as many as 3,000 celestial immortals and 10,000 true immortals in the camp of the ferocious tribe. This is truly a great gift. Your Excellency is too polite. We have just started our cooperation, right? We should at least show some sincerity. Chen Zhuge said with a smile. Luo Deng's face straightened and he said firmly, General Chen, since you have given us such a great gift, I will definitely ask the general to give you a sufficient return gift when I return. After saying this, without waiting for Chen Zhuge to reply, Roden quickly slipped out of the valley like a madman. In the tent. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Maya said with trembling hands, Good. General, General Chen is a reliable person. Shouldn't we give him some sufficient information? Roden reminded. That's right. Judging from General Chen's face, he should be from the Azura tribe. I remember that a camp seemed to have just captured a group of Azura prisoners. This return gift should be enough. Maya thought. It should be possible, but the strength of that camp is still very strong. General Chen may not be able to take it down. Roden reminded. Haha, this is exactly the effect I want. Isn't the reason why he gave the land to the fierce tribe just for this purpose? Maya has recovered from the surprise just now. I was wondering why he was so kind, so that's it. Roden said angrily. That's not the case. As long as the strength of both sides is not too different, we can still be good friends. Maya comforted Roden. Besides, the information they provided was genuine and they never deceived us. If we can't keep the credit, we can't blame others. Yes, General. When shall we set out? No hurry. The Central Army's assistance will arrive soon. Let's accept it first. I don't want to go through so much trouble to defeat the fierce tribe and then be outflanked by Brother Chen's team from behind. Inside the Valley Hall, Chen Zhuge, Yashijing, and Yu Jun, the three of them gathered around the table, looking at the jade slips on it over and over again, with confusion on their faces. Brother Chen, this camp is a bit too strong. Even if we can take it down, the losses will be huge. If Maya turns against us, we will be in danger. Yashijing unexpectedly gave useful advice. It shouldn't be that serious. The camp of the fierce tribe I gave them is very powerful, so their losses won't be too small. Yu Jun shook his head. Chen Zhuge frowned and said, Brother Jing, senior brother, you try to contact some friends and clansmen to win them over. I'm trying to contact the elders of Azura to see if I can increase our strength. As for this camp, we will definitely attack it. As for when to attack, it depends on when the true demons outside attack the fierce tribe. Yes, there should still be some disciples from the Wanshao sect. Yu Jun agreed. There is no problem on my side. I should be able to get a group of people here, but not too many. There are other sons of gods here, and I am still a little inferior to them. Yashijing shook his head. Nothing, let's leave it at that for now. End of this chapter. Chapter 303. The information sent by Maya roughly recorded the location of the camp, the commander inside, and the strength of the soldiers. There is no record of how many Azura captives there are, but this is normal. After all, the real demons are cannibals, and they don't need captives. Captives are just reserve food. As Chen Zhuge was anxiously waiting, another army of true demons arrived outside the forest, and Yashijing and Yu Jun's men also arrived. During this period, the three parties met each other. Fortunately, Maya came out in time and stopped the army of true demons who wanted to kill. Squinting his eyes and watching this powerful army entering the valley, Maya said calmly, it seems that they are also afraid that we will go back on our word. Roden echoed, General, this is as it should be. We are the great true demon clan. That's true. Let us first welcome the new warriors. Maya laughed. I was scared to death. I thought I was dead. I didn't expect that this real demon clan would let us go. Lin Daji said with a cold sweat on his face. The Yaksha and the ferocious face beside him also showed fear and said, if the true demon army takes action, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. By the way, brother, what's your name? My name is Yashua. Lin Daji, we can be said to have lived and died together. The two became one under the threat of the demons, and then inexplicably escaped death. They unknowingly established a friendship. After a while of chatting, they found that their destination was actually the same place, and their relationship became even closer. Chen Zhuge stood on a high place, looking at the many Yaksha and Wanshao sect disciples pouring in, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Mou, who was standing beside him, reminded him, Brother Chen, the Yaksha tribe is a bit too strong. Chen Zhuge restrained his smile and said, it's okay. Let's deal with that camp first. Rescuing those captured Azuras will also enhance our strength. In addition, the elder also said that some Azuras will come to support us in a few days. Maya showed no joy when looking at the newly arrived true demon army, because the new army was led by Oriel. In this battlefield, the commander-in-chief of the true demon clan is Oben, and the chief of staff is Owen. O'Neill nominally came to support Maya, but as Oben's nephew, Maya could never ignore him. Ha ha ha, General Maya, my uncle praised you very much. I didn't expect that you could kill a large number of prey in such a short time. It seems that there are geniuses among the lower classes. Oriole laughed wildly. Wearing dark red armor, with 3 pistols inserted diagonally on his back and a colorful jewel sword slung around his waist, judging from his appearance alone, Oriole is probably more like the commander of this army than Maya. That's great, young liar Liao. Maya said expressionlessly. O'Neill didn't care about Maya's expression, he just walked into the camp and sat down on the top seat. She twisted her buttocks and said disdainfully, General Maya is really frugal. He doesn't even have some decorations. Moy looked at O'Neill expressionlessly and changed the subject. Master O'Neill, what business do you have here this time? Of course, General Maya, you are not from a noble family, so you don't know my hardships. My eldest brother has been killing people everywhere recently. As a member of the AO clan, I have no achievements at all. I have to rely on General Maya's advice. O'Neill shook his body exaggeratedly. Looking at Maya who was unmoved, O'Neill became furious and his fingers unconsciously hit the armrest quickly, which was a sign of his anger. The guard who had been standing beside Olyar held Olyar's shoulder and said in a deep voice, General Maya, as long as you help my young man get a certain amount of merit, I can make the decision to give your family a good background. That's right, that's right. O'Neill actually listened carefully to the guard's words. Maya's expression relaxed a little. After all, even if he forced Oriole away, another young man from a noble family would come and he would definitely not be able to hold on. Young man Oriole, you've come at the right time. I have some information about the enemy here. Maya sighed lightly, but still agreed. Although O'Neill was domineering, he was not stupid. After seeing the information from the fierce tribe, he laughed out loud and said, Ha ha ha, good, good, General Maya, bring me some people to defeat him directly. I will arrange for your family to move into the territory of my Aazai tribe. Thank you, Master. Chen Zhuge had not received any secret letters from Maya in the past few days. When he saw the true demons moving out in large numbers, he couldn't help but frown. What does this mean? When they were cooperating before, both parties would send people to inform each other before going out, which was to avoid killing each other. The little black man quickly emerged from the shadows, stood on Chen Zhuge's shoulder and whispered to him. So this is the true demon clan's actions could not be concealed by themselves. After finding Chen Zhuge, Yashijing said, Brother Chen, is it time to go out now? Yes, but only after the real demons leave. At the last moment before leaving the forest, Maya turned around with a complicated look at the forest and whispered, I wonder if there is still a chance for cooperation. What's wrong with General Maya? Are you reluctant to let go? Wit, the guard beside Oriole, said with a smile. Maya did not dare to be careless with this person. He looked like just a guard, but he dared to make a promise directly on behalf of Oriole, so his status was not simple. It's nothing, it's just a pity that this camp was built not long ago. Maya shook her head. Will shook his head in his heart, said a few words of comfort casually, and then rode his horse to catch up with Oriole. Maya's behavior made Chen Zhuge a little uneasy. In order to prevent accidents, Chen Zhuge decided to attack with all his troops this time. After several major battles and obtaining the Crystal of the Law, the strength of the troops under Chen Zhuge's command increased greatly. With the addition of the reinforcements from the Yaksha tribe and the Wanshao Gate, the military strength has reached its peak at this moment. The Yaksha tribe has more than 2,500 celestial immortals and more than 5,000 true immortals. There are 800 celestial immortals in the Wanshao sect, but no true immortals. Chen Zhuge has 4,000 celestial immortals and more than 5,000 true immortals under his command. The dispatch of nearly 20,000 monks naturally caused a huge commotion. The camp, which was the target of this mission, was discovered the moment the army appeared. The camp commander, Gus, had an extremely violent temper and wanted to lead the army to attack immediately, but was persuaded by his deputy general. General, let's retreat first. There are nearly 20,000 cultivators, including 7,000 celestial immortals. We are no match for them. Gus kept exhaling hot air from his mouth, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. I'm doomed. Kill all those prisoners. Don't leave anyone alive. Gus said cruelly. It is good. Before the deputy general left the camp, hundreds of large-scale magical powers descended from the sky. This was Chen Zhuge's special harassment and attack in order to prevent the true demons from escaping or killing the captives. This camp is very large, with more than 3,000 celestial immortals and true demons alone, and closer to 10,000 true immortals. If it weren't for the support from the Yaksha tribe and the 10,000 Beasts sect, Chen Zhuge would definitely suffer heavy losses if he wanted to take over this camp. Guts looked at the scattered attacks and roared, "You really think I'm afraid of you?" A pitch-black mace appeared in his hand, and he clenched his hands tightly. The muscles of his arms bulged high, and the void became large. A black torrent rushed up to the sky, and a celestial being who couldn't dodge was instantly annihilated. Chen Zhuge looked at Gus below in shock. This strength is not even a little bit different from the previous camp master. Mystical power, all things destroyed. Seeing that Gus was about to attack again, Chen Zhuge immediately used his magical powers to block it. A black halberd dropped from the sky, and Guts was forced to block it. Clang! The ground beneath Gus's feet suddenly sank, and cracks appeared on the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters. Looking up at Chen Zhuge, Gus grinned and said, "You are quite powerful. No wonder you dare to attack my camp." 8 black rays shot out from Gus's eyes. Chen Zhuge's pupils shrank and he dodged quickly with the help of his infinite magical powers. He touched the wound on his face and his eyes focused. This guy is very strong. Yashijing, who wanted to come to help, was stopped by Gus's deputy general. Yu Jun had to take care of other attacking celestial beings. These celestial beings were the strongest and most elite in the army and must not suffer too many losses. Compared with the powerful mace, the halberd was still a little inferior. Feeling his slightly trembling hands, Chen Zhuge's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had been surpassed by anyone in physical strength. The black image of death Azura covered his body, and Chen Zhuge was like a demon god walking out of hell, with the halberd in his hand wrapped in black death energy. "You are the most powerful true demon I have ever met." Gus picked up the mace with ease and praised, "You are the strongest monk I have ever met. Divine power, judgment of the 8 extremes of the netherworld. Magical power, black shock." The red spider lilies drawn by the long spear collided with the black stones formed by the mace. For a moment, Chen Zhuge could no longer hear the sound of fighting on the battlefield, and the only thing left in Gus's eyes was the light produced by the collision. Maybe it's a long time, maybe it's just a moment. The black death Shura Dharma image continued to disintegrate, the mace in Gus's hand slowly turned into powder, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his body. This time, both sides were evenly matched. Generally speaking, Chen Zhuge's injuries were lighter, but his Dharma image collapsed and the magic power in his body was almost gone. Although Guts looked seriously injured, he still had some ability to fight. At this time, Chen Zhuge's army had already rushed in, and the true demon clan was beaten back step by step. Even his own deputy general had his head chopped off by Yakshijing with a hideous smile on his face. Gus looked at Chen Zhuge with a complicated expression and said, "You are very good. I will remember you. My name is Gus. I will come back." Looking at Gus's slowly disappearing figure, Chen Zhuge frowned and said, "Great teleportation talisman, can we still use the great teleportation talisman here? It should be the great teleportation talisman from their real realm. The runes from our Star Sea realm and Heaven realm cannot be used." Yu Jun said solemnly. "Junior brother, we should be careful next time. Guts's identity is obviously not simple. We may be targeted." "Not really. We are just some scattered soldiers here. The real battlefield is not here." Chen Zhuge shook his head. "There are more than tens of millions of celestial immortals and true immortals from all races. Although only a few of them appear on the battlefield, it is still a terrifying number. There are only a few of us, so how could we be targeted? Unless, this Guts is a true demon prince or something, but this is not impossible." As Guts left, his deputy general was killed by Yakshijing, and no one from the true demon clan on the battlefield could contend with Chen Zhuge and his 2 companions. However, after a few hours, all the true demon clan were wiped out. Of course, there were still some scattered true demon clan members who escaped. After all, not everyone liked to fight to the death. "Brother Chen, take a look at this." Mou came to the camp with a piece of information, somewhat excited. "What's underneath that makes you so excited?" Chen Zhuge was a little curious. Looking at the information, Chen Zhuge showed a hint of shock on his face. 1,372 Azuras. That's right. There are nearly 300 celestial beings among them. I also distributed the system of military merit. I didn't expect that most soldiers are willing to exchange the crystals of laws for magical powers, secret techniques, and other things that enhance their combat effectiveness. Mou said excitedly. "That's for sure. The battle is getting more and more intense. A high level of cultivation doesn't mean a strong fighting ability. The most important thing is to save your life first. Keep a portion of these law crystals as inventory, and use the rest to support those true immortals who are close to a breakthrough. Of course, they will have to pay it back after they break through. You should consider the balance between these two considerations, Chen Zhuge warned. I understand, but Brother Chen, what about those Asuras? I'll handle this myself. Take me there first. These more than 1,000 Asura captives did not surrender to save their lives. In fact, these Asuras are the strongest among them. Because the stronger the cultivator is, the better he tastes. Of course, this is the idea of the real demon clan. Therefore, these more than 300 celestial immortals were also the strongest group among the Asura army that was destroyed. The same was true for the true immortal Asuras. As the son of Asura, the appearance of Chen Zhuge instantly calmed down the Asura captives. Rocco, who was elected as the temporary leader, stood up and saluted respectfully, saying, Son of God, I am Rocco, a subordinate of Son of God Luo Longxiang. Luo Longxiang? He's nearby too. Chen Zhuge asked in surprise. Rocco shook his head and said, That's not the case. We received a message from the Son of God and came in from outside to provide support, but we encountered the true demons on the way and were captured. At the end of his speech, Rocco's face was filled with shame. As a descendant of the god of war, he was actually captured. It was truly a great shame and humiliation. Is that so? But the location you are in is not very good. This is the most marginal area. There are many camps of true demons outside. With your small number, I'm afraid you can't get out. Chen Zhuge shook his head. Looking at Luoke who was hesitant to speak, Chen Zhuge shook his head and said, I will not send you there. I need to eliminate the true demon clan camp nearby and weaken their strength. You can choose to come with me, or go on the journey alone. Rocco was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. He just saluted respectfully to Chen Zhuge and returned to the prisoner group to discuss with other companions. No one knew what they were talking about, but it was very intense. A few Asuras were even pinned to the ground and beaten. Finally, Rocco, whose eye was black and blue, limped over to Chen Zhuge. Thump! Rocco simply knelt down and saluted, saying, We feel that we should submit to the Son of God, and hope that the Son of God can lead us to revenge. Rocco's behavior represents the will of most of these Asura captives. Death is not terrible for Asuras. Humiliation is only a loss of face but not life. However, the real demon clan treats them as livestock and severely hurts the self-esteem of these Asuras. Once upon a time, the once arrogant Asura turned into food. This kind of thing is absolutely unbearable. End of this chapter. Chapter 304. The battle on Chen Zhuge's side came to an end, but the situation on Maya's side was different. Although O'Neill is a true demon and a descendant of a powerful true demon clan, this does not mean that he is very powerful. In fact, Oriel's strength is at most comparable to that of the elite true demons. Relying on his gorgeous weapons, he can defeat them, but that's all. The Crimson Tribe is different. As one of the coldest races, the Crimson Tribe is not only emotionally indifferent, but also has one of the best combat skills. If they fight one-on-one, the Asura tribe may not be able to win. If they had relied on numbers, they would have won with a little difficulty at best. However, this kid somehow stepped on dog shit. After going through untold hardships and wiping out most of the ferocious tribe, they were about to win. The support from the fierce tribe has arrived, and it is a large army. It turns out that the camp of the Jakesing tribe here is not an ordinary camp. It is the main force of the Jakesing tribe. The Jakesing tribe is not very interested in the Star Sea Sky War and only sent this troop. According to the normal Star Sea Sky War, this number would have been enough, but unexpectedly the true demons came, and killing them could obtain the law crystals. In view of this great benefit, the chief of the fierce tribe immediately formed a large army to provide support. Because it takes some time to assemble, this unit has remained on hold, waiting for support until today. The silver torrent of the ferocious clan instantly submerged the army of the true demon clan. The once arrogant true demon clan was killed to pieces when they met the indifferent ferocious clan. Maya, with his personal guards, quickly dodged the enemy. As a veteran soldier who had fought on the battlefield, he naturally knew how to survive. After experiencing several life and death crises, he finally managed to get away from the battlefield. Throwing down the broken bow in his hand, Maya said angrily, "Damn prey, you actually lied to me." Roden, who was covering his arm, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, but he had not yet lost his mind. He said in an inexplicable tone, "General, that monk may not have lied to us. The army behind the fierce clan was also shocked when they saw us. Besides, even if it's a trap, there's no need to pay such a high price." When Maya heard this, her face froze. Thinking back to the previous situation, it seemed to be just as Roden said. Could it be that I'm just unlucky? Maya couldn't believe it. He had fought for his entire life to climb to this position. He had finally been able to find someone to help him climb up, but such an accident happened. "General, the most important thing now is to determine whether Master Oriel is alive or dead. The Marshal's wrath is not easy to deal with," Roden reminded. As the head coach, if O'Neill died, Maya would definitely not be able to escape responsibility and would most likely be buried with him. Maya looked at the colorful magic skills in the distance, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. The strength of those ferocious tribes was not weak, and there were many of them, but Oriel's life and death was related to himself. She gritted her teeth and was about to lead others to attack again. "Damn you, you pray, all of you will be buried with the young master." Maya's face stiffened for a moment, and then he said dejectedly, "It's all over." Roden was also in a very low mood. Maya could not escape, and he and other deserters would most likely die. In the eyes of those nobles, he, a peasant of humble origin, was no different from those animals. I don't know if it was because they guessed the tragic fate of themselves and others in the future, but the scene was very quiet for a while, and there was no joy of escaping death at all. Maya didn't want to sit and wait for death. The nobles she had heard of kept flashing through her mind. She then matched them one by one with the generals who were going to hunt this time, and finally locked on a candidate. "Do you want to live?" Maya said tremblingly. "General, who doesn't want to live?" Roden said somewhat self-deprecatingly. "I have a candidate here. He may not survive. Even if he survives by chance, there is an 80% chance that he will die suddenly in the future." "General, stop playing dumb," Roden said anxiously. "The AO clan is very strong, but there are several generals in this hunt who are no worse than them. However, those people will hardly accept people like us, except for one person." Luo Deng's eyes widened, his lips trembling as he said, "General, you want to join the Uyghurs of the Uyghur tribe? This is the last resort," Maya said in a low voice. Roden wanted to refuse, but as Maya said, this was the last resort. Chen Zhuge had no idea that the partner with whom he had just established a foundation of trust had fallen into a life and death crisis. "Brother Chen, we got too many law crystals this time," Mou said with a happy face. "After all, this camp is not small." Chen Zhuge's face unconsciously showed a hint of joy. After this war, his strength will be greatly enhanced. Not long after, Yu Jun and Yashijing also came to the tent with a smug look on their faces and began to discuss the next plan with Chen Zhuge. Yu Heng jumped off Dabai's shoulders and looked at the corpses of the true demons on the ground. His eyes were a little dazed. "I wonder how Jian Yu is doing." Snapped. Dabai looked at Yu Heng curiously, then patted the back of his head, causing him to stagger, and asked, "Xiao, what are you daydreaming about?" Yu Heng turned around and glared at the stupid Fire Kirin with dissatisfaction. If he was not afraid of exposing his own strength, he would definitely pin him to the ground and beat him up. Infinite Star Sea Upper Layer The Hades opened his eyes, emitting infinite divine light. He looked at his fellow deists who were still in retreat, and countless emotions welled up in his heart. Dei, it's finally done. Congratulations. Jian Wulai appeared in front of Hades like a ghost. "I didn't expect you to have a breakthrough as well." A hint of vigilance appeared in Hades' eyes. "A lucky fluke. Now you should tell me what you want to do." Jian Wulai smiled slightly, waved his hand to hide the space here, pointed to the jade table, and said, "Let's drink and talk." As they were both Dao Yi, Hades would naturally not be weak in momentum and took the lead and sat down. "You should know that I am a person from ancient times," Jian Wulai said lightly. "Of course, I still remember that it was Wu Yang and I who opened your coffin when we were exploring a secret place. I thought we could get some treasures or inheritance, but I didn't expect that I would cause you such a big trouble." Pluto recalled. The Star Sea Realm, the Heaven Realm, the Demon Abyss, and the myriad small worlds are all hunting grounds for the true demons. You should know this by now. Even if I don't know, the appearance of the real demons is enough to confirm what I said. That's not necessarily true. Hades sneered. Jian Wulai didn't care. Instead, he continued with a smile, in ancient times, Daiyi was still achievable. There was even a special path of ascension for Daiyi that could lead directly to the real world. But I don't know when the true demon clan began to notice our world. Maybe that ascender betrayed us, or maybe it was just bad luck. Anyway, the result is that our world has been noticed by the true demon clan. So, the famous end of the 10,000 immortals in ancient times happened. In that battle, the ancient powerful beings and the true demons fought a life and death war. Without a doubt, we lost. So, the heaven is torn into pieces. The world of death was once the northern region of the heaven, the current heaven is in the middle, the devil's abyss is the southern region, the infinite sea of stars, and the thousands of small worlds are all made up of the fragmented heaven. Fortunately, the heavenly Dao of the heaven realm is very strong, and the mighty one of the true demon clan is unwilling to bear the burden of heaven's abandonment, so he did not continue to attack and completely kill our Daiyi. In order to fight for a glimmer of hope, Daiyi and his followers gathered a large number of fellow Daiists and attacked the Daiyi of the true demon clan stationed here. However, due to a traitor, the plot was exposed, which led to the true demon clan's powerful men taking action, and this time, the heavenly Dao was almost destroyed. Without the protection of heavenly Dao, we will completely lose the chance to break through to Dao 1, and the heaven realm will slowly disappear. Therefore, many Daiists transformed themselves into Dao, and finally barely made up for a part of the gap. That's why the heavenly Dao society has consciousness. As for Daiyi from the true demon clan who was attacked and killed, he had a very high status in the true demon clan, but I don't know why they didn't continue to investigate. Some fellow Daiists and I have always suspected that this was a conspiracy. Seemingly a little thirsty, Jianwulai picked up the teacup and took a few sips. Hades also took the opportunity to digest this secret. So, what does this have to do with us? Pluto taunted. The strongest of the invading true demon clan, Bosun, was only at the level of Daiyi. It was normal for Huo Dao Ren to be killed because he was a fake Daiyi, but now he was the real Daiyi. Even if he couldn't win, he could still hide from him. Don't you want to take a look at the real world? After practicing for countless years, you can't even see the real world. Don't you think it's a pity, Pluto? Jianwulai asked back. The sneer on Pluto's face slowly disappeared and he fell silent. Looking at the reality of the world, it would be a lie to say that he doesn't want to, but Pluto can control his desires. He is not just a person, he also has a race. By the way, there is a secret that I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Jianwulai said with a hint of hesitation. Having known each other for many years, Hades knew Jianwulai's personality very well. He probably had something good to say when he showed this expression, speak. I heard that most of the races in the Star Sea realm are actually test subjects released by the true demon clan on their own initiative, with the purpose of selecting more perfect prey. What did you say? Hades asked angrily. I heard that the 3 tribes of hell were created by a powerful demon clan according to the template of the few people who escaped back then. Jianwulai said calmly. I hope what you said is true. Hades glared at Jianwulai fiercely, then turned away. After finishing the rough tea in his hand in a leisurely manner, Jianwulai showed a hint of smile on his face, the true demon clan, the 3 clans of hell, and the treasure that is said to be able to create everything. With his hands behind his back, Jianwulai's eyes shone with a divine light that penetrated through layers of obstacles and reflected Chen Zhuge's figure. Could it be you? The son of destiny. Stop. A cold figure stopped Jianwulai's gaze and said coldly. You are so handsome and unrivaled, but Hua Tianlun, you ultimately died under the weight of fame. Jianwulai looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar man in front of him, with a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Retracting his gaze, Jianwulai looked at his fellow Taoists who were constantly breaking through in the void. Although his face showed no expression, his heart was extremely excited. True demon clan, it's time for you to take action. One Bosun can't stop you. Although they are hiding in the infinite sea of stars, Daiyi is the limit of the heaven after all. It is naturally different when so many of them appear at once. Bored, Bosun shook the wine glass filled with blood in his hand, and the words that Jianwulai had said before flashed through his mind from time to time. Strange fluctuations appeared one after another. Bosun drank the blood wine in his hand in one gulp and said in shock, this is Daiyi's fluctuation, why are there so many? According to Bosun's senses, there are at least 10 Dao Yi fluctuations. Although these fluctuations are not strong, they are real Dao Yi. No matter how strong he is, he cannot beat 10 of them. Bosun. When Bakken heard the sound, he looked and saw a huge human face emerging on the dark column of light. 8 large eyes of different colors were moving around in a chaotic manner, and there were strange lines at the corners of the eyes. Just one glance made Bakken dizzy. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Bosun knelt on one knee and said. "Bosun, there must have been an accident in this hunting ground. I will arrange for other people to come and assist you." The calm voice was filled with supreme majesty. Having made outstanding military achievements and finally received the reward for hunting and harvesting, Bosun said, "Sir, don't be reluctant. I will give you some compensation when you come back this time. It just so happens that my daughter has a good impression of you." The human face disappeared after he finished speaking. Bosun looked at the dark column of light without any joy on his face. "This lord is very powerful, one of the strongest lords in the true demon clan, and has the gentlest personality, but his children are different. As for the legitimate daughter who has left a good impression on him, Bosun also knows that if he marries her, the outcome will probably not be good." Taking out a tightly closed eyeball from his arms, Bosun's eyes were full of struggle. The adults were really good to him. For a commoner like him to climb up all the way, in addition to his own efforts and talents, the adults' help was also indispensable. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I want to climb a little higher," Bosun murmured softly. With the infusion of divine power, the eyeball slowly opened. What kind of eye was this? Bosun could not describe it. It seemed to contain countless great principles. "Ha ha ha, Bosun, you made the right choice." An arrogant voice came out of the eyeballs. "Sir, I don't know if what you said before is serious." Bosun saluted. The eyes suspended in the air glowed with a faint purple light. "Of course, I never lie. Of course the premise is that you find the treasure and give it to me." After a long discussion, Chen Zhuge decided to return to the valley. Although this might be dangerous, there seemed to be no safe place now. It would be better to return to the valley where he was familiar and even had a partner from the true demon clan. Many monks died this time, but the huge harvest diluted everyone's sadness. After this time, there should be a few hundred more celestial beings. Chen Zhuge whispered. Yashijing, who was close by, heard it and couldn't help laughing. "Brother Chen, it may be more than that. The power of the law contained in the law crystal this time is particularly strong." "Is that so?" Chen Zhuge was still using the crystal of the law he obtained this time, and was not very clear. Yu Jun nodded and said, "It is indeed very strong. As long as we are given some time to digest it, the true demon army outside the valley will not be a problem." "That would be great." When he returned to the valley again, Chen Zhuge released his little black man and planned to see the situation of the real demons outside. He was very surprised by the result. "Haven't come back yet?" Chen Zhuge asked in surprise. The strength of the fierce clan camp given by senior brother Yu was not weak, but it shouldn't take so much time. The distance was not far. Could it be an accident? Chen Zhuge asked thoughtfully. End of this chapter. Chapter 305. The news of Olyer's death was brought to Auburn by his guards. Snapped. Smashing the documents in his hand into powder, Auburn glared and said, "The young master is dead, what are you still doing alive?" The guard kowtowed and begged for mercy. Owen pressed his big hand into the air and the guard turned into a pile of powder. "Brother, why bother with a servant? O'Leary is just a waste, so he is dead. The most important thing is the information he brought back." "Humph, after all, you are still a member of my AO clan." The anger on Oben's face had not completely dissipated. "Okay, big brother, if you're still angry, I'll arrange some people to kill the escaped governor. The most important thing now is what's happening in the Xingai realm." According to the guards, they suddenly encountered the support of the ferocious tribe when they were attacking. It was probably a coincidence. O'Leary was just unlucky. "But we do have some trouble. This hunting ground is a little unusual," Owen said worriedly. "Humph, it would be great if the hunting ground where the treasure is hidden could be kept simple. Don't worry about so much. As long as we remain undefeated on the front battlefield, the rest is Posun's business and we can't control it," Oben reminded. "Oh, that's right too. Ugh." Maya's sunken eye sockets revealed deep fatigue. These past few days really exhausted him. Not only did he have to worry about the revenge of the AO clan, but he also had to constantly figure out how to deal with Weiwu. Fortunately, all this has finally come to an end. Weiwu was leaning on a chair made of bones, drinking blood wine unrestrainedly, and said to the figure walking out from behind, "Military advisor, do you think this Maya can be trusted?" Mia said calmly, "No matter whether it is credible or not, just send someone to check it out. If it is fake, kill him. If it is true, then save his life." Wei Wu showed a hint of hesitation and said, "If it is true, we have to cooperate with the cultivators of Xingai realm." "Why not?" Mia said with a smile. This face that frightened the human race was extremely beautiful in the eyes of the Uyghurs. They were stunned and said, "Okay, you can arrange it. Don't worry, sir. The main general is Auburn, and we are just deputy generals. As long as we have gains and military achievements, that's enough. As for the overall outcome of the battle, that is not our concern." Mia explained. Oh. Wei Wu nodded stupidly. Mia looked at the adult like this with a trace of love on her face. She held him in her arms and comforted him, "My lord, after this battle, we should become husband and wife." When Wei Wu heard this, his eyes suddenly glowed red, and he gasped and asked, "Really?" "Of course." Dodging the big hand that followed closely, Mia waved her hand to let the guards outside the door bring a group of captives, and chuckled, "Sir, this is not possible now. Let these captives go for you." Walking out of the tent, Mia listened to the screams and excited roars inside. A trace of disdain appeared on her face, and she secretly mocked herself in her heart, the eldest son of the Wei family is nothing more than a beast. Although he saved his life by joining the Uyghurs, Maya's life was not easy. The former general became a captain, and except for the more than 1,000 veterans he brought with him, the Uyghurs did not assign anyone to him, because the army was full. "General, if this goes on we will be used as cannon fodder," Roden said with a worried look on his face. Maya knew it very well, but things had come to this point and it seemed that she was unable to save herself. "Why don't we sell out the guy we worked with before? They have at least 20,000 people, so it would be a great achievement," Roden advised. "Do you think what these nobles lack is military merit?" Maya sighed. Having been in the army for many years, Maya has long known that the so-called military achievements are just for show, and that people like Marshal Po Sun are very rare. But this is a promising avenue. Roden was still unwilling to give up. "Let me think about it again," Maya said with a worried look on her face. Oriel was dead and Maya's whereabouts were unknown. Oben naturally wanted to restore some face for his nephew. Such a general who was incompetent should at least be buried with him, so he rearranged a general and brought 20,000 people back to the mountains. Chen Juog looked at the dancing black man, a trace of contemplation on his face. "Maya is gone, this true demon clan is a new army." Originally, Chen Juog wanted to wait and see if it was Maya's reinforcements, but because of the cooperation, the patrolling scouts relaxed their vigilance and were actually caught by the real demons. Standing at the highest point of the valley, looking at the dozens of heads fluttering in the wind on the true demon clan's flag, Chen Juog's eyes gradually became profound. "Brother Chen, what do you think about this matter?" Yasha Jing appeared silently behind Chen Juog. "Brother Jing, what do you think?" Chen Juog asked back. Yasha Jing sneered twice and said, "No matter if it's the person we worked with before, we must give us an explanation for this matter." "That makes sense. Then just kill them. After this battle, I plan to move to the core of the battlefield." "It should be so," Yasha Jing said excitedly. Compared to the initial situation, the combat power in the valley was many times stronger. Under the leadership of Chen Juog and the other two, they attacked the true demon clan army that had not yet been stationed. After beheading the frustrated true demon general, victory is within reach. Victory was exciting and the harvest was great, but the casualties were also staggering. After the battle, the number of people was reduced by half. Chen Juog looked at the remnants of the defeated army in the valley, his eyes showing a trace of contemplation. "Without the support of living forces, if I stay here, I will be exhausted to death sooner or later." After cleaning up the battlefield and resting for a day, Chen Juog took the remaining people and began to look for the direction of the main force. Although communication can be used, there is no map here. Yasha Jing once had activities on the edge of the battlefield very close to the core. Although he has not yet entered the core, he must be not far away. Lush grass grows on the black mud, and a colorful butterfly pops up from time to time. There is also a clear stream nearby, with fish swimming leisurely in the water. Occasionally, a gorgeous bird would appear from the scattered towering trees and look at these outsiders with curiosity. "Such a scenery is really rare," Yu Jun exclaimed. Since coming to the core of the Star Sea realm, Yu Jun has not seen such a pleasant scenery for a long time. He spends every day in blood and fighting, and for a moment he sighed. Chen Zhuge felt similarly. Good scenery always brings people some wonderful feelings. Tap tap. The real demons with hideous faces kept appearing from all directions. Wei Wu opened his mouth wide and said crazily, so many, Maya, right? You have done a great deed. Now you don't have to die. Maya nodded with cold sweat on his face, feeling relieved in his heart. He thought that he would not have to die this time. Looking around, I realized that the pleasant scenery before was all a deception. All the beautiful things were quickly withering away, and only the gorgeous bird remained. Very strange. This is the magic weapon of my real demon clan. The sky and the earth can change shape. Although it only shifts a small part of the scenery of the real world, you can die without regrets since you can see the real world. Mia took out a colorful round bead and smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha, you lowly prey, take my attack. Wei Wu had no interest in chatting with Chen Zhuge and the others. He swung his broadsword towards the crowded crowd, and a blade light hundreds of meters long appeared in an instant. The Death Shura Dharmakaya blocked most of the attacks, but the scattered sword light still caused many monks to be seriously injured, and even some cracks appeared on the Dharmakaya's body. This situation made Chen Zhuge feel depressed. This true demon clan was so powerful. Chen Zhuge's side was at a disadvantage at the beginning of the battle. Whether it was the number of people, cultivation, or the strength of the main general, they were all inferior. Reluctantly taking on Wei Wu's outburst, Chen Zhuge felt that his internal organs had been torn apart. His knife was so sharp. The black halberd swept across and forced Wei Wu to retreat. Chen Zhuge took the time to look at the situation around him. Yaxijing and Yu Jun could still barely compete with the opposing generals. Maya was also stopped by Yu Meng and Bai Yi. Li Kui, Ming Yujing and other spirit beasts tried their best to rescue the exhausted monks, and patched up the situation on the battlefield, barely able to hold on for a while. As for casualties, they had already exceeded 30%. If the true demons had not killed or ate the cultivators, the army would have probably fled long ago. You are really good, be my pet. Wei Wu seemed to be a little more sober, with a strange light in his eyes. Chen Zhuge did not answer, but just took the time to recover his magic power. Wei Wu didn't seem to be in a hurry, and said calmly, become my pet, and you will be able to see the charm of the real world, see the real immortals, and see the scenery you have never seen before. Instead of staying in this hunting ground with those test subjects. Test subject? Chen Zhuge asked with some surprise. Wei Wu grabbed an Azura and crushed him to death. He slashed with his long knife and pointed at the bloody internal organs and said, take a look. Do you find them familiar? These are the internal organs of the human race. Most of the races you mentioned are actually just failed products of experiments conducted by our great masters. As if afraid that Chen Zhuge would not believe it, the Uyghur also captured another yaksha and dissected it, saying, take a look, are they exactly the same? At this moment, Chen Zhuge suddenly recalled the discovery of the Corpse Leader clan, and remembered that he seemed unable to transfer blood to the races in the Star Sea realm, but in the Heavenly realm, he could use the Golden Finger for the Mermaid clan. He couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Wei Wu suddenly smiled kindly and asked, can you still turn back into a pure human? Chen Zhuge's heart moved. How did he know? Seeing that Chen Zhuge's face was not right, Wei Wu suddenly laughed and said, ha ha ha, the treasure is actually in the hands of a lowly prey like you, it's really God's help to me. Go to hell. Countless sword lights engulfed Chen Zhuge. Wei Wu's attack was too sudden. Fortunately, Chen Zhuge had been alert all the time. Behind the dazzling knife light, the shattered Dharma image was condensed again. Before the two men could continue their attack, the sky turned dark. Bosuan. Chen Zhuge was familiar with this figure, it was Pluto. The huge black hand covered the entire battlefield, and the terrible pressure forced everyone on the field to stop. The same giant black hand rose from the light column. When it collided, the sky and the earth changed color and the barrier began to crumble. A muffled groan was heard, and Hades suffered a great loss. After all, he had just made a breakthrough, and he was far behind Bosuan in both cultivation and foundation. Interesting, it turns out to be the real Dai. Bakken chuckled. The fun is yet to come. Ha ha ha, Hades, you are too impatient. We haven't arrived yet. Voices rang out one after another, and Dao Yi, who was taller than the fingers of his hands, stood in the air. Bakan's expression gradually became serious. These natives were moving too quickly. Bosuan, you owe me a life. An arrogant voice sounded in the black light column. Haha, the life of an inferior person is worthless. One by one, the true demons, whose aura was no less powerful than that of Bosuan, walked out slowly. No one knows which powerful person took the first step, but an unprecedented war began. Chen Zhuge didn't know whether the true demon clan or the Star Sea Realm would win this battle. When Dai of the true demon clan appeared, Chen Zhuge took all his spirit beasts back to the green bamboo realm. At the moment the war was triggered, the barrier set up by the heavenly Dao was shattered. The true immortals with lower cultivation levels died directly from ruptured internal organs, and even the celestial immortals suffered varying degrees of injuries. I thought I was doomed this time, but I vaguely heard Wei Yi's roar, the treasure is here. Then a big hand reached out to grab Chen Zhuge, but was repelled by the others. Chen Zhuge, who was at the center of the battle between the two sides, was directly knocked unconscious by the aftermath. If it weren't for the great way of life he practiced and his tempered body, he would have died instantly. A purple halo emanated from the unconscious Chen Zhuge's body, and an aura of supreme power spread throughout the entire Star Sea realm. The greatest treasure. Bakan's eyes were about to fall out. The greatest treasure was actually inside this little monk's body. Jianwulai, who was in the dark, felt a little nervous and cursed inwardly, damn Hades, but he is indeed the son of destiny. Immortal weapons that have been nurtured by the magical power of immortals for a long time may have weapon spirits, so the most precious treasures must also have weapon spirits. The black stick man looked at the people who were staring at him with dissatisfaction, and said angrily, if my injury had not healed, you would all have died. After saying that, the stick man decisively launched the emergency plan. A purple beam of light rose into the sky, and Chen Zhuge disappeared into it. Random teleportation array, the destination is still the real world. Bosun's mouth twitched a few times as he looked at the light column. I remember that the Chaos Orb doesn't have the ability to teleport. No, that means this is a wild treasure, and the Chaos Pearl is still in the hunting ground. Makes sense. But then why do we still fight? While the true demon clan was still discussing, Dai from the Star Sea Realm, after hearing that this was a teleportation array to the true realm, suddenly had several figures penetrate into it. Pluto, Jianwulai and 6 others entered one after another. Dai, who was a little slower, could only watch the light column disappear. With fewer men and less will to fight, Dai from the Star Sea Realm just glanced deeply at Dai from the true demon clan, and then they left. Dai and other immortals are no longer in the same league. They are all old antiques who have lived for who knows how many years. They only care about themselves, and the clan is just a burden to them. My queen, there is a passerby who has fainted on the side of the road ahead. The little girl in green who was jumping around in front suddenly said nervously. A beautiful woman with eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, waist like a silk ribbon, and teeth like pearls, poked her head out of the carriage, looked at the man who was unconscious on the roadside, and said with a worried look on her face, put him in the carriage behind. The female official in the carriage said sternly, Your Majesty shouldn't meddle in other people's business. The beautiful woman still looked very worried, the world is in chaos, this person is probably just a victim. He is strong and healthy, with abundant blood and vitality. He must be a cultivator with good cultivation. He is unconscious on the roadside. He must be being chased or a deserter. The female official was not polite to the lady at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 306. Curls of green smoke floated up into the air, and the scent of sandalwood filled the entire room. The painting of a lady hanging on the wall suddenly moved, and a graceful lady walked out from it. Alas, I was a lady, but now I have become a maid. How abominable! The lady grumbled in dissatisfaction, but she did not stop the movements of her hands. Spoonful of bitter medicine was forced into Chen Zhuge's mouth. Seeing that the vitality in his body was becoming stronger and stronger, he should be close to waking up. Ya! The graceful Madame Zhang Suiao came into the room with the court lady Zhu Ying. The court lady bowed and said, Greetings, madam. No need to be so polite. What happened to this person? Zhang Suiao asked curiously, looking at Chen Zhuge lying on the bed. The lady was speechless for a moment. She was a lady, not a doctor, and this person's cultivation was probably higher than hers, but she couldn't see it. Zhu Ying said calmly, My lady, this painting of a lady is just a Taoist practice, how can you tell? And I suspect this person is from the lower realm. He should have divine power. Your Majesty, it is better for you to have less contact with such outsiders. Zhang Suiao shook her head somewhat dissatisfiedly and said, Humph, then I don't care. Looking at Zhang Suiao who walked away in a tantrum like a little girl, Zhu Ying sighed softly, My queen, this is for your own good. His Majesty is still suspicious now. The lady is shivering, is this something a painting of ours can hear? Zhu Ying waved his sleeves, and the lady turned back into a picture of a lady. The aura on her surface was also obscured by magic power, and she looked no different from an ordinary portrait. Standing beside the bed, Zhu Ying looked at Chen Zhuge deeply and thought to himself, forget it, if the queen wants to save him, then let's do it. He took out a purple jade bottle from the storage ring, and an extremely strong aura spread throughout the room. This was the divine water of destiny. As long as the person was not dead, any injury could be healed, provided that the cultivator's cultivation level did not exceed that of a true immortal. Zhu Ying dotted the milky white divine water of destiny onto Chen Zhuge's forehead. The huge vitality directly dispersed all the hidden injuries in Chen Zhuge's body, and even activated the avenue of life in his body, and the rich vitality descended on every cell. Cough cough. Chen Zhuge felt like he had a very scary dream. A large group of Taoist masters were attacking at will in the air, and then for some reason, one of those masters suddenly attacked him, and then he was gone. Where is this? Chen Zhuge looked at the quaint room in confusion. This is the ancient country of Qingming in the real world. Zhu Ying said coldly. What? The real world? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Zhuge sat on the stone table in the courtyard in a daze. 7 days was enough for Chen Zhuge to understand his current situation. This is the real world, the world where the real demons live. Whether it is the spiritual energy in the air or the laws, they are not comparable to the Star Sea realm. Originally, for people like Chen Zhuge from the lower world, if the Ascension channel still existed, they would be baptized in the Ascension pool to make up for the deficiencies in the laws in their bodies before they could enter the real world. If they sneaked across secretly, their bodies would fall into a deep sleep and replenish the missing laws autonomously. Thanks to Zhu Ying's drop of divine water of destiny, not only was Chen Zhuge's missing life law replenished, but the hidden injuries in his body were also healed. What is your cultivation level? Zhu Ying came to Chen Zhuge's side without knowing when. His mind returned, his eyes moved slightly, and Chen Zhuge said hoarsely, I only know that according to my previous world, she is a celestial being. Zhu Ying, who had been keeping a cold expression all along, suddenly laughed out loud, forget it, this is how the small world is. Cast a fireball for me to see. Here. Chen Zhuge frowned. Even if the suppression from the real world was more severe, this small courtyard could not withstand it with his own strength. Zhu Ying regained his calm demeanor and said, if I tell you to let go, just let go. All right. With powerful magic power circulating in his body, Chen Zhuge stretched out his hand with his palm facing up, and a fireball with a diameter of several meters appeared out of thin air. The orange flames made the two people very surprised. Chen Zhuge, how come it is only so powerful? Zhu Ying, it should be the Shenzang realm, but because he has not completely adapted to the laws of the real world, he currently only has the strength of the great divine ability realm. The fireball went out, and Chen Zhuge fell into deep thought, beginning to doubt his life. Zhu Ying said calmly, you can tell me about the characteristics of the cultivation realm in your small world, and I will explain it to you. Thank you. As Chen Zhuge described, a trace of surprise slowly emerged on Zhu Ying's face. After listening, he said in surprise, interesting, your small world is really powerful, and a true immortal can appear. Is Dai Yi just a true immortal? Chen Zhuge said with a heavy heart. Let me start from the beginning. First, there is the realm below the immortals that you guys call, which is roughly equivalent to the 4 realms of Mana, Dao Base, Tianyuan, and Dharma appearance in the real world. True immortal should be equivalent to the great divine power realm, heavenly immortal corresponds to the divine treasure realm, golden immortal corresponds to the true lord, immortal corresponds to the pure yang true lord, and Dai Yi is the true immortal. After Zhu Ying finished speaking, there was still a trace of amazement on her face. A small world that could produce true immortals was truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, according to this person's description, this small world had already been occupied by the true demons or even barbarians. Otherwise, just relying on this merit, the queen could have returned to the palace. So this is all. After finding out everything, Zhu Ying said calmly, my queen is kind-hearted. Now that your injury has healed, you should leave in a few days. The life-saving grace should be repaid with gratitude. There is more than just what I can help with. Chen Zhuge said in a deep voice. Zhu Ying smiled contemptuously and asked, what can you do? I am good at breeding spiritual beasts. I have quite a few spiritual beasts under me. One is good at refining pills and the other is good at refining weapons. Chen Zhuge said frankly. The main thing is that the strength of Zhu Ying in front of him is unfathomable. If he really wanted to do something untoward to him, there would be no need for him to say so much and even use the divine water of destiny to save him. You are talking about the spirit beast in your cave sky magic weapon. I almost forgot. Once the cave sky magic weapon of the small world enters the real world, it will collapse, and the spirit beasts and plants inside will be scattered all over the real world. Zhu Ying said with pity. Chen Zhuge's whole body trembled. As his body was still in the adaptation period, he could not release his spiritual consciousness and could not sense the changes in the green bamboo realm. Don't worry, it's just the collapse of the cave. The spirit beasts inside won't die. As for what happens after the collapse, it all depends on luck. Zhu Ying comforted. Despite this, Chen Zhuge was still extremely uneasy. Seeing this, Zhu Ying continued, there's no point in worrying. The real world is too big. If you want to find your spirit beast back, improve your strength. When you become a true immortal, there will be many powerful forces who will invite you. By the way, you said you are good at breeding spirit beasts, I can give you a chance. Zhu Ying suddenly thought of the spirit beasts in the backyard. Thank you. Chen Zhuge said gratefully. I had just arrived in the real world and was unfamiliar with the place. Not only had my strength not fully recovered, but even my spirit beast was lost. I urgently needed a safe haven to grow slowly. You should thank me. I was planning to kick you out, but Her Majesty said to give you a chance. Otherwise, you would have been captured and sent to the military suicide squad just because you have no household registration. Zhu Ying said meaningfully. Chen Zhuge was slightly stunned, and then he expressed his gratitude again, thank you for saving me, my lady. I will repay you in the future. As long as you know, come with me. The two talked as they walked. No, it should be Chen Zhuge who listened to Zhu Ying's introduction. Because this queen was ostracized and her mother's family was not strong enough, she was demoted to the Swafei Palace in Lingheng by the king of the ancient Qingming country. As for Chen Zhuge's mission, it was very simple. There was a rare treasure in the Snow Concubine's palace, which contained many rare spiritual beasts. The current king loved some exotic spiritual beasts the most. If he could really cultivate powerful and rare spiritual beasts and win the king's favor, the queen would have a hope of returning to the harem, and Chen Zhuge could also get an official position. The strength of the ancient Qingming kingdom in the real world is not weak, at least it is stronger than the nomadic alien races like the True Demon clan. Not long after, the two arrived at Kij Henwan. Looking at Kij Henwan who was wrapped in the barrier, Zhu Ying said calmly, at present, the queen does not have many people under her command. Kij Henwan does not have any spirit beast masters. Except for some soldiers who come here every day to release low-level spirit beasts, it is quite quiet. I'll give you 3 years, and you must show me certain results. Chen Zhuge was still very confident in cultivating spiritual beasts, so he agreed immediately. Zhu Ying looked at Chen Zhuge deeply and said, I hope you are really capable. After explaining everything, Zhu Ying left. As a female official beside the Empress, Zhu Ying was still very busy. If the Empress had not specifically instructed her, Zhu Ying would not have wasted so much time on Chen Zhuge. Looking at the pale golden token in his hand, Chen Zhuge smiled and said to himself, cultivating spirit beasts is my main business. After Chen Zhuge recognized the token as his master, he passed through the barrier and looked at the endless Kij Henwan. Chen Zhuge sighed, it seems not as good as my Garden of Eden. In terms of scenery and size, it is indeed not as good as the Garden of Eden, but this is the real world, and the value of this rare treasure should far exceed that of the Garden of Eden. The token is not only a pass, but also a storage ring, which contains a large number of books about spiritual beasts. Out of confidence in his own abilities, Chen Zhuge plans to take a look at the spiritual beasts inside first. Sorry. A spirit horse with 4 hooves, small fiery red wings, a shoulder height of about 10 feet, a single white jade horn on its head, and a swaying tail like a burning flame came in front of Chen Zhuge. The spirit horse seemed to be very curious about Chen Zhuge, and kept circling around Chen Zhuge with its head tilted. A 4th-rank spirit beast, which is at the Dharma realm, is about the same as a Mahayana cultivator in the heavenly realm. Chen Zhuge estimated the spirit horse's strength. The magic power in the body continued to surge, and a large number of vines emerged in the air, binding the curious spirit horse. Suddenly attacked, the spirit horse burst into dazzling flames all over its body. The scorching temperature shocked Chen Zhuge. What a high temperature! It's only a Mahayana, but the spiritual fire it burst out is of such quality. The average true immortal is probably at this level. However, this kind of fire was not dangerous to Chen Zhuge. He gently stroked the head of the spirit horse, and the golden finger that was integrated into the Tao fruit, an ancient stone ball, moved slightly. You can't extract blood, you can only force mutation. What's going on? Chen Zhuge was shocked that he was unable to draw blood. Then a large amount of information came, making Chen Zhuge's expression extremely complicated. It turns out that this so-called golden finger is just a treasure, one of the 9 most top-level chaos treasures in the real world, the Chaos Pearl. Due to the unusual aura of the time traveler, the Chaos Pearl that fell into the heaven was integrated into Chen Zhuge's body before he was born. Then it appeared in the way that Chen Zhuge could understand best, which is why it has been mistaken for a golden finger. The main abilities of the Chaos Pearl are life and creation. For a small world like the Heaven Realm, the Chaos Pearl's status can forcibly change the bloodlines of the spirit beasts therein, but in the real world, it can only induce mutations at most, and cannot even ensure the quality of the mutations. So, actually I don't have a golden finger, and the Chaos Orb is just a treasure. This fact was quite a blow to Chen Zhuge. However, Chen Zhuge quickly threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, pointed the Chaos Orb at himself, and saw that it displayed can extract Azura blood, and an expression of as expected appeared on his face. After returning to the real world, the last restriction of the Chaos Pearl was also removed. It was no longer a problem for the Chaos Pearl to extract the blood of Azura from the Star Sea realm. However, if Chen Zhuge did not extract it, after a long time, it would be completely transformed by the real world, and then there would be nothing the Chaos Pearl could do. After extracting the Azura bloodline, Chen Zhuge was startled by the cry of the spirit horse. Looking at the spirit horse with sparkling eyes, Chen Zhuge took out 2 spiritual fruits from heaven from his storage ring, stuffed them into the spirit horse's mouth and said, "I'm sorry, this is the first time I've seen such a handsome spirit horse like you, and I wanted to experience it myself, so I tied you up. Don't mind. Smash it, smash it." Lingzhu took 2 fierce bites of the spiritual fruit in his mouth. A unique taste filled his mouth. His originally aggrieved and angry expression suddenly became dull. "What kind of fruit is this? It's so delicious, and I've never eaten it before?" Chen Zhuge looked at the spirit horse that had been untied but still motionless, with a strange look on his face. Could this little guy be a masochist? "It's delicious, delicious, I want more." A childish girl's voice echoed in Chen Zhuge's mind. Chen Zhuge asked in surprise, "Are you talking? This 2-legged beast is so stupid, of course it's me." The spiritual beasts in the real world are slightly different from those in the heavenly world. They must also reach the Shenzang realm before they can speak. As for transforming, it is even more difficult. They cannot transform without becoming true immortals. Of course, this does not mean that they have no intelligence, but the spiritual beasts rarely communicate with humans. Especially the spiritual beasts in Kichhenwan, they have always enjoyed super high treatment and are naturally arrogant. The spirit horse kept urging him to eat the fruit, and Chen Zhuge then noticed that what he was feeding him was the Tianying fruit, one of the most delicious fruits in heaven. The Tianying fruit matures quickly, tastes great, and is easy to grow. Although it does not contain much spiritual energy, which is considered a shame for a fairy fruit, it is delicious. After stuffing 2 more Tianying fruits into Lingzhu, Chen Zhuge picked up the core and murmured, "I remember that the core of the Tianying fruit can be used as a seed. There is a house inside Kichhenwan, which is specially prepared for the spiritual beast master in charge of Kichhenwan, but it is now Chen Zhuge's residence. The wooden house is not big, but very elegant. The faint sandalwood scent makes Chen Zhuge feel that the flow of magic power in his body is smoother. The speed of cultivation here will be at least 1 or 2 levels faster. I didn't expect that an inconspicuous courtyard could have such an effect. It's worthy of being the real world," Chen Zhuge said with some emotion. "This small wooden house is almost catching up with the cultivation cave in the heaven. I wonder how powerful the cultivation cave in the real world will be. It is really exciting." He planted several fruit cores in his hand, and a message appeared in his mind, "Do you want to guide mutation?" "Hey, even spiritual plants can be guided," Chen Zhuge said with some surprise. "Yes." End of chapter. Chapter 307. The power of creation that is invisible to others surged into the few fruit cores that had just been planted, and the rich life energy made them grow rapidly. A small green sprout emerged from the ground, which surprised Chen Zhuge. The two-legged beast smells so good. I want to eat it so much. The spirit horse that had followed along at some point stretched its neck and was about to take a bite. Fortunately, Chen Zhuge discovered it in time, grabbed the horn on its head, and warned it, "Don't eat it. When it grows up, there will be countless fruits to eat." "Really? Can I eat it? Can I bring my parents and clansmen to eat together?" Lingju said, blinking his big eyes. "Can." Chen Zhuge did not refuse. As the spirit beast master of this Kich Henwan, he naturally had to build a good relationship with the spirit beasts there. This greedy little spirit colt was a good entry point. "You are so nice. My name is Fire Spirit." "What's your name, two-legged beast?" The little spirit horse jumped twice happily. "Chen Zhuge." "Okay, I'll remember you. I'll come to play again tomorrow." The fire spirit jumped out of the yard. "Hey, it seems I have to study hard. I can't even recognize what kind of spiritual beast this fire spirit is." Chen Zhuge sighed. In the next half-month, in addition to reading the information about the spiritual beasts in the token, Chen Zhuge also got to know the two brothers Qi Gao and Qi Wen who were responsible for delivering feed to Kich Henwan. As the manager of Kich Henfang and spirit beast master specially appointed by the Empress, Chen Zhuge's status is much higher than the two servants who deliver feed. When they learned that Chen Zhuge needed some humanities information about the real world, the two brothers enthusiastically sent him a large pile of books, which allowed Chen Zhuge to have a general understanding of the real world. The real world is very big, but not as big as the heavenly world. It seems very strange, but if you combine it with the power that the cultivator can display at this moment, it is actually larger than the heavenly world. In the heavenly realm, true immortals can shatter the void at will and travel through space. No matter how far a place is, they can reach it in a short time. But it is different in the real world. Even if you become a true immortal in the real world, it is extremely difficult to tear the void apart. Even if you are gifted and can do it, you can only travel a very short distance. Through a large amount of information, Chen Zhuge had a general understanding of the strength of the ancient country of Qingming. It can only be said to be a medium-sized force. As for the true demon clan, it can barely be considered a medium to lower level alien force. These alien races had long been driven to extremely poor marginal areas by the human race in the Middle Earth Shenzhou. This is also the reason why the true demons are unwilling to give up the heavenly realm. A small world where true immortals can appear, the resources therein are too important to the true demons, and they are reluctant to give it up. In particular, the true demon clan also learned that the Chaos Pearl was also left in the heaven realm. This was an opportunity for the clan to rise. Squeak! The sound of frightened mice brought Chen Zhuge back to his senses. With a body the size of an adult's palm and grayish-white hair, this is the white-haired rat, one of Kich Henwan's feeds. Chen Zhuge specifically asked the brothers Qi Gao and Qi Wen for these dozens of white-haired mice, and planned to use them to test the Chaos Orb's ability to mutate. It has only been 3 days, and this group of white-haired mice has not changed much, except that their body size has slightly increased by a few centimeters, which makes Chen Zhuge a little disappointed. "I'm used to the previous cultivation method that was very effective, and it's really frustrating now. Sorry." The fire spirit rushed into the courtyard, and its tall body made the white-haired mice below even more panicked. Even though Chen Zhuge had already contracted them, they couldn't help but run around in panic. The fire spirit had no interest in these little mice. He just stared at the 3 small green seedlings in the corner with anticipation. The heavenly fire horse has wings on its hooves and can breathe in and out heavenly fire. When it grows up, it can reach the realm of great supernatural powers. Chen Zhuge muttered to himself. The realm of great supernatural powers corresponds to the true immortals in the heavens. One can achieve true immortals when he reaches adulthood. In the heavens, they are divine beasts, but in the real world, they are just relatively rare spirit beasts. I heard that the ancient country of Qingming had a cavalry composed of skyfire horses. It's really shocking. Manager Chen, our brothers are here to deliver the feed. The two brothers Qi Gao and Qi Wen, who were of medium build and ordinary appearance, walked into the courtyard with smiles on their faces. What's the feed this time? Kich Henwan's feed is low-level spiritual beasts, and there are many types of them, several of which interest Chen Zhuge very much. This time it's good stuff. Qi Gao said in a low voice. Opening the spirit beast bag, Chen Zhuge's eyes focused and saw a group of black and white spirit deer lying quietly inside. Black and white deer? Chen Zhuge said in surprise. Adult black and white deer can reach the Tianyuan realm. The most important thing is that their flesh and blood have the effect of strengthening the body and nourishing the essence. It also tastes great and is a top-quality spiritual food. That's right. A total of 100 black and white deer were delivered this time. There are only a few giant deer among them and they simply cannot eat so many. According to the estimation of my 2 brothers, only 70 to 80 of them will be enough. Qi Gao said with a smile. Chen Zhuge thought for a moment and said, then leave 20. Leave 8 for me, and you 2 brothers can divide the remaining 12. Qi Gao stopped Qi Wen who wanted to speak and said, just follow what Manager Chen said. After dividing the spoils, the 2 men left respectfully. After leaving the barrier, Qi Wen said indignantly, I am a poor man from the lower world. I was just lucky enough to be picked up by the queen and got this position as a manager. Brother, why should we suffer this injustice? Qi Gao knocked his silly brother's head heavily and said, you are silly. Kij Henwan will have a manager sooner or later. He is at least at the great divine ability realm. The maidservant beside Master Zhu said that this person has not recovered from his injuries and has not adapted to the environment of the real world. After a few years, he will at least be at the divine hidden realm. Kij Henwan looks at the ability to cultivate spiritual beasts, not their cultivation level, Qiwen retorted in a low voice. Let's wait until he leaves. If they are willing to give us face, we will do our job well. There are many kinds of spiritual beasts in Kij Henwan, almost all of which are spiritual beasts that Chen Zhuge does not know. Although the names of some spiritual beasts are the same as those of spiritual beasts in heaven, they are actually not the same species. This has also caused Chen Zhuge a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even without the ability of the golden finger to extract blood, Chen Zhuge would be able to cultivate a sufficiently unique and powerful spiritual beast. The black and white deer were released from the spirit beast bag one by one. The unfamiliar environment made the black and white deer a little panicked. Roar! A mighty tiger bit a fleeing black and white deer, and with a wail, it gradually lost its breath. The aura of this Tongtian tiger was very strong, and its cultivation level should be at the great supernatural power realm. Its tiger eyes were full of ferocity as it stared at Chen Zhuge intently. In the end, no one knew what it was thinking, but the big tiger finally went into the jungle with a black and white deer. Chen Zhuge's heart slowly calmed down, and he sighed, I still need the cultivation method of the real world. For the next month, Chen Zhuge stayed in Kij Henwan and concentrated on breeding white-haired mice and the 8 black and white deer he had obtained previously. It's not that he doesn't want to cultivate more, but his spiritual power can only contract so many spirit beasts, which limits Chen Zhuge's ability. Chen Zhuge chewed and swallowed the golden rice. Dozens of white-haired mice surrounded his feet, constantly bending over to please him and trying to eat some of the leftovers. Squeak! After not being able to get a grain of rice for a long time, one of the white-haired mice was very anxious and thought that it would be great if it could fly. As it was thinking, it found that it really flew. Chen Zhuge stared in amazement at the mutated white-haired rat floating in front of him. The grey hair had completely turned white, thin flesh wings appeared on its limbs, a refreshing wind spiritual power lifted it up, and a jade-colored horn grew on its forehead. The white-haired rat did not realize how much it had changed, but just called softly to Chen Zhuge with a flattering look on its face. Pearl rice? Chen Zhuge asked with some confusion. Since the white-haired rat's cultivation level is only at the magic power level, this mutated white-haired rat is only at the Taoist level. It cannot be said that it has no intelligence, but it can only be said that it is better than nothing. Taking a handful of pearl rice from the bowl and placing it in front of it, Chen Zhuge said strangely, it's not because it wanted to eat pearl rice that it mutated. As the manager, Chen Zhuge is entitled to 10 kilograms of high-quality pearl rice every month. He doesn't eat it for every meal on weekdays. Today, his magic power is flowing more smoothly and he is in a good mood, so he was generous for once. I don't know if it was because their companions had already eaten the delicious pearl rice, but the 4 white-haired mice mutated at the same time. The direction of the mutation was the same, except that the color of their fur was slightly different. Except for the pure white color of the first one, the other mutated white-haired mice have more or less a few strands of green hair mixed in. 5 now. I should be able to complete the task. It would be best if I can obtain the corresponding skills. Chen Zhuge looked at the white-haired mice fighting for food on the stone table. Kij Henwan is just one of the buildings in Swafei Palace, and it is the most remote building. It is some distance away from the main palace. The most important thing is that Chen Zhuge doesn't know how to get there. Alas, those two will not come to deliver the feed for a few days. We can't wait. Chen Zhuge sighed. His injuries have completely healed, but his own strength has not been able to recover to its peak, and Chen Zhuge is still very upset. The 5 well-fed mutant white-haired mice lay obediently behind Chen Zhuge and left Qi Henwan together. I don't know if it was good luck, but I met Zhu Ying with a large group of maids not far from Qi Henwan. Why did you come out? Zhu Ying frowned. Chen Zhuge took down the most mischievous little mouse and said, I have fulfilled my mission. This is the mutant spirit beast I cultivated. To be honest, the mutated white-haired mouse is quite cute. Although its strength is not that good, its appearance is still very good and it is quite cute. A spiritual beast in the Deiji realm. Wait, is this a white-haired rat? Zhu Ying frowned. Yes. Zhu Ying took the fearless white-haired mouse and looked at it a few more times. Finally, with a complicated look in his eyes, he said, come with me to see the queen. The Snow Concubine Palace is really big. Each palace may not look big from the outside, but they are basically arranged with space arrays inside, creating a different world. After passing through the alchemy hall, the weapon hall, the parade ground, the sutra library, etc., Chen Zhuge finally came to the main hall and met his savior. A woman was sitting at the top of the magnificent hall, with a hint of sadness between her brows, curiosity and innocence flashing in her eyes from time to time, and her beautiful figure was wrapped in a gorgeous dress. Xiaoying, is this the person I saved? Zhang Suiao asked curiously. Zhu Ying coughed twice, hoping that Zhang Suiao would pay attention to her identity, but it was of no use. She said helplessly, yes, madam. This is the mutant white-haired mouse he bred. Wow, so cute. Zhang Suiao was conquered by this cute mouse at first sight. The empress is unreliable, but Zhu Ying is not the same. Chen Zhuge, please explain to the queen the abilities of this mutant white-haired rat. Zhu Ying urged. Chen Zhuge put the 4 mutant white-haired rats on the ground one by one and said, the abilities of ordinary white-haired rats are almost nothing special except digging holes. Their spiritual energy is also attributeless and has almost no lethality. As for these mutant white-haired rats, their spiritual energy has been transformed into wind attribute. The wind spiritual energy contained in the horn on their forehead is very sufficient. The most important thing is that these horns can be regenerated and can be used as raw materials for low-level magic tools. They can roughly reach that level. Zhu Ying said with an idea in his mind. Tian Yuan, a few with strong talents can reach the state of Dharma. The one in the queen's hand is one of them. Zhu Ying considered that Tian Yuan was a third-rank spiritual beast. To be honest, this level of cultivation was not important to Zhu Ying. However, the horn on the forehead of this mutant white-haired rat was a renewable resource, which made it no small matter. You should know that not everyone in the real world has a high level of cultivation. Just look at the 2 brothers Qi Gao and Qi Wen. They have followed the empress for many years but their cultivation level is only Tian Yuan. This shows that there are many low-level cultivators in the real world, even far beyond the heavenly realm. I'll give you credit for this time. If you want anything, just tell me directly. Zhu Ying said bluntly. Yes, yes, what do you want? Zhang Suiao said while teasing the mutant white-haired mouse. I need a technique. Chen Zhuge said in a deep voice. You've made a good plan. Zhu Ying sneered. Zhu Ying was not surprised that Chen Zhuge wanted the martial arts. Those who had ascended to the immortal realm needed to practice the martial arts of the true world if they wanted to fully exert their strength. Xiaoying, give it to him. I like this little mouse very much. Zhang Suiao said. Yes, your majesty. Zhu Ying said helplessly. She wanted to delay it a little longer. After hearing Zhang Suiao's words, Chen Zhuge silently terminated the contracts of the 5 mutant white-haired rats. After leaving the hall, Zhu Ying's expression became even colder. I can give you the technique, but you can't disappear without a reason. Even if you want to leave, you have to tell me, understand? The moment Zhu Ying finished speaking, Chen Zhuge seemed to see a huge fairy in green, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. True. Lord Chun Yang. Zhu Ying did not respond. The person who ascended to heaven was extremely unruly and she would definitely not be able to keep him. If the queen had not been too kind, Zhu Ying would never have kept Chen Zhuge and would never have arranged for him to work in Qi Henwan. The two of them walked in silence all the way until they arrived at the sutra repository they had passed by before. Old bookworm, get up! Zhu Ying knocked roughly on the door of the sutra library. An old face appeared in front of the neat door, and said dissatisfiedly, Shadow doll, can you be a little gentler? I am still digesting it. You are on the road of life. I will ask old bookworm to find it for you. You can choose it yourself. Don't even think about the top one. I can decide for you the first class one. Chen Zhuge looked at Zhu Ying with some surprise. Didn't this person dislike him? And he was actually willing to give him a superior technique? Don't look at me like that. Since you have talent in cultivating spirit beasts, I won't be stingy. As long as you can cultivate a powerful spirit beast and let the queen return to the imperial capital, I will also give you the most advanced skills. If you don't want to leave, it's easy to get an official position in the Qingming ancient country. Chen Zhuge cupped his hands and said, I'll do my best. After checking out the martial arts techniques given by the old bookworm, Chen Zhuge chose the secret of the eternal life of 10,000 trees. It is said that this is a lower-level martial art of the top-level martial art, the Green Emperor Sutra. Chen Zhuge felt that it was very suitable. It seems you are very confident. Zhu Ying sneered. Apart from anything else, I am very good at breeding spiritual beasts. Chen Zhuge said confidently. Then I'll wait and see. Returning to the side hall next to the main hall, Zhu Ying pondered for a moment, then called over his capable assistant and said, promote the salary of Manager Chen of Kich Henwan by 1 level, grant him 30 kilograms of high-quality pearl rice per month, and give him 2 slaves. Yes. I hope you really have the ability. Zhu Ying said with deep eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 308. Chen Zhuge returned to Kich Henwan with a happy face, and couldn't wait to open the secret of longevity of 10,000 trees and study it. Yoshihisa Chen Zhuge smiled knowingly, so that's how it is. It's because the laws of the heavenly realm are incomplete that we can't exert our full strength in the real world. Chen Zhuge, who was about to try to make up for the defect, suddenly heard a knock on the door. A female official in green came to the courtyard with 2 strange men with protruding fangs and ferocious faces. Congratulations, Manager Chen. From now on, your monthly salary of pearls and rice will be increased to 30 kilograms, and these 2 mountain slaves will also be yours. The female official said politely. What is this? Chen Zhuge was still a little confused. This is the order from Butler Zhu. I have things to attend to, so I will leave first. Greetings, Master. The 2 mountain people knelt down respectfully. The 10-foot-tall mountain dweller could still be as tall as Chen Zhuge even if he knelt down. His ferocious appearance would be enough to make a child cry in the ordinary world. Tell me about your origins. Chen Zhuge asked curiously. The 2 mountain dwellers looked at each other, and the taller one spoke up, Master, we are originally mountain dwellers from the southern border of the Qingming ancient country. We mainly live in a tribal form. Because we are not good at planting, we have to rob food every autumn harvest. Once we were wiped out by the Qingming army and captured, and then we became slaves. So that's how it is. What's your level of cultivation? Chen Zhuge asked in understanding. Dharma. So generous that you can directly reward me with 2 Dharma images. Chen Zhuge said in a daze. This is different from the monks who depend on him. The life and death of these 2 slaves are in the hands of Chen Zhuge. It can be said that their life and death are in his hands, and there is no possibility of betrayal. Just by looking at the cultivation levels of the 2 brothers Qi Gao and Qi Wen, one can tell how precious these 2 mountain people in the Dharma realm are. Maybe this lady's situation is really bad, so Zhu Ying is desperate and trying all kinds of methods. Chen Zhuge pondered. Then he chuckled and said, since you saved me, I, Chen Zhuge, am not an ungrateful person. It's just the spirit beasts. I will give you as much as you want. The 2 Dharma-like mountain people are brothers, named Daegu and Ergu, which is very consistent with the style of the barbaric tribe. With the help of these 2 people, it became much easier for Chen Zhuge to study the various spiritual beasts and the rare treasures. 3 days later, Qi Jiao and Qi Wen hurried to the courtyard, but were stopped outside the door by Daegu. Under Chen Zhuge's order, the 2 mountain villagers with low IQ let the 2 people in. There was a hint of envy in Qi Gao's eyes. Manager Chen is really a capable person. It's only been more than a month, and he has already received slave rewards. Is this very precious? Chen Zhuge asked with some surprise. Qi Wen couldn't hold back any longer, and said impatiently, of course it's precious. This is a mountain dweller. He is different from those weak savages and foreigners. Mountain dwellers are not weak in the same realm. So that's how it is. Are you two here to deliver feed this time? Chen Zhuge said indifferently. That's right, that's right. This time there are 3,000 white-haired rats. Please count them, manager. Qi Gao said respectfully. After probing the spirit beast's bag with his spiritual sense and finding that there was no problem with the number, Chen Zhuge nodded with satisfaction. This time, the two men did not intercept the white-haired rat privately. Not to mention that the white-haired rat was not valuable, just because it was the steward Zhu who ordered it personally, the two men did not dare to take it. If you offend everyone in the Snow Concubine Palace, even the Empress, you may be fine, but if you offend Butler Zhu, you will be dead. Regarding this batch of white-haired mice, Chen Zhuge did not make a secret contract and then guide the mutation as before. Instead, he asked Daegu and Ergu to build a breeding farm to look after them, and he only needed to guide the mutation. After putting the group of white-haired mice into the breeding farm, Chen Zhuge instructed, "You two can make your own arrangements. Anyway, there must be someone watching here." As ordered. After giving the instructions, Chen Zhuge focused more on the black and white deer that he had intercepted last time. Its strength and value were much higher than those of the white-haired rat, and even the mutated white-haired rat might not be able to compare to it. Time passed day by day, and soon it was 2 months later. Chen Zhuge looked at Ergu who was dancing with joy and asked in a deep voice, "Have the little mice in the breeding farm changed?" Ergu looked at Chen Zhuge as if he was looking at a god and said, "Master is truly a god. Those little mice have really changed. A small number of them have broken through the Dao Foundation realm and can even fly. Well, go take the token and inform housekeeper Zhu that the new mutant white-haired mouse has been cultivated. Ask her to come over for inspection." Ergu hesitated and said, "Is this okay?" "Go." Ergu came to the main hall with trepidation, looked at the side door, and walked in with some fear. The 2 armored soldiers guarding the hall moved their halberds and shouted, "Where are you going? Do you want to live?" "I'm here to see Butler Zhu." Ergu reached out and took out the token. The 2 guards looked at the token hesitantly. The token was real and of a manager level, but Ergu was just a slave. Whether or not to let him in was still under discussion. "Is it Kij Hen Wan's?" "Let him in." Zhu Ying's cold voice came from the hall. "Yes." This was Ergu's first time in the main hall, and as slaves he and Daegu could only stay in certain areas. The ground was paved with white jade, so Ergu was afraid to step on it, for fear of staining it. "Why are you standing there? What's the matter, Chen Zhuge?" Zhu Ying said coldly. Ergu was startled and immediately knelt down and said, "The master asked me to tell you that the new mutant white-haired mouse has been cultivated." "Well, come here, forget it, I'll go there myself." Zhu Ying suddenly changed his mind. Following Zhu Ying anxiously, the originally short distance seemed extremely long. "Butler Zhu, why did you come here in person?" Chen Zhuge asked in surprise. "I heard that the new mutant white-haired mouse has been bred, so I came here to take a look." Zhu Ying said lightly. "Just send someone to deal with this kind of person, please." Chen Zhuge took the lead. "Sorry." On the way to the white-haired mouse breeding farm, the fire spirit appeared at an inopportune time and looked at Zhu Ying with curiosity. After confirming that it was not someone he was familiar with, Huoling rubbed Chen Zhuge's body excitedly and made excited noises. "This Skyfire horse seems to have a very good relationship with you." Zhu Ying said expressionlessly. "Ha ha ha, it's okay. Mainly because I'm closer to spirit beasts. Here it is. This is the mutant white-haired mouse I just bred." Zhu Ying looked around and saw the giant figure behind Daegu firmly covering the sky above the farm. The mutant white-haired rats inside were trying to get out. 352, this number doesn't seem to be a lot. Zhu Ying frowned. "It's quite a lot, almost 1/10. Chen Zhuge said with a wry smile. "This breeding farm is too small. I will send someone to build you a better one later. As for the white-haired mice, I will also give instructions. In the next year, you must breed at least 10,000 mutant white-haired mice for me. By the way, the queen has given this mutant white-haired rat a new name, Jade Rat. Don't call it by the wrong name next time. Row. Well, as long as you complete the task, I will reward you with this Skyfire horse, and then give you a group of slaves to help you." Zhu Ying said generously. "No problem." Zhu Ying's status was indeed very high. Just after he took away the batch of jade rats, a group of craftsmen came to Kijhenwan the next day to build a new breeding farm. These craftsmen were monks specially employed by the royal family for construction. Not only were the buildings built quickly, but they were also very beautiful, and there was also a layer of defensive magic array on the outside. In just 7 days, a vast and exquisite rat farm was built, and even the 4 big words King Rat Farm were specially inscribed on it. A few days after the construction of the King Rat Farm was completed, 100,000 white-haired rats were delivered by the brothers Qi Gao and Qi Wen. It seems that Zhu Ying still attaches great importance to King rats. It was quite time-consuming to guide the mutation of 100,000 jade rats one by one. It took Chen Zhuge 3 full days. He also locked up the white-haired rats that failed to mutate. Chen Zhuge felt that the mutation could not be limited to the jade rat, there would definitely be other mutations, it just might take a little longer. Sure enough, this guess was correct. In just half a month, a new variant of white-haired rat appeared. A large rat appeared, its entire body fiery red with a row of bone spurs on its back. This was a variant that was better at fighting, but unfortunately its potential was similar to that of the jade rat, with a cultivation level of only Tianyuan at most. Chen Zhuge named it the fire spirit rat. Due to their lack of strength, lack of resource output, and poor meat quality, the fire spirit rats can be said to be useless. However, Chen Zhuge discovered that these few fire spirit rats can actually undergo secondary guided mutations, so he contracted them and planned to cultivate them slowly, which can be regarded as an expectation. The black and white deer that are currently being targeted have not changed much, and there is no sign of mutation. You should know that the white-haired mice would have greedy behavior before mutation, but this black and white deer does not have that at all. It either eats or sleeps every day, and looks very leisurely. After checking the 8 black and white deer, Chen Zhuge let them go with some disappointment, muttering, "This golden finger, no, the chaos pearl seems to have changed a lot since it came to the real world. I also need to improve my status as quickly as possible, collect resources, and speed up my cultivation. I also need a lot of manpower to find the scattered spirit beasts. Let's take it one step at a time. First, cultivate the jade rat to consolidate our position. Then, strive to cultivate a powerful spirit beast to send this lady back to the palace. Find a way to obtain a certain official position. Then, gather some people and go out to look for spirit beasts." Chen Zhuge roughly planned the next route and couldn't help feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. Star C. Since the Dayus attacked each other that time, not only did a large number of low-level cultivators on both sides die, but even the barrier was broken. Without the existence of the barrier, the invasion of the true demons could not be stopped. A large number of small races were destroyed by the true demons. For a time, the insufficiently powerful races in the entire Star Sea realm were in a panic. Since the passage connecting the two worlds is only accessible to those with celestial immortal cultivation, the big clans don't really care about the demise of the smaller races. It was not until the news of the Crystal Clan's destruction spread that the major clans in the Star Sea realm discovered that the true demon clan had unknowingly grown to such a size. When the major races in various places began to unite with nearby races, the true demon race stopped and simply set up camps, no longer attacking at will. Of course, this was only on the surface. In secret, the true demon clan had already dispatched people to invade the infinite Star Sea. The Zerg and corpse leaders hiding inside were caught off guard by the sudden attack and lost a large amount of territory in a short time. After realizing that this was not working, the various races began to formally unite to resist the true demon race. However, there were too many filthiness among the various races, and for a while they were unable to eliminate the true demon race. Instead, through repeated confrontations, the true demon race was tempered and its strength was greatly improved. The battlefield fell into a tense situation for a while. Corner Cinema. Due to the disappearance of Chen Zhuge, the country fell into chaos for a time. Fortunately, Ye Tianming and Wen Ruo stepped in to stabilize the situation. With the support of loyal golden immortals such as the Shark Army and the Elephant Dragon, the country was able to barely maintain its rule, but its power declined rapidly. If Ya Shijing hadn't come over and raised a flag to indicate that this was his good brother's territory, thus dispelling the covetousness of other races around, Jiaoying City might have become history. Unbeknownst to everyone, the Heaven Realm, the Demonic Abyss, and the Star Sea Realm actually began to slowly move closer together. Because of the slow movement, even the Dao ones did not notice this change for a while. 1 year later Zhu Ying took the spirit beast bag handed over by the female official beside him and asked in surprise, 13,000 green jade rats. Yes. It seems that I underestimated him. He can be called a master in the field of spirit beasts. Zhu Ying said with emotion. Indeed, I have never seen so many mutant spirit beasts. Manager Chen is truly a genius. It is said that this is the reason why he focuses his main efforts on black and white deer. Otherwise, the number would have increased several times. Let's go and take a look. It's a good opportunity to send the reward to him as well. A smile appeared on Zhu Ying's cold face. With so many jade rats, the income of the Snow Concubine Palace would increase significantly, and it might even attract the attention of His Majesty, and the hope of the Queen returning to the palace would also increase greatly. Kij Hen Wan. Chen Zhuge looked at the beautiful white and black deer in front of him, raised his head and laughed. It's worth spending more than a year on it. Cathode and anode, these spiritual beasts can be considered top-notch beasts in the heavens. Manager Chen, what are you so happy about? Before she walked in, Zhu Ying heard a burst of laughter. Chen Zhuge turned his head and looked at Zhu Ying and said, Butler Zhu, please look at my new masterpiece. Zhu Ying looked at the black deer and white deer not far away, and his pupil shrank. Anode, cathode, did you cultivate these? Of course, this took me more than a year. Chen Zhuge said proudly. The aura is strong, and he is at the Dharma realm. His potential is at least at the great divine power realm, and he has hope of reaching the divine concealment realm. Very good, very good. Zhu Ying said somewhat inappropriately. This kind of spiritual beast is certainly not enough to impress His Majesty, but it proves that Chen Zhuge can indeed cultivate truly rare spiritual beasts, which is the most important thing. Originally, I was going to give you a reward for completing the Jade Rat mission, but it seems that this reward is far from enough. Zhu Ying sighed. No need for rewards. Just send me some more spirit beasts. Research more spirit beasts so that I can breed them faster. Chen Zhuge shook his head. Okay, but I still want a reward. From now on, your monthly salary will be increased to 300 kilograms of high-quality pearl rice. In addition, I will reward you with 30 elite savages. Zhu Ying said with a wave of his hand. This reward can be said to be very rich. The main currency for cultivation in the real world is also spirit stones. However, even the lower grade spirit stones in the real world are no worse than the higher grade spirit stones in the heavenly realm. 1 pound of high-quality pearl rice costs 10 high-quality spirit stones, which are high-quality spirit stones in the real world. When converted, it is an astronomical figure. The price of savages is not expensive, but the price of elite savages is expensive. 30 elite savages are also a huge fortune, especially since these savages will only be loyal to Chen Zhuge, which is even more valuable. Then I would like to thank Butler Zhu for the reward. Chen Zhuge did not refuse. My current finances are very tight. Apart from some scattered spiritual fruits left in my storage ring, and the seldom used Vajra lock and the disaster sword, I can say that I have nothing else. I'll take these 2 exotic black and white deer away first. Kij Hen Wan Li, please take care of them. I'll also arrange for the spirit beasts you need. After giving some instructions, Zhu Ying left in a hurry. End of this chapter. Chapter 309. Zhu Ying handled the matter swiftly and decisively, and the 30 elite savages were sent to the courtyard that afternoon. A savage wearing black armor and with disheveled hair appeared in front of Chen Zhuge in a crooked manner. The female official who was in charge of sending the savages away reminded, Manager Chen, these savages have low intelligence, probably about the same as a 10-year-old child of our human race. They are all at the Tianyuan realm, so we need to keep a closer eye on them. That's no problem, Daegu, Ergu, I'll leave this group of people to you to handle. I want them to be obedient. Squeak. A fiery red mouse, only the size of an adult's palm, crawled out from under Chen Zhuge's long hair with sleepy eyes. This is a fire spirit rat, but it is a fire spirit rat that has mutated 4 times. Not only has its cultivation reached the Dharma realm, its potential is also extremely high. It is not difficult for it to at least reach the great divine ability realm. More importantly, it is still able to mutate and is currently undergoing its 5th mutation. In the future, it will at least be a spiritual beast at the Shenzang realm. Sorry. Huoling led his people past the gate of the courtyard. He couldn't help but look at the holy infant fruit tree in the corner of the courtyard. Seeing that it had not yet grown, he couldn't help but leave with his people in disappointment. Last year, Zhu Ying said that once 10,000 jade rats were bred, the fire spirit would belong to him. Chen Zhuge immediately gave him a contract. It was easy to get just 10,000 fire spirit rats. However, the fire spirit has been undergoing transformation for more than a year and the first mutation has not yet been completed, which makes Chen Zhuge a little disappointed. The speed is too slow. Bayan City. As one of the most remote cities in the ancient country of Qingming, Bayan City is extremely prosperous. Because the mountains are high and the emperor is far away, there are a lot of cultivators here. Many cultivators who have committed crimes like to go to the border. The Swafei Palace is located in Bayan City. There will always be at least some powerful families in a city, and Bayan City is no exception. In fact, the powerful families in Bayan City are particularly powerful. North House Bei Minghai, one of the 4 generals guarding the northern border today, is born in the Bei family. With the true immortal general as his backer, the Bei family can be said to have absolute power in Bayan City. Even those lawless monks who commit crimes dare not cause chaos in Bayan City. Bei Long, the head of the Bei family, looked at the family's income this year and couldn't help but frowned and asked, why did the income from low-end magic tools drop by a full 10%? Don't underestimate this 1%, it represents tens of thousands of spirit stones. The Bei family is very powerful and needs to support a large number of people. The family's expenses have always been tight, and this sudden drop in income will naturally attract Bei Long's attention. Bei Qiwen, the 3rd elder of the Bei family who was in charge of refining weapons, smiled bitterly and said, Patriarch, it's Princess Xuet. Snow Concubine Palace. Bei Long frowned. That's right. I don't know what's going on with this lady, but the Snow Concubine Palace has suddenly produced a large number of low-level magical weapons containing wind spiritual power. These magical weapons are very powerful, and their main feature is their fast activation speed. They are very popular among low-level cultivators. If they didn't have only the attribute of wind spiritual power, I'm afraid our losses would be even greater. Bei Qiwen sighed. I remember that concubine Shui offended a big shot in the palace, which is why the king disliked her and ignored her like this. Bei Long thought. That's true, but the Zhang family's strength should not be underestimated. Bei Qiwen sighed. In the eyes of the ladies in the harem, the Zhang family is just a small family, but in the eyes of the Bei family, the Zhang family is a behemoth. There are at least multiple true immortals in their family, while the Bei family has only one Bei Minghai. The gap is still huge. Send a visiting card and I'll go visit him in person. Bei Long also felt that this matter was a bit tricky. It is good. By the way, please send me some magical instruments from the Snow Concubine Palace so that I can have a look. It is good. The blazing flames rose from the body of the fire spirit rat. The terrifying temperature directly turned the ground beneath its feet into glass. The most peculiar thing was that the fire spirit rat was actually getting smaller and smaller. You should know that the strongest part of a spiritual beast is its physical body. The stronger it is, the more powerful the magic power in its body will be, and its body will involuntarily grow larger. The fire spirit snorted curiously as he looked at the tiny thing in front of him. The rising flames actually made Skyfire Horse feel a little scared. Slippery. With a strange sound, the fire rat's 5th mutation was completely completed. Its body size only shrank slightly, and its fiery red hair became crystal clear. The small tuft of particularly bright hair on the forehead looks like a burning flame, emitting a faint golden glow. The most critical level of cultivation has actually been raised to the realm of great supernatural powers. You should know that this fire spirit rat is not yet an adult. Such aptitude and potential are indeed a bit exaggerated. What's even more exaggerated is that he can actually undergo a 6th mutation. Oh my goodness, have I found the peerless genius of the rat clan? Chen Zhuge looked at the fire spirit rat rolling around in his palm with a look of shock. Little guy, you should be able to speak now. Chen Zhuge said, stroking its soft belly with his fingers. Father, father. The fire spirit rat stuttered. I'm not your father. Chen Zhuge's face was full of black lines. He was not a big rat. Father, father. The fire spirit rat said pitifully while holding Chen Zhuge's index finger. This cute look made Chen Zhuge feel a little soft-hearted for a moment, and he said helplessly, it's up to you, but since you can speak, you should also have a name. Red, small, and female, called Xiaohong. No, that's not enough, let's just call him Wufu. My name is Wufu. I have a name now. Wufu rolled happily in Chen Zhuge's palm. Tuk tuk tuk. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the communication between the man and the beast. The person who came was the female official beside Zhu Ying, whose name seemed to be He Lan. Lord He, what's the matter? Chen Juke said, looking at the beautiful female official in front of him. He Lan covered her mouth and chuckled, Manager Chen is too polite. We are not officials, so we cannot be called masters. This time, we are looking for Steward Chen on the orders of Steward Zhu. Butler Zhu. Chen Juke frowned slightly. Zhu Ying was a very broad-minded person, both in terms of strength and mind. Just like when she built the Jade Rat farm before, she basically didn't ask about the process. She only looked at the results and was very generous in rewarding. Lord He, what happened? Chen Juke planned to bribe the female official. He Lan looked down at the furry object in his hand, a small fire spirit rat, whose cultivation level was at the Tianyuan realm. For He Lan, who was only at the Fashang realm, this gift was considered acceptable. The most important thing is that in the Snow Concubine Palace, bribes are rarely received, all thanks to Zhu Ying's management. After quietly putting away the fire spirit rat, He Lan blushed and said, Manager Chen, I saw someone from the Bei family come to visit the queen early in the morning. In addition, the low-level magic tools we made from the horns of the jade rat are very popular, and the Bei family is the #1 family in Bei'an City. Most of the shops in the city are their business. Chen Juke nodded thoughtfully. This was an encroachment on the Bei family's business. Soon, the two arrived at the small door next to the main hall, which was where Zhu Ying worked, also called the document pavilion. Inside the hall, Belong, who had an elegant face and was wearing a green robe and looked more like a scholar, was looking at Chen Juke who had just entered the room. This must be the spirit beast master that Officer Zhu mentioned. Belong said with a smile. Zhu Ying said calmly, he is the one who bred the jade rat. It's okay to just state Patriarch Bei's request. Bei Long was not polite and said bluntly, my dear friend, I am Bei Long, the head of the Bei family. I asked your family's Zhu Xingguan to summon you this time because I have something to ask of you. Chen Juke knew that Belong's cultivation was far superior to his own, so he did not dare to be arrogant. He saluted and said, I don't know what you are talking about, but my cultivation is so low that I may not be able to take on such a big responsibility. It's okay. Listen to the Bei family's request first. Do it if you can. Don't worry if you can't. You are from my Swafei palace. Zhu Ying said lightly. Belong's face froze slightly. This was a bit disrespectful. However, although concubine Shui had fallen out of favor, she was not someone the Bei family could afford to offend, so Belong did not dare to refute. I heard that the Snow Concubine Palace has recently released a batch of low-level magic tools, which are very popular among low-level cultivators. The raw material of these magic tools is the horn of the jade rat, and this jade rat was cultivated by you, my friend. I would like to ask you to provide this kind of spiritual beast to the Bei family. Belong said politely. Chen Juke looked up at Zhu Ying, who said indifferently, my Swafei palace is not a shop. Hearing this, Chen Juke felt relieved. Zhu Ying's implication was that the low-level magic weapon made by the jade rat's horn was not very important to the Snow Concubine Palace. I wonder how much Master Bei needs? Chen Juke asked. Belong made a quick calculation in his mind. According to the information sent back by the family's spies, the number of jade rats in Swafei Palace should be around 10,000. However, Swafei Palace was not keen on buying and selling. The number of Bei family's caravans and shops was much larger than that of Swafei Palace. 100,000. Belong said after careful consideration. This amount is not too much, but it can bring considerable income to the Bei family without causing any trouble. 100,000. Chen Juke frowned. This number is not much for Chen Juke. Even if it is 1 million or 10 million, it is just a matter of probability. The key point is that the jade rat farm built by Qichen Wang can accommodate at most 300,000 jade rat. My friend, do you have any difficulties? Belong frowned. The jade rat is just a variant of the white-haired rat. It is a low-level spiritual beast that is not much different from a wild beast, so it shouldn't be difficult to breed. To be honest with you, senior, it is not difficult to breed the jade rat, but I don't have such a large space to breed it, so it may take a long time, and I also need to breed a rare spiritual beast for the queen. Chen Juke said with a lie. Zhu Ying's face moved. He had just obtained the Yang Po deer and the Yin Po deer not long ago. After sending them to the palace, they were said to be very popular with the king, and even his attitude towards the queen had softened a little. He couldn't let such a small matter of the Bei family delay the real big things. But it's not good to reject the Bei family directly. The team under Her Majesty is too weak. Although the Bei family is not very strong, Bei Minghai is still good. Zhu Ying calculated quickly in his mind. How about this? I'll send people to build some buildings for raising spirit beasts, and also assign a group of people to help you manage them. Zhu Ying said. Officer Zhu, how can we let the Snow Concubine Palace spend money on such matters? It just so happens that my second brother has just captured a lot of barbarian slaves outside the Great Wall and seized a lot of tree houses. Bilong said hurriedly. Okay, let's do this. Manager Chen, how long will it take to breed 100,000 jade rats? Zhu Ying nodded. If there are enough white-haired mice, it will probably take about 3 years. Chen Zhuge deliberately extended the time. 3 years. Okay, I'll deliver the things tomorrow. Bilong said in surprise. Next, Zhu Ying and Bilong talked about many important events in the ancient country of Qingming, which made Chen Zhuge gain a lot and understand more about the real world. After Bilong left, Zhu Ying invited Chen Zhuge to sit down, and the maid next to him replaced the spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. The Bei family is not very powerful, but in the past few years a proud child of heaven, Bei Minghai, has emerged. He has achieved true immortality after only a few thousand years of practice. If he had not died young, he would have most likely become a celestial immortal. Zhu Ying said. Chen Zhuge understood that this was Zhu Ying explaining Bilong's affairs. Her Majesty was banished to Bei'an City after she fell out of favor. I think the main reason is that there are too few people supporting Her Majesty. She does not have a strong enough backing, and there are not enough monks supporting her. Zhu Ying sighed. In fact, I knew you were not an ordinary person the first time I saw you. In an era when the ascension channels were almost cut off, those who could reach the real world were almost all people with great abilities. I hope you will remember the grace of saving my life and lend a hand when you are in trouble. Chen Zhuge felt a little uneasy. These words were a bit harsh. I was just a small Shenzang realm, and I couldn't bear such praise from a pure Yang master. Zhu Ying seemed to feel that he had gone too far, and abruptly changed the subject, saying, Bilong will send 100 barbarian slaves and 10 tree houses tomorrow. These are all yours, and they are also your reward for breeding the jade rat for him this time. In addition, there will be rewards in the Snow Concubine Palace. Your authority will be upgraded to a first-class steward. Except for the main palace, you can enter and exit other places at will. Zhu Ying said lightly. Chen Zhuge's heart was moved, and he thanked, Thank you, Butler Zhu. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. If you have nothing else to do, go and get busy. Zhu Ying waved his hand and sent him away. After walking a few steps, Chen Zhuge suddenly turned his head and asked, Why does Patriarch Bei call you Xing Guan? An official position is an official position. It can be set up in every queen's palace. There is 1 4th rank official and 2 5th rank officials. If you are outstanding enough, the vacant official position in the palace can also be yours. After he finished speaking, Zhu Ying waved his hand and drove Chen Zhuge out. Official? Interesting. Chen Zhuge thought to himself. There are also differences in status in the Snow Concubine Palace, with the lowest level being slaves, who are divided into different levels according to their cultivation levels, and then some of the most ordinary maids and attendants, such as Kiwen and Kijao. Although their cultivation levels are very low, they are innocent cultivators from the ancient Qingming country, so their status is naturally higher than that of foreign slaves. Above them are ordinary guards. These guards, whose cultivation has not reached the great supernatural power realm, have a status only slightly higher than those maids. Above them are the second-class steward, the first-class steward, the captain of the guard, the queen's personal maid, and so on. Above the stewards there are chief stewards and guard commanders. These are considered the high-level officials of the Snow Concubine Palace, but they do not have official status. The chief officer in the Snow Concubine Palace is Zhu Ying. Another officer is the commander-in-chief of the guards. Currently, there is 1 officer position vacant. Chen Zhuge's mind flickered, maybe I can try to fight for this position of official. Although he is only an official of the Snow Concubine Palace, it does not mean that he can only be in the Snow Concubine Palace. Officials can change their jobs, and once a 5th rank official changes his job, he will at least be promoted to the 1st rank. This is the most desired and fastest way for Chen Zhuge to rise that he can currently access. End of this chapter. Chapter 310. Early the next morning Bei Long, the head of the Bei family, smiled and sent 100 strong barbarian slaves and tree houses to Kij Henwan, and even prepared 10 million white-haired rats. Looking at the densely packed white-haired rats in the spirit beast bag, Chen Zhuge could only say, "You are worthy of being the overlord of Bayan City." Although white-haired rats are the most common and lowest-level spiritual beasts, 10 million of them is not a small number. I didn't expect that the Bei family would be able to prepare them in just one night. The barbarians look like mountain people, but their bodies are not as big. They are only about 2 meters 5 or 6 meters tall, and their intelligence is no different from that of ordinary people. The 100 barbarian slaves sent by the Bei family are quite good. Half of them are male and half are female, and all of them are at the Tianyuan realm. It seems that they have spent a lot of money on them. However, it was the unique properties of the treehouse that surprised Chen Zhuge. These treehouses are actually trees that are hundreds of feet tall, but the trunks of the trees are hollow, creating a space of their own inside. And the space created by the trees is much larger than it appears. Only 3 of the 10 tree houses were used to house the tens of millions of white-haired mice, and there were even quite a few left. It seems that the Bei family doesn't really want to owe the queen a favor. Chen Zhuge thought thoughtfully. But never mind. It's a good deal for me anyway. Chen Zhuge said with a happy face. These tree houses can be sacrificed and refined. As long as they are sacrificed, you can shrink your body and carry it with you. The only pity is that these tree houses cannot be used as storage bags, otherwise it will cause spatial chaos and be directly annihilated. They can only be regarded as alternative spirit beast bags. After settling the 10 tree houses, Chen Zhuge also placed spiritual springs in them. Although they were only some low-level spiritual springs, they also cost Chen Zhuge a lot of high-quality pearl rice. Those white-haired rats that failed to mutate or had not yet mutated were placed in treehouse number 4, and another white-haired rat mutant, the fire spirit rat, was placed by Chen Zhuge in treehouse number 5. For the remaining 5 treehouses, Chen Zhuge plans to cultivate some new mutant spirit beasts. After losing the Garden of Eden and the Green Bamboo Realm, Chen Zhuge was short of spiritual beast resources and felt very insecure, so he had to raise new spiritual beast thugs. It would be great if all the Tongtian tigers in Kichhenwan were mine. Chen Zhuge said with some envy as he looked at the fleeting domineering tiger shadow. This kind of spiritual beast, which reaches the realm of great supernatural powers when it reaches adulthood, can easily gain a lot of spiritual beast thugs in the realm of divine storage as long as they visit Chen Zhuge's home, which can greatly enhance their own safety. I can't get the Tongtianhu, but other inferior spirit beasts should be no problem. If another prodigy like Wufu appears, it's not impossible for him to reach the Shenzang realm, let alone the True Lord realm. Chen Zhuge said thoughtfully. In the next few days, Chen Zhuge wandered around Kichhenwan with a sneaky look in his eyes, looking for a suitable target. Damn it, such a large group of slightly larger animals turned out to be a group of pigs. Chen Zhuge was so angry that he trembled. This huge and rare treasure palace, which covers an area no less than half the size of the Garden of Eden, has many kinds of spiritual beasts, but their numbers are very small. The largest group is actually the golden pigs. The golden pig, which was covered in gold and twisted its butt as it walked, passed by Chen Zhuge's feet with a step that showed no regard for its relatives. These golden pigs are not big in size, about the size of piglets in the previous life. They look very pleasing to the eye with their golden color, but this is just an appearance. In fact, these golden pigs have extremely bad personalities. Relying on their indestructible golden skin, this group of golden pigs can be said to be rampant in Kichhenwan. They have thick skin and flesh, and there are many of them. They dare to snatch even the food of Tongtianhu. They can be said to be the overlords of Kichhenwan. Hum hum. The fat golden pig kept struggling in his hands. This was the lone golden pig that Chen Zhuge had followed for several days and finally found. Normally, these bullies would go out in large numbers. It's a young pig that has just reached adulthood in the Dharma realm. Just make do with it. Chen Zhuge felt a little regretful. The mutation ability of the golden finger is more effective on those cubs. This is what Chen Zhuge discovered when he was breeding the jade rat. The smaller the spirit beast, the more plastic it is. With a thought, a huge amount of mental power instantly invaded the golden pig's mind and forcibly contracted the golden pig. Only then did Chen Zhuge let it go. In the small courtyard, the golden pig drove the remaining 6 black and white deer to a corner and sat down next to the holy infant fruit tree. The spiritual energy here was even more intense. What a bully! Chen Zhuge felt a little annoyed when he saw the aggrieved black and white deer in the corner. This little guy is so arrogant at the Dharma realm. The mutation of the golden pig will take some time, so Chen Zhuge is not in a hurry. The most important thing now is to cultivate new spirit beast fighters. I mentioned the issue of spirit beasts to Zhu Ying before. The treehouse sent by the Bei family this time just solved the problem of breeding grounds for spirit beasts. The guards of the Snow Concubine Palace would send some ordinary low-level spirit beasts over from time to time. There are many kinds of spiritual beasts, but the number of each kind is not large. Chen Zhuge placed them all in treehouse number 5. In order to transform the space environment inside, the 500 kilograms of high-quality pearl rice saved this year were almost spent. This is because spiritual beasts are free. 3 months passed in a flash. A large number of jade rats and fire spirit rats had appeared in tree houses 1 to 3, but the third variant of white-haired rat was still a long way off. If it weren't for the inspiration from some unknown source, Chen Zhuge would have really doubted that there were only 2 variants of white-haired rats. Before the white-haired mouse showed any movement, the second variant of the black and white deer appeared. There is not much change in appearance, neither in body shape nor in hair color. The only change is the Tai Chi pattern on its forehead. Chen Zhuge touched the forehead of the Taiji deer in surprise and said in astonishment, "Just pure hair? I can't even detect its cultivation level. Interesting." In order to verify the strength of the Tai Chi deer, Chen Zhuge asked Wu Fu to take action. A tiny column of hot fire erupted from Wu Fu's mouth. The Tai Chi deer, which had been carefree, seemed to sense the crisis. Its eyeballs, which had been clearly black and white, rolled up instantly, and one eyeball, one black and one white, looked extremely strange. An illusory Tai Chi pattern appeared out of thin air in front of the Tai Chi deer. The 5 fire pillars of the 5 blessings were wiped out one by the rotating Tai Chi diagram, which made Chen Zhuge secretly amazed. Tai Chi, Yin and Yang? This is not a mutation, it should be a reversion to the original form. Chen Zhuge was a little shocked. During this year or so, Chen Zhuge has not relaxed his study on the spiritual beasts in the real world. Currently, the real world is in the ancient and modern era, and before the ancient and modern era, there was a chaotic era in the real world. It is said that the human race at that time was just one of the thousands of races, and a relatively weak one at that. The truly powerful races were the spirit beasts. As for the alien races, they have only appeared in modern times. Tai Chi, wait, it can't be that one. Chen Zhuge suddenly remembered the introduction of a spirit beast in the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia that was previously stored in the steward's token. Yin-Yang deer, with black and white colors, it can control yin and yang from birth, a natural immortal. Probably not, but it should have awakened a part of the Yin-Yang deer's bloodline. I was wondering why the Yin-Yang deer and Yang-Yang deer, who were only in the great supernatural power realm, would attract the interest of the Lord of Qingming. It turns out they were waiting here. Chen Zhuge said with a wry smile. Come to think of it, although the ancient country of Qingming is not a big force in the real world, it is not a small force either. The king of the country is at least a celestial being who has achieved the state of 3 flowers gathered at the top of the head and obtained the fruit of immortality. How could he possibly look down on the little deer who is only at the state of great supernatural powers? Should I hand over this Tai Chi deer? Chen Zhuge was struggling in his heart. If I hand it over, I will definitely attract the attention of the Lord of Qingming country. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The main reason is that my cultivation is too low. Such a training method is really a bit exaggerated. After all, this is not a low-level spiritual beast like the white-haired rat. Alas, wait a little longer, after all, their strength is too weak. Chen Zhuge sighed. After mediating the fight between the 2 beasts on the field, Wu Fu climbed onto Chen Zhuge's shoulder angrily, scratching his mouth non-stop, speaking the language of spirit beasts. Judging from his angry appearance, he must have cursed quite dirty. The Tai Chi deer on the opposite side was leisurely grazing on the lush spiritual herbs on the ground, seemingly not caring at all. Chen Zhuge stroked his chin and said with some emotion, "Why does this Tai Chi deer look like a good person who doesn't fight or compete?" Although it was just a joke, Chen Zhuge also understood that the Tai Chi deer was not suitable to be a spiritual beast fighter. It had good strength, but its personality was too Buddhist. Chen Zhuge, who was walking back with the 2 beasts, suddenly saw Dagu and Ergu fighting. Chen Zhuge, who had never seen the methods of the alien races, immediately stopped and took a look. Rough, really too rough. Chen Zhuge frowned. The 2 men were from a mountain tribe. The height of an adult of this alien race could reach 10 feet. They were born with supernatural powers and had a body of iron and steel. This configuration was far superior to that of human cultivators, but their magic powers were really too poor. You punch, I punch, you kick, I kick, it's like two kids fighting, neither of us can fully display our physical talents. Don't you have any martial arts? Chen Zhuge interrupted. The two men, who had just discovered Chen Zhuge's presence, immediately stopped and knelt down, saying, Master. Dagu scratched his head and said, Kung Fu? It means cultivation? We have always practiced in this way, but the cultivation method of the warriors in the tribe is a little different. This answer was somewhat unexpected to Chen Zhuge. Later, during the casual chat with Dagu and Ergu, Chen Zhuge roughly understood the situation among the mountain people. You may say that the mountain people are a cruel race, but that's not the case, they just have a big appetite and eat too much. You may say that they are not cruel, because when they are extremely hungry they will eat other aliens, which is a bit of a cannibalistic nature. Moreover, the class system within the tribe is very strict. For example, Dagu and Ergu are just ordinary farmers in their tribe. They are only thugs temporarily summoned when their tribe was destroyed. The warriors in the tribe who truly mastered the methods of cultivation were almost all nobles among the mountain people. According to the descriptions of Dagu and Ergu, ordinary mountain people lived worse than slaves, but at least they had enough to eat and less work to do. As for dignity, ordinary mountain people have little dignity within the tribe and are not much different from slaves. The same is true for savages and barbarians. I see. Work hard and I'll give you a practice technique when there's a chance. Thank you, Master. Chen Zhuge's words were not chicken soup, but the truth. The slave industry in the real world was very developed. Even if you were just an ordinary person, you could control those slaves with extremely strong cultivation. It is said that this was a secret slave method specially developed by a supreme being in order to control slaves. Unfortunately, not long after the secret method was developed, this supreme being was regarded as a thorn in the eyes of alien races and was killed in his own territory. His death was extremely miserable. Master I want to ask about the cultivation of my slaves. Chen Zhuge took some time out to go to Kij Henwan and found He Lan, who was relatively familiar to him, to ask. He Lan secretly put a Tianyuan realm fire spirit rat into her sleeve and said with a smile, Manager Chen, you are too polite. You are a first-class manager, much better than me as a messenger. Just call me Xiaolan. The cultivation techniques of alien races are usually in the hands of Butler Zhu. I heard that the exchange price is very high, and it is a one-time use. Xiaolan, this name is very elegant. Xiaolan, you can just call me by my name. Chen Zhuge changed his words. He was a little uncomfortable calling someone whose cultivation level was relatively low sir. Very high, all at once, how much is it? Zhuge, I don't know much. To put it bluntly, I am just a messenger. I have some status because I am close to Butler Zhu. In fact, there is not much difference between me and those ordinary maids. You are the first steward who delivered something to me in Swafei Palace. He Lan said with some emotion. Before, Chen Xingguan exchanged for a cultivation technique from an alien race. When he sent it over, he heard Chen Xingguan complain that the alien race's technique was too expensive. It actually cost 10 kilograms of mid-grade spirit stones to give an alien race a cultivation technique. 10 pounds. Chen Zhuge said in surprise. The real world is too rich. You should know that the low-grade spirit stones in the real world are comparable to the high-grade spirit stones in the heavenly realm. How many spirit stones in the heavenly realm can be exchanged for the middle-grade spirit stones? The most important thing is that the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stones of the two worlds is quite different, but the difference in size and weight between the two is not that big. 1 pound of spirit stones is about close to 100 spirit stones. This is what I heard. The price should be related to the quality of the skills. However, these skills are indeed good. The team of guards around the queen is composed of slaves, and they are all masters of the Shenzang realm. He Lan whispered. Chen Zhuge nodded thoughtfully, but he was a little moved in his heart. The Shenzang realm is equivalent to the celestial immortals in the heavenly realm. It seems that the strength of the cultivators in this real world is not very high. Then why can the true demon clan send so many golden immortals and immortal golden immortals to invade the Star Sea realm? The doubts in his heart kept piling up, but Chen Zhuge didn't dare to ask. The forces in the real world had the same attitude towards the small world, all of which were plunder, and they didn't even let go of the land. After walking just 2 steps, Chen Zhuge looked at He Lan who was holding him with some confusion and asked, Xiao Lan, what's wrong? He Lan said a little embarrassedly, Zhuge, I have to remind you that this snow concubine palace is a fairy weapon. Then what? Although Chen Zhuge was not good at refining equipment, he could still feel it. It is a magic weapon, and magic weapons have owners. Our every move will be watched by the owner of the magic weapon. He Lan reminded. Chen Zhuge froze and said stiffly, so, our every move is under someone else's surveillance. He Lan was very relaxed, it's not that exaggerated. The one who controls the snow concubine palace is the ancestor of the royal family. It is said that he is a true immortal. She usually doesn't look at it unless the snow concubine palace is in real danger. So that's how it is. Thank you, Xiaolan, for the reminder. Chen Zhuge took out another fire spirit rat, this time it was in the Dharma realm. He Lan, who originally wanted to refuse, sensed the breath of the fire spirit rat and pretended to be relaxed and accepted it. Chen Zhuge didn't know much about He Lan, but he had found out a lot. After all, there were many low-level servants in the snow concubine palace. These people were the real bottom of the society. Of course, they knew a lot of information, although most of it was unreliable. From the scattered information, Chen Zhuge roughly pieced together He Lan's family background. His parents were casual cultivators and had worked as minor officials in their early years. Later, because there was no hope of a breakthrough or promotion, they resigned and enjoyed life. During an outing, they encountered an accident, leaving only He Lan and his younger brother He Tao. Compared to He Lan, He Tao had very good talent and had already achieved perfect dharma. He was waiting for an opportunity to break through to the realm of great supernatural powers. However, due to his identity and status, he had not been able to gather enough resources for a breakthrough. This was why He Lan was willing to say so much to Chen Zhuge. But I didn't know that there were real immortals watching over the snow concubine palace. I was too careless. Chen Zhuge was a little annoyed. End of this chapter. Chapter 311. I don't know if it was because of He Lan's reminder, but in the next few days, Chen Zhuge always felt that someone was staring at him. In fact, the true immortal in the snow concubine palace didn't really pay attention to Chen Zhuge, who was in the Shenzang realm and whose strength had been greatly damaged. After half a month of hardship, Chen Zhuge couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the carefree Taiji deer, his expression kept changing. Then he gritted his teeth and said, let's give it a try. It's too easy for something to go wrong under other people's eyes. Although I have decided to offer the Tai Chi deer, I can't do it right away. It's too soon. It will take at least a few years of buffer, and the quality of this Tai Chi deer is very average. It is not certain whether one can break through to the Shenzang realm with the cultivation level of the Great Divine Ability realm. At least a Tai Chi deer with a second mutation is required. In the following period, Chen Zhuge kept some of the monthly salary and rice for himself, and entrusted the rest to the two brothers Qi Gao and Qi Wen to help him buy black and white deer. The secret of the eternal life of all trees is a wood-attributed martial art that contains a hint of the great way of life, which is quite consistent with Chen Zhuge's path of practice. It's strange to say, the alien races hide their skills very carefully, while the human race doesn't care about them at all. Although the secret of the eternal life of 10,000 trees is not a top-notch martial art, it is also a first-rate and top-notch martial art. Such a set of martial arts was unexpectedly easily bestowed by Zhu Ying on himself, an ascender of unknown origin. The powerful magic power in his body shrunk by half again after being tempered by the 10,000 woods longevity art. Chen Zhuge felt a little pain in his teeth. According to the current rate of reduction, it was hard to say whether he could maintain the Shenzang realm after his magic power was transformed. Most of the milky white magic power has turned green. Just a glance can make you understand the vitality contained in this magic power. If I want to completely transform, it should take about half a year. But if I want to cultivate and replenish my mana again, it will probably take a lot of time. It seems that I can't maintain my cultivation in the Shenzang realm. Chen Zhuge said with some worry. His own foundation is considered strong, but even so, he is still at risk of falling back. The situation of the lost spirit beasts is probably even worse. The realm of great supernatural powers is really of little use in the real world. Just look at how a disfavored snow concubine has a team of guards in the Shenzang realm, and you will know that one must at least have the cultivation level of a true lord to have some self-protection ability. If one wants to have a say, one must at least be a pure yang true immortal, or even a true immortal. It's not easy to live in the real world. The snow concubine palace is an immortal weapon, and immortal weapons have cores. The core of the snow concubine palace is in the backyard of the main palace. Zhang Suiao, who always looked innocent and lively in front of outsiders, now had a cold expression on her face. Opposite her sat an old woman with grey hair. "My queen, is there something important that you want to talk to me about?" the old woman said slowly while holding the tea. Zhang Suiao said coldly, "Why are you pretending? Aren't you the one sent by Qingming Xian to monitor me?" Qingming Jing shook his head and said, "Little guy, this is not right. It is the responsibility of the clan officials like us to ensure the safety of the concubine." Zhang Suiao sneered twice, then frowned and asked, "Have you used the magic weapon to spy on the servants in the palace recently?" Qingming Jing said speechlessly, "Madam, do I look like a gossipy woman?" Although Zhang Suiao was a little embarrassed, she was more focused on the business, so she continued, "The ascendant I rescued casually before had a very high talent for breeding animals. The jade rat, the cathode deer, and the anode deer were all bred by him. Especially the cathode deer and the anode deer. I felt a breath of the yin-yang avenue, which made me think of the yin-yang deer." Qingming Jing said calmly, "It's just a little fellow in the great divine ability realm. The yin-yang deer is not something that he can touch at his level. It might just be a coincidence. It's possible, but I need to confirm it." Zhang Suiao shook her head. "I have already suffered a loss in the harem due to my carelessness, so I must be more cautious in the future." Zhang Suiao carefully took out 2 jade bottles, placed them in front of Qingming Jingshen, and said, "It's been a while, the aura inside has almost dissipated, please don't misjudge it." "Ha, I'm not an old guy who is about to step into the coffin, so my eyes are not blurry." Qingming Jing laughed. As the jade bottle opened, 2 auras, one white and one black, rose up. Qingming Jing, who had been indifferent, suddenly stood up and said, "The pure yin-yang avenue is really the descendant of the yin-yang deer. Could it be possible that the little fellow could really return to his ancestral form and produce a yin-yang deer?" Zhang Suiao was delighted when she saw this, knowing that returning to the palace this time was a sure thing. A yin-yang deer is at least a true immortal. The strength of the ancient Qingming country is average, and a true immortal is the country's high-end combat force. As for heavenly immortals, such powerful beings are only used for deterrence. Veins bulged on his chicken claw-like palms, and Qingming Jing's turbid eyeballs emitted a ray of light, sweeping away everything in Kij Hen Wan. The leisurely Taiji deer was stared at by Qingming Jing. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You have to go back after only 2 years of exile. Is it really possible to breed a yin-yang deer?" Zhang Suiao said with a rosy face. "I don't know, but he does have the ability to revert to his ancestral yin-yang deer. It should be his special ability. There are always some strange talents and magical powers appearing in some small worlds." Qingming Jing put away his magical powers and explained. "Go back and wait for news. I will inform the clan office. They will contact the ancestors in the clan and will not let King Mingzao do anything reckless." Zhang Suiao left the backyard with a happy look on her face. A trace of pity suddenly appeared on Qingming Jing's kind face, and he muttered, "The Zhang family really has a self-righteous idiot. If those old monsters of the Zhang family crawl out, will they be pissed off to death by this unfilial descendant?" Touching his back, Qingming Jing's eyes were a little gloomy. The royal family of the ancient Qingming country was not the Qingming family, and even the dynasty was not named that. Thinking back to the war of that year, the strength of the royal descendants of the Zhang family was really chilling. Fortunately, all the direct descendants of the Zhang family have been driven away, so these stupid side branches are easy to control. Yin-yang deer, ha 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 ha, my Qingming clan is bound to rise. Qingming Jing laughed twice, somewhat inappropriately. When Zhang Suiao left the backyard, the joy on her face instantly disappeared, and she looked gloomy, completely different from her previous expression in the backyard. Taking a deep look at the backyard, Zhang Suiao was surrounded by a spiritual light invisible to ordinary people. She said hatefully in her heart, "Qingming family, I will make you pay the price sooner or later." Chen Zhuge didn't know that he had stepped into a whirlpool invisibly. If he was not careful, he would be crushed into powder. "Hey, come here." Chen Zhuge held a piece of spirit beast meat and called out to the ghost mastiff cub that was just born in front of him. The potential of this ghost mastiff is terrifying. It has completed a mutation just 1 month after its birth. Chen Zhuge is very sure that this little guy has limitless future prospects. Ow! There was a hint of yin energy in the roar, and there was a piece of frozen spirit beast meat as big as half a ghost mastiff cub, which was then swallowed into its stomach. Judging from its unsatisfied look, it seemed that it was not full yet, after patting the little head of the ghost mastiff, Chen Zhuge stopped teasing it and directly threw out a large amount of spirit beast meat for it to eat happily. In the void, an invisible gaze was watching everything in Kichen Wan. Qingming Jing's eyes showed a trace of anxiety, and he said to himself, "What the hell is Qingming Zhao? He has become a celestial being and the ruler of a country, so he doesn't recognize me as his aunt. And, what are you talking about?" The burly young man in a dragon robe appeared silently behind Qingming Jing. "Your Majesty." Qingming Zhao was in front of him, so Qingming Jing naturally didn't dare to call him by his name. Qingming Zhao waved his hand indifferently and looked at the light curtain in the hall. Chen Zhuge was raising a ghost mastiff inside. "Is this the person my aunt said could make my Qingming ancient country rise? A half-crippled Shenzang realm? Or an ascended person?" Qingming Jing coughed twice and changed the picture on the screen. A Tai Chi deer with a graceful figure and a natural expression was slowly chewing spiritual herbs on the grass. The unity of yin and yang, the yin-yang deer? No, the aura is too weak. It just has signs of reverting to the ancestral yin-yang deer. As expected of a celestial being, he completely understood the changes of the Tai Chi deer with just a casual glance through the light curtain. So, this Tai Chi deer was cultivated by the person who ascended just now? And, do you think he can cultivate a yin-yang deer? Qingming Jing smiled and nodded. This man was rescued by Zhang Suiao a few years ago. In just over 3 years, he cultivated this Taiji deer, as well as 2 variants of white-haired rats, the jade rat and the fire spirit rat. This person is extremely capable of breeding animals. If I give him enough resources and time, I believe it is not impossible for him to breed a yin-yang deer. Qingming Zhao shook his head slightly. Now is not the time of chaos. It is almost impossible to cultivate a real yin-yang deer. But what my aunt said makes sense. As long as we can cultivate something similar, it will be enough. We are not short of resources. Although the ancient country of Qingming is not very strong, it is in a good location. The 3 surrounding alien races, the mountain people, the savages, and the barbarians, are all of average strength and are no match for the ancient country of Qingming at all. They have not been completely wiped out until now, all because they were treated as leeks that were about to grow fat and were swept away. Your Majesty, are you interested in going and taking a look? Qingming Jing invited. No need, I came here secretly to take a look. After all, the palace is too boring. Qingming Zhao shook his head. A mere Shenzang little fellow was not worthy of his personal appearance. After a little thought, Qingming Zhao wrote 3 instructions in the void. The huge immortal power and divine power condensed into 3 imperial edicts in the void. And, you can issue the order. I'll go back first. Your Majesty has decreed that Chen Zhuge, the current manager of the Snow Concubine Palace, has cultivated rare spiritual beasts such as the green jade rat, the fire spirit rat, and the Taiji deer. This is indeed a great achievement, and he is specially granted 100,000 caddies of top-grade spiritual stones, 1 million caddies of top-grade pearl rice, 12 divine guards, a 6-story house in the imperial capital, and the title of 5th-rank assistant minister of the beast-taming supervisor. He Lan finished reading the imperial edict with some trembling, and looked at Chen Zhuge with a rosy face and said, "Zhuge, you are rich, you are really rich this time. Xia Lan, pay attention to your image. Butler Zhu is still here." Chen Zhuge reminded He Lan as she was about to jump into his arms. "I didn't expect your ability to be so strong." Zhu Ying looked at Chen Zhuge with a complicated look, but he paid more attention to the Tai Chi deer not far away. "Get ready. Thanks to you, Empress Swifei is also going back to the palace. Also, according to Empress Swifei's wishes, you are now another official in the Swifei Palace. Holding 2 positions concurrently." Chen Zhuge asked in surprise. It is not uncommon to hold 2 positions in the imperial dynasty, but the nature of the Snow Concubine Palace and the Minister of the Beast Taming Bureau are different. Most of the officials under the Imperial Concubine are loyal to the Imperial Concubine. Even if they are sent out, their loyalty must reach a certain level. I have already been appointed as the Minister of the Beast Taming Bureau, so it is not appropriate for me to serve as an official concurrently. Ignore it. Officer Chen is in charge of the guards. The other officer is responsible for complicated and trivial matters, but I have been handling them all the time. It's okay for you to take on the responsibility concurrently. Just take time to come back and take care of the spirit beasts in Kichen. The monthly salary is 1,000 jin of high-quality pearl rice, 100 jin of high-quality spiritual stones, and you can take a spiritual beast from the rare treasures every year. Okay, thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Zhuge readily agreed. There was nothing he could do about it. The condition was too tempting. After 3 years of exile, one can return to the palace, which is considered the shortest exile period in history. The huge snow concubine palace covering an area of 10,000 acres was directly transformed into a mobile palace under Qing Mingjing's operation. 3,000 mountain slaves whose cultivation was at least at the Shenzang realm carried the mobile palace forward on the official road. As a traveling official, Chen Zhuge naturally got a place to rest in the palace. Can't Xuefadian fly? Chen Zhuge looked at Zhu Ying opposite him with some surprise. It can fly, but there's no need to. Zhu Ying said lightly. These mountain people are slaves. This job is theirs. Besides, flying would consume too many resources. From here to the capital, the resources consumed can buy at least 1,000 mountain people in the Shenzang realm. It is better to come back slowly, which will give you some time. The quality of your Taiji deer is not up to standard. Chen Zhuge was shocked that an unpopular snow concubine could be so generous. Is it that the ancient country of Qingming is too rich, or is it that the real world is too rich? I'm asking you. Zhu Ying frowned. Oh, sorry, I was scared just now. It is still difficult to revert to the ancestral yin-yang deer. The most important thing is that there are not enough resources and time is too short. But I still have confidence in the Tai Chi deer of slightly higher quality. Chen Zhuge apologized. It's good to have confidence. The capital is not like Bayan City, and the court is not the Snow Concubine Palace. Most of the people working in the Beastmaster Bureau are from the Wu family. You have to be careful. Zhu Ying said meaningfully. Could it be that the ancient country of Qingming is just like the secular court, where there are intrigues? Chen Zhuge asked in confusion. Zhu Ying laughed and said, of course, no matter how high their cultivation is, no matter if they are mortals, cultivators, or immortals, they are all human beings after all, and interests are the root of all conflicts. Don't worry too much. You are the beast tamer appointed by His Majesty himself. The Wu family won't dare to go too far. At least they won't touch the breeding of yin-yang deer. Chen Zhuge nodded absent-mindedly. Bayan City is in the northern border, and the capital is located in the center of the entire ancient Qingming kingdom. The distance is more than tens of millions of miles. Even though the 3,000 mountain slaves in the Shenzang realm are not slow, it still took them a full half a year to reach the capital, Qingming. The huge city wall that is 10 miles high, the mysterious patterns hidden on it, and the arrow tower that soars into the clouds. It was the first time that Chen Zhuge discovered that a wall could be so high. Click, click. The heavy gate slowly opened, and the originally narrow city gate instantly expanded dozens of times. The Snow Concubine Palace slowly entered the capital of Qingming Kingdom under the shoulders of 3,000 mountain people. The ground is paved with blue stone, and the residential buildings on both sides are all blue and covered with inscriptions. One has to say that the people in the capital are really rich. The streets were full of cultivators. At least from what Chen Zhuge could see, the lowest level of cultivators were at the Dao Foundation realm, which was a bit exaggerated. This is just an ordinary Mingla street. Most of the people living here are ordinary cultivators. The house His Majesty awarded you is on Tianxing Street, which is one of the 4 largest neighborhoods in the capital. Zhu Ying said lightly. Ordinary. Chen Zhuge looked at the great divine ability realm cultivators that appeared from time to time in the shops on both sides, and occasionally the divine concealment realm cultivators, and sighed helplessly in his heart. There's a huge difference. The ancient Qingming kingdom, which is just a medium-sized country, has such strength. The real world is really terrifying. Chen Zhuge wailed weakly. Because the journey had already delayed him for half a year, Chen Zhuge had to take up his post at the Beast Control Bureau as soon as possible, so he did not follow Princess Shui into the palace. He got off in front of his own house, followed by the slaves he had been rewarded with. End of this chapter. Chapter 312. Chen Mansion. Looking at the large golden characters on the door plaque, Chen Zhuge sighed, this is probably my first place to stay. The door to the house was blocked, so Chen Zhuge could only knock on it. After a while, a shrewd old man opened the door, poked his bald head out and said, this is the residence of the Minister of the Beast Taming Bureau. Who is the gentleman who is here? Chen Zhuge smiled and said, do you think I look like the Minister of the Beast Taming Bureau? The old man cried out in surprise, then knelt down and said, I am Chen San, and I am appointed as the gatekeeper of the Chen Mansion. Well, take me to the lobby, and gather everyone in the mansion. I need to get to know them. The Chen mansion is very large, even ridiculously large. The 6-courtyard house covers an area of nearly 1,000 acres. There are 2 training grounds, and there are thousands of rooms for servants alone, not to mention the guards. According to the laws of the ancient country of Qingming, officials from the 9th to 7th ranks can recruit private soldiers of 100 to 300 people, and officials from the 6th to 4th ranks can recruit private soldiers of 500 to 1,500 people. This means that Chen Zhuge can legally form an army of 1,500 people. In the lobby, Chen Zhuge looked at the nearly 1,000 maids and servants below him, feeling a little dizzy, and asked, "Why are there so many people?" An old man in a blue Confucian robe and with a kind face stepped forward and said carefully, "Sir, I am the chief steward for now. My name is Chen Feng. These are all granted by the Ministry of Rights. These are the deeds of sale." Chen Feng handed a thick stack of indentures to Chen Zhuge. These indentures are very binding. Not only are they protected by the laws of the ancient Qingming country, but they also bear traces of Tao. In other words, these indentures are contracts recognized by the Tao. It's really outrageous. Chen Zhuge sighed, but didn't really care. Then he threw the contract of sale on the table, turned his eyes to the 10-foot-tall soldier beside Chen Feng and asked, "Who are you?" "The 12 of us are the divine guards bestowed by His Majesty. I am the captain, and my name is Yu Sangziao. The cultivation level of Shenzang realm is the most difficult to practice, and it is the physical cultivation Shenzang realm. The Lord of Qingming Kingdom is really magnanimous. I don't understand these either. So, Chen Feng, you should be responsible for the arrangements in the mansion. Yu Sangziao, since you are a divine guard, you must be very powerful. The strength of my slaves is too weak. Please help train them. By the way, they don't have any skills yet. Go buy some. Ask Chen Feng for the resources. If there's nothing else, you can all go." Chen Zhuge waved his hand. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Chen Feng motionless. "Master, there are not many resources left in the treasury of the mansion." Chen Feng handed over a list. The list records the expenses for the past 6 months. Although these people have signed indentures, they still need to be paid. They all need to practice. Selling themselves only means they are loyal to you, it doesn't mean they don't need to pay. However, Chen Zhuge did not have any resources, and the resources he had spent during this period were all from the last reward. If there is no income, based on the previous salary, we can probably hold on for 100 years or so. But if the master wants to train guards, the cost will increase by at least dozens or hundreds of times. Chen Feng reminded. "Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about resources. I will take care of it." Chen Zhuge waved his hand. Seeing Chen Zhuge's confident look, Chen Feng couldn't help but relax. "By the way, Chen Feng, please collect some spiritual beast shops for me. I have a batch of spiritual beasts to sell." "Yes, sir." As a steward specially trained by the Ministry of Rights, Chen Feng naturally has some abilities, so it is easy for him to do small things like collecting some shops. In less than half an hour, a thick file of information was delivered to Singer Chenju. The huge spiritual power was turning rapidly, and Chen Zhuge absorbed all the thick information in just a few breaths, and selected the store that suits him best at the moment, Beast Pavilion. Chen Zhuge, accompanied by 12 divine guards, walked slowly into the magnificently decorated Beast Pavilion. "Hey, isn't this the new assistant minister of the Beast Taming Bureau?" A female shopkeeper with a hot body and seductive eyes took Chen Zhuge's arm softly. "Haha, it's Manager Yu, right? I have a small business that I want to discuss with you." Chen Zhuge was not surprised that Manager Yu knew his identity. After all, every official who takes office will release his appearance to avoid some minor conflicts. "Just call me Yu Niang. Please come this way, Minister Chen." Yu Niang said with a sweet smile. Wisps of green smoke rose up, and this private room, which was specially used to entertain distinguished guests, was filled with a unique fragrance, which made people's mind and soul move faster and clearer. Chen Zhuge actually doesn't have many spiritual beasts among his singers, and their value is just average. The reason why this jade lady brought him to such a place and treated him with such a high standard was all because of his status. Hundreds of thousands of jade rats, millions of fire spirit rats, and a large number of other unique mutated spirit beasts, even cathode deer and anode deer, Chen Zhuge also took out. As for the Tai Chi deer, he had some concerns. Chen Zhuge didn't dare to sell it. Who knew if he sold it, the king of Qingming would get mad and imprison him. Yu Niang's cultivation was very high, at least at the level of a true lord, or even higher. With a wisp of her spiritual consciousness sweeping across them, a hint of pink flashed in her eyes. Yu Niang also had a certain understanding of the value of these spirit beasts. Sir Chen, the levels of these spirit beasts are a bit low. Yu Niang's jade-like fingers tapped lightly on the purple jade desk. Very strange, isn't it? These are new species of spiritual beasts. Chen Zhuge said lightly. That's true. Let's just be friends. I'll give you 5 million kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. Yu Niang said with a charming smile. Is this price high? Not high. On average, the price of these spirit beasts is less than 1 pound of high-quality spirit stones. You should know that the jade rat can produce resources continuously. This kind of production-type spirit beast is a very important resource for major forces. There is also the fire spirit rat. Although it cannot produce resources, the fire spirit rat that Chen Zhuge took out are all fire spirit rat that have mutated more than 3 times, and can at least reach the Dharma realm. Yu Niang, this price is not suitable. I was thinking about doing business with you in the future. Chen Zhuge emphasized the word in the future. Yu Niang's eyes flickered, and she suddenly activated the formation in the private room to ensure that what she said next would not be leaked. Sir Chen, your cultivation is not high. The reason you can become a minister is entirely due to the Tai Chi deer you cultivated. You are an ascended being, so it's normal for you to have some unique abilities, but this is the real world, where everything from all the worlds gathers together, and the resources here are more than you can even imagine. So what? Chen Zhuge was not frightened by Yu Niang. So, can you breed a yin-yang deer? A hint of greed appeared in Yu Niang's eyes. Haha, I can't breed a purebred yin-yang deer, but it's not impossible to breed one that's slightly inferior. Chen Zhuge said lightly. 10 million jin of high-quality spirit stones, and the spirit beasts that Lord Chen has given me, I want them. In addition, I hope Lord Chen will take care of me more when he has business in the future. Yu Niang said meaningfully. Chen Zhuge naturally knew that what Yu Niang wanted was the yin-yang deer that he would breed in the future, but there was really no need for him to solve it. The yin-yang deer was actually a good thing for the ancient country of Qingming, but it was just so-so in the eyes of those big forces. Thank you very much, Yu Niang. After the payment and goods were settled, Chen Zhuge returned to his mansion in a leisurely manner. In the private room of the Beast Pavilion, Yu Niang was still sipping tea, but opposite the desk there was an old man. With triangular eyes and a hooked nose, it's obvious that this old man is not a good person. Yu Niang, he is just a minister, but he has great supernatural powers. Why don't you just stay here? Yu Ying said with some dissatisfaction. He, third uncle, this was the minister of beast taming appointed by His Majesty himself, but he disappeared before he even took office. Do you think our Yu family can withstand the wrath of the fairy? Yu Niang said speechlessly. He's just a 5th-rank minister. Would your majesty make things difficult for our Yu family because of him? Yu Ying said nonchalantly. Yes, he is only a 5th-rank minister, but even a minister with such status and low strength can cultivate the yin-yang deer. Do you think his majesty will make things difficult for the Yu family because of the yin-yang deer? Yu Ying's face was a little stiff, but Yu Niang did not let him go, but continued to scold. Are you old and confused? Do you really think that our Yu family is still the Yu family of the founding of the country? You don't even have a celestial being, and you dare to be so presumptuous. Are you tired of living? 10 million kilograms of high-quality spirit stones not only solved the Chen Mansion's expenditure problem, but also provided the current guard training resources. Next day Chen Zhuge was wearing a white shirt with the identity token of the Minister of the Beast Taming Bureau hanging around his waist. Under the protection of 4 divine guards, he came to the Beast Taming Bureau at a leisurely pace. The Beast Taming Station is very large, at least from what Chen Zhuge saw along the way. Its area is at least 10 times the size of the Garden of Eden. This is the breeding area for terrestrial spirit beasts, and there are 2 other areas for aquatic and flying spirit beasts. A large group of black and white deer were running wildly on the endless plain. From time to time, conflicts would occur among the deer groups. At least hundreds or even thousands of black and white deer would die in a conflict. These were normal losses. In short, the Beast Taming Bureau has a lot of money to offer, but it is easy to get it. Whether you can get it safely depends on your own ability. As the Assistant Minister of the Beast Taming Bureau appointed by the Lord of Qingming Kingdom himself, the superiors of the Beast Taming Bureau did not make it difficult for him. They simply followed the instructions and specially cordoned off a piece of land to give Chen Zhuge room to perform freely. Sir Chen, this is where you will work in the future. Wu Yang, who had a limp in one leg, said with a smile. The superiors said that Lord Chen must hand in a certain number of Tai Chi deer every year, and the quality cannot be too bad. After the Jiaza year, at least one Tai Chi deer that reaches the threshold of a Yin Yang deer must be handed in. As for the resources you can mobilize, it is 1 million high-quality spirit stones per year. These resources can only be used to cultivate black and white deer. There are also 1,000 slaves in the great divine power realm in this herd of black and white deer, who will serve as your assistants. This is your token. If you need anything, just use it. The slaves inside and the magic circle outside are all controlled by the token. My lord, you can't lose it. Wu Yang gave a long explanation in a very eloquent manner, then bowed perfunctorily and limped out. Chen Zhuge stroked the token in his hand and smiled at Yu San beside him. What is the origin of this Wu Yang? Yu Sangxiao said with a complicated expression, he is from the Wu family. Although he is only a branch, his position in the beast taming supervisor is still very good. If you were not personally appointed by His Majesty as the beast tamer, and were also responsible for such an important task as breeding yin-yang deer, you would probably encounter many difficulties. Chen Zhuge was surprised and asked, is the Wu family so powerful? A lame Shenzang realm master has such a high status. It's bigger than you imagined. The Wu family is the founding duke of the ancient Qingming country. One of their daughters is in the harem and is quite favored. The chief supervisor of the Beast Control Bureau is from the Wu family. Fully half of the officials in the entire Beast Control Bureau are from the Wu family, or are related to the Wu family. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuge's eyes twitched involuntarily. Is this the immortal cultivation dynasty? Putting these trivial matters aside for the time being, Chen Zhuge decided to use some of his abilities to cultivate a slightly stronger Tai Chi deer as soon as possible, and take advantage of the opportunity to climb to a higher position while the Lord of Qingming still has a lot of interest in the yin-yang deer. This vast plain is very large, almost as big as the Garden of Eden, and there are nearly 10,000 black and white deer, large and small, in the plain. After activating the token, the information of this area quickly entered his mind. Chen Zhuge murmured, 1,900,876,542 black and white deer. The loss quota every 10 years is 1 million black and white deer. The average price of a Tianyuan realm black and white deer is about 1 kilogram of high-quality spirit stones. 1 million of them is 1 million high-quality spirit stones, and this does not include the black and white deer in the Fashang realm with excellent qualifications. No wonder they say the Beast Taming Bureau is so lucrative. This is too exaggerated. Chen Zhuge looked at the free black and white deer with shining eyes. No, I have to stay calm. I can't act too recklessly after just taking office. Chen Zhuge suppressed the desire in his heart. Cultivation is actually very simple. It is just to use the golden finger to guide the mutation of its bloodline. Feeding more spiritual objects during the period can speed up the mutation process. Not feeding it can also slow down the process. The final result is still the same. However, with a quota of 1 million jin of high-quality spirit stones, how could Chen Zhuge waste it? After gathering the 1,000 slaves here, Chen Zhuge immediately asked the slave leader Kinja to take his people to select the strongest black and white deer. He quickly placed orders for a large number of spiritual objects on the token and directly consumed the quota of 1 million high-quality spirit stones. Kinja are from the Qing tribe, not slaves from the ancient country of Qingming. They were bought. The Qing tribe is good at cultivating spiritual plants and has a special affinity for nature. If the yin-yang deer was not really important, Qingming Zhao would not have specially placed these 1,000 Qing tribe members here. Wu Yang arrived, bringing with him hundreds of strong men, carrying boxes full of spiritual creatures to Chen Zhuge's breeding farm. Master Chen, this is the spiritual object you wanted. Wu Yang said hesitantly. Looking at Chen Zhuge who was happily flipping through the spiritual objects, Wu Yang reminded him, Master Chen, you have used up all your quota. If you fail to complete the task, your fate will not be good. Chen Zhuge said nonchalantly, don't worry. 1 million kilograms of weight distributed evenly among more than 10 million black and white deer is naturally insignificant, but if it is all piled on a cultivator, it would be an astronomical number. After guiding the mutation of 1,000 black and white deer, Chen Zhuge arranged for the Qing people to take good care of 1 deer each. He then found a clean secret room, set up a warning formation, and began to practice. Worry outside, joy inside. I'm in the middle stage of the Shenzang realm. I didn't expect that the consumption of the Kingdi Sutra would be so huge. Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. On the way back, Zhu Ying kept his promise and passed the Kingdi Sutra to Chen Zhuge. But there is no reward without hard work. I feel that my strength has become at least 100 times stronger, especially the vitality contained in my body. I am afraid it has reached a very terrifying level. It's been almost a year, and the cultivation quota is about to be refreshed. It's really exciting. Chen Zhuge's coming out of seclusion made the Qing clan slaves feel relieved. During this period, Wu Yang came to the ranch from time to check on him. Fortunately, he did not ask about the breeding situation, otherwise these Qing people would really be unable to explain. Sir, Lord Wu Yang comes to check every month. Although he doesn't ask anything, we haven't bred any Tai Chi deer yet. What should we do? Qinja said with some concern. As slaves, although the status of the Qing tribe is higher than that of the mountain people, they are still slaves in essence, and it is normal for them to be beaten and killed. If this adult really fails to cultivate the spiritual beast that the superiors want, he and his tribesmen will probably be buried with him. Chen Zhuge said slowly, what a coincidence, look, it's successful now. A black and white deer that was half a head taller than the other black and white deer had a black and white light blooming from its body. Just as if someone had taken a brush and scribbled on its body, a Tai Chi deer appeared vividly in front of the two people. At this moment, Qinja looked at Chen Zhuge with eyes full of admiration. End of this chapter. Chapter 313. Is the yin-yang deer really precious? For Qingming Zhao, it was indeed good, but it was not to the point of special importance. Qingming Jing was just a true immortal, and she did not know the true foundation of the ancient Qingming country. The black and white deer is actually quite irritable, but the yin and yang deer is different, it is very leisurely and has a feeling of seeing through the world. The 10-foot-tall yin-yang deer was slowly nibbling on the lush spiritual herbs on the ground. Its cultivation level, which had originally been in the Dharma realm, had also been elevated to the great divine ability realm. Wu Yang looked at the yin-yang deer in front of him with surprise, and was secretly amazed that this creature could actually be bred. Looking at Chen Zhuge up and down with some surprise, Wu Yang felt that he had to change his attitude towards Chen Zhuge. This guy was really capable. Is this the yin-yang deer? Wu Yang said as he carefully approached the majestic Tai Chi deer. It should be the Tai Chi deer. The breeding of the yin-yang deer is not that simple. Chen Zhuge shook his head. This Tai Chi deer has quite good potential, and it can actually undergo a second mutation, but it can only undergo 2 mutations, and it is still a long way from becoming a true yin-yang deer. The realm of great supernatural powers should still have great potential to be tapped. As long as you are willing to give up the resources, it will not be difficult to reach the realm of divine storage. If your comprehension is higher, even becoming a true lord is not impossible. Wu Yang used a secret method to investigate and was shocked. You should know that nowadays the black and white deer basically have the cultivation level of Tianyuan realm. Even the extremely talented black and white deer among them only have the potential of Dharmakya, let alone the great supernatural power realm. It's still a long way to go. Chen Zhuge shook his head. This Wu Yang is just a branch of the Wu family, but he has reached the Shenzang realm. The Tai Chi deer like this is too weak, and the 5 blessings that he cultivated are also too weak. That's true. However, with your ability, breeding a yin-yang deer should be a piece of cake. Wu Yang said tentatively. Chen Zhuge smiled but said nothing. Although the king of Qingming is a celestial being and the king of a country, this huge ancient country of Qingming does not belong to him alone. Chen Zhuge does not think that the Qingming Zhao can completely cover him. With Wu Yang's deliberate efforts to make friends, the relationship between the two men advanced by leaps and bounds. After a hasty banquet, Chen Zhuge looked at the refreshed quota of 1 million jin of high-quality spirit stones in his hand and kept thinking in his heart. Don't worry too much, just improve your cultivation as soon as possible. At least the yin-yang deer won't attract the attention of the truly powerful ones. Let's do this for now. Cultivation is actually a very boring thing. You have to constantly refine resources and transform them into magical powers to expand your own meridians, replenish your denshin, and comprehend the great Dao. Click. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and Chen Zhuge tore open the cracked skin on his body. Feeling his brand new body, a smile appeared on his face. Finally, the foundation of my body has been completely transformed. Bang! Just by swinging his fist with all his strength, a gully nearly 10 feet deep appeared on the vast grassland. He has reached the peak of Shenzang and should be only one step away from becoming a true lord, but the spirit beast has sustained too much damage. Chen Zhuge's mind flashed through the contract token in his sea of consciousness, feeling a little worried. The green bamboo realm collapsed and the spirit beasts inside were scattered, but traces of the contract between the spirit beasts and Chen Zhuge still existed. However, due to the suppression of heaven and earth and the long distance, Chen Zhuge could only vaguely sense the life and death of the spirit beast. Master Chen, he appears, the real yin-yang deer appears. Qinzhi ran over with a flushed face, and even forgot to salute. Chen Zhuge didn't care about this little thing. His eyes lit up and he said, "So soon? Take me over to have a look." In the forest of holy infant fruit trees several meters high, majestic Tai Chi deer, each about a meter tall, were strolling leisurely. From time to time, a hidden spiritual fruit would flash from their antlers. A holy infant fruit would fall silently and be swallowed by them in one gulp. These holy infant fruit trees were all planted by Chen Zhuge. The holy infant fruit, which is called the immortal fruit in the heavenly realm, is only a 5th level fruit tree in the real world. It is not very rare, but its unique taste is very popular among these Tai Chi deer. Sorry. A fiery red figure rushed out from the Taiji deer herd, with Huo Ling chewing half a holy infant fruit in his mouth. "Zhuge, why are you here?" After this Skyfire horse was given to him by Zhu Ying, it couldn't stand staying in the Chen mansion for a few years, so Chen Zhuge took it over. Now it has completed 2 mutations and has reached the Shenzang realm, which is extraordinary. Reaching out his hand to feel its slippery fur, Chen Zhuge felt very satisfied. The 3rd mutation was almost completed. Although it would not elevate it to the level of a true lord, it could enhance its foundation. Under Qinzhi's guidance, Chen Zhuge met the protagonist of this mutation. Yo yo yo! The crisp sound of deer calls came from the mouth of the Tai Chi deer wrapped in black and white air. The distinct black and white hair began to move slowly. It was still half black and half white, but it looked different. The short deer tail extended a little backward, and a small Tai Chi pattern appeared at the very end. The antlers on the top of the head also turned black and white, and a Tai Chi pattern appeared on the top. The most important thing is the temperament. The rich yin and yang energy keeps rising. This Tai Chi deer, which is only at the Shenzang realm, keeps improving its cultivation and has actually reached the peak of Zhenjun. It is only one step away from Junyang. This increase is somewhat beyond Chen Zhuge's expectations. Wu Yang, who arrived a step later, just happened to see the complete transformation of the Tai Chi deer. A blush appeared on his somewhat gloomy face. "Yin Yang deer, it must be Yin Yang deer." Without bothering to communicate with Chen Zhuge, Wu Yang took out a communication talisman with excitement and sent a message. In just a few minutes, the disheveled chief eunuch Wu Yao looked at the Yin Yang deer that had just transformed and was eating not far away with shining eyes, muttering, "It actually worked." As if he had realized his own misconduct, Wu Yao straightened his clothes and tried to maintain his dignity as the chief eunuch. He said to Chen Zhuge, "You must be Minister Chen, you are indeed a handsome man." Chen Zhuge bowed in humility. "Don't be polite. Your ability to raise animals will definitely be put to good use. You will certainly receive generous rewards. I will take the Yin Yang deer to report to the king first." Wu Yao said with a smile. Wu Yao was a true immortal. The Yin Yang deer, which only had the cultivation level of a true lord, was taken away by him like a child and taken to the king to seek credit. Then he remembered that he had summoned the person without permission before, and Wu Yang said humbly, "Master Chen, I was too impatient just now. I hope you don't mind." Chen Zhuge waved his hand and said, "What's the big deal? Sir Wu, are you also concerned about important matters?" That's right, that's right." Wu Yang responded somewhat awkwardly, but he kept thinking in his mind whether he had a chance to buy a Yin Yang deer. It took 7 full days before the reward came down. A eunuch with a white face and no beard, exuding a strong fragrance, came to the Beastmaster's office with an imperial edict in his hand. Chen Zhuge knelt on one knee to receive the order. As a cultivator, he did not need to perform the kneeling ceremony, but he still had to kneel on one knee. Of course, if you have reached the level of a true immortal, then you don't need to do that. You only need to bow slightly. After saying a lot of things in a very eloquent way, Chen Zhuge felt a little numb inside. It was really too much of a reward. The reward of top-grade spirit stones alone weighed 10 million kilograms, and there were also a large amount of pearl rice, magic tools, elixirs, etc., which were really too much. These resources could at least raise Chen Zhuge's cultivation to the level of pure Yang Zhenjun. His official position was also promoted to the 4th rank Grand Secretary. You should know that the Secretary of the Beast Control Bureau can only assist the Grand Secretary in cultivating spirit beasts in a region, but Chen Zhuge is a little special, so he can cultivate yin-yang deer alone. After handing over the reward, Eunuch Xiaojing said with some envy, Master Chen is going to be rich now. Eunuch, you are too polite. Chen Zhuge stuffed a storage ring into his hand without leaving any trace. Xiaojing's consciousness moved, and a full 100,000 kilograms of high-grade spirit stones appeared on his face, and he said with a charming smile, Master Chen is so generous, then this servant must also take out some real things. Xiaojing flicked the whisk in his hand and whispered, Master Chen, the king likes yin-yang deer very much and even spent a lot of resources to accumulate it. Now the yin-yang deer that Master sent over has reached the level of pure Yang True Lord. Wu Fu was holding a round red pill and chewing it, his little face full of satisfaction. These magical pills greatly accelerated Wu Fu's mutation progress, and it seemed that the 6th mutation would be completed in a few months. The fire spirit has completed its 2nd mutation and is now undergoing its 3rd mutation. Its cultivation has reached the Shenzang realm. After digesting the medicinal power in his body, Chen Zhuge opened his eyes and shot out a ray of brilliance, as if he had become a true master. It's worthy of being the real realm. Chen Zhuge's heart was full of emotion. It was just some elixirs, not the most precious ones, but they lifted him to the real Lord realm. Drip drip. Looking at the message on the communication talisman, a smile appeared on Chen Zhuge's face. A few months after the reward was given, with the accumulation of huge resources, the yin-yang deer actually broke through to the level of true immortal. This living example made Chen Zhuge famous. During this period, there were countless officials who contacted him through Wu Yang or sent visiting cards to his residence. A lowly ascender was directly turned into a big bun. During this period, Qingfeng Garden did produce some yin-yang deer, but they were all taken away by the lord of Qingming country. The main person responsible was Wu Yao, the chief eunuch who was not doing his job properly. He would come here to hang out whenever he had nothing to do. Once a yin-yang deer appeared, it could not escape his hands. Fortunately, Qingming Zhao was very generous. Every time a yin-yang deer was bred, he would give out a reward. In addition, the amount of spirit stones and the loss of spirit beasts for the Grand Minister in breeding were ridiculously high, so Chen Zhuge accumulated a large fortune. Ha ha ha, Lord Chen, look who I brought here. Wu Yang's somewhat sinister laughter was heard. A handsome face and a dashing manner, this was Chen Zhuge's first impression of the young monk in front of him. Wu Yusheng, the direct descendant of the Wu family, had achieved the realm of pure Yang True Lord at only 1,000 years old. It was said that he was only one step away from becoming a true immortal, but he had been suppressing his cultivation in order to lay a better foundation for the Tao. In addition, this person has a very good reputation outside, high cultivation, and a good family background, but he never deceives others. Sir Chen, my name is Wu Yusheng. I am here to ask for a favor. Wu Yusheng saluted in a scholarly manner. Chen Zhuge quickly helped him up and said, Mr. Wu, you are too polite. I came here this time to ask for a yin-yang deer. Wu Yusheng said sincerely. Chen Zhuge said awkwardly, it's not that I don't want to, but as soon as I got the yin-yang deer, the great supervisor took it away. I don't even dare to go back to my own mansion. I really have no choice. Wu Yusheng naturally knew what his uncle Wu Yao had done, and said with a faint smile, this matter is simple. My uncle did this before just to send enough yin-yang deer to his majesty. Now, 7 or 8 yin-yang deer have been sent in one after another, which is almost enough. Chen Zhuge breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's fine, but if Master Wu wants the yin-yang deer, I'm afraid he'll have to wait for a while. Wu Yusheng showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, and Wu Yang quickly said, Master Chen, what are you talking about? Do you think my young master will take it for nothing? In the past 10 years, Wu Yang and Chen Zhuge have had a very good relationship. Wu Yang even got a Tai Chi deer from Chen Zhuge. Although it is not as good as the yin-yang deer, the difference is not that big. This time he is speaking for Chen Zhuge. Wu Yusheng seemed to be somewhat disgusted with such business talk, and said coldly, 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Mr. Wu, you misunderstood me. The main thing is that all the yin-yang deer cultivated in the past 10 years have basically been taken away by the king. Even if there are more in the future, their qualifications will be average. Chen Zhuge explained with a wry smile. So that's how it is. I misunderstood Lord Chen. Then I will take the next batch. As long as you breed me a yin-yang deer with excellent qualifications, I will double the price. Wu Yusheng returned to his previous appearance. After finally sending Wu Yusheng away, Chen Zhuge said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "Lai Yang, although our friendship is not very deep, I have also given you a lot of benefits. Why do you have to harm me?" Wu Yang showed a trace of guilt on his face, and smiled bitterly. "How can I, a side branch, resist the order of the main line master? Old Chen, Master Wu Yusheng is still quite respectful. He won't go too far. You don't have to worry about any problems. The status of the eunuch in the Wu family is not as high as Master Wu Yusheng's. You can rest assured." "Is it true?" Chen Zhuge asked in surprise. "Wu Yao has the cultivation level of a true immortal. If converted into the cultivation level of heaven, that would be Dei." "Really? The Grand Eunuch has good qualifications, but he is from the side branch of the Wu family. If he wasn't good at making money and providing a large amount of resources to the main family every year, how could he have gotten this position?" Wu Yang said cautiously. "It's true." Chen Zhuge didn't know what to say. Wu Yang said meaningfully, "Money is the most important thing." Chen Zhuge nodded in agreement. "Those below the level of immortals use spirit stones, while those above the level of immortals use immortal crystals. One low-grade immortal crystal can be equivalent to 10,000 kilograms of high-grade spirit stones, which is a huge difference. It is not expensive to use 20 million kilograms of high-quality spirit stones to buy a yin-yang deer that has a high chance of breaking through to the level of a true immortal. As the saying goes, everyone below the level of an immortal is an ant." 10 years later, the second batch of yin-yang deer appeared. Because he was in charge of the entire King Fengguan, there were many more yin-yang deer this time, and even their talents were much higher, and their bloodlines were closer to the real yin-yang deer. After putting the 3 yin-yang deer with the best bloodlines into his own tree house, Chen Zhuge took out the communication stone to notify the chief eunuch Wu Yao to come over and sign for them. After a while, Wu Yao came over personally and took away the freshly baked yin-yang deer, leaving only the best one. After all, this was Wu Yusheng's instruction, and although Wu Yao was a true immortal, he did not dare to disobey. However, his attitude towards Chen Zhuge was a little strange. He just encouraged him to do his job well and made a subtle threat at the end. "Haha, shameless!" Chen Zhuge sneered. A few years ago, when he met the eunuch Xiaojing who came to the Beast Control Bureau, Chen Zhuge bribed the eunuch and asked him about the number of yin-yang deer that Wu Yao had sent to the palace. He learned that Wu Yao had only sent 5, while 8 of them were taken away from him. It goes without saying that the remaining 3 were taken away by him. As for the final threat, it was obvious that Wu Yao knew about Chen Zhuge's previous tricks. Forget it, forget it. I've managed to keep 3 this time." Chen Zhuge felt very calm. As his cultivation level improved, the functions of the Chaos Pearl were slowly developed. Its new ability was to conceal the secrets of heaven. Otherwise, it would be a pipe dream to hide the 3 yin-yang deer under the nose of a true immortal. No hurry, take your time. The road to immortality is long and there is still a lot of time. Chen Zhuge suppressed the nameless anger in his heart and said to himself. There were 12 yin-yang deer. Although it was not known how many Wu Yao sent, the number would definitely not be less than the first time. Our Lord of Qingming Kingdom seemed to be in a very good mood. He specially rewarded Chen Zhuge with a lot of spiritual objects and even gave him a holiday. From now on, I just need to randomly guide some Tai Chi deer to mutate every year, and the rest of the time I need to focus on cultivation. Chen Zhuge naturally did not forget his original purpose. With the results of these 2 attempts to cultivate yin-yang deer, I believe no one will doubt my ability. End of this chapter. Chapter 314. The 4th rank Grand Assistant Minister of the Beast Taming Administration. This rank is almost the highest among those independent cultivators without any background in the ancient country of Qingming. Of course, those with extraordinary talents and extremely strong cultivation are not included. In the ancient country of Qingming, official positions of the 3rd rank and above are almost all controlled by those aristocratic families, and 90% of them are held by those people. In the eyes of the common people and independent cultivators of the ancient country of Qingming, if you want to get things done, it is best to find those independent cultivators or 4th rank officials who do not have a big background, because they are the ones who are truly capable. This vacation lasted a full month, but after only 3 days, Chen Zhuge couldn't stand it anymore. Thanks to the success of this batch of yin-yang deer, too many people came to visit, many of whom were people Chen Zhuge could not afford to offend. Their purpose was all to get the yin-yang deer, which made Chen Zhuge very embarrassed. It's not that there are no yin-yang deer. If you really want to sell them, it will only take a few years to breed a batch of yin-yang deer. The main thing is that the appearance of a large number of yin-yang deer will definitely be discovered. By that time, if Qingming Zhao hears about it, he will be skinned alive if he doesn't die. This business can't be done. It can't be done. Chen Zhuge shook his head repeatedly after seeing off another visitor. 3 days later, Wu Yusheng came to Chen's house in a very low-key manner, bringing 2 tall maids. Looking at the 2 maids holding swords standing behind Wu Yusheng, Chen Zhuge's heart twitched, as expected of a young master of a big family, 2 maids of pure Yang Zhenjun. As the true lord of pure Yang, Wu Yusheng naturally knew about Chen Zhuge's little tricks, but he didn't care about it. Such a small figure with some ability still needs to be suppressed. Wu Yusheng fed the holy dew in his hand to the tiny yin-yang deer and felt its expanding cultivation. He was very satisfied. This was the true qualification of a true immortal. Master Chen, I am very satisfied with your yin-yang deer. This is your reward. Wu Yusheng casually threw an exquisite storage bag to Chen Zhuge. Unfortunately, the investigation is too strict, and my unfortunate uncle is a coward. Let's go. The transaction with Wu Yusheng was just a small episode, but the strength and information inadvertently revealed in it made Chen Zhuge feel heavy in his heart. A mere young master of the Wu family in the ancient country of Qingming is accompanied by the maid of Master Chunyang. This is really terrifying. The eunuch is a coward, which means he is loyal. Alas, he has no choice. Chen Zhuge was very distressed. It was not easy to survive in the real world. The resources for this transaction were handed over to Chen Feng, and a large amount of resources also continued to flow into the Chen mansion. The slaves obtained from the Snow Concubine Palace have been continuously improving in cultivation. The most qualified ones, Dagu and Ergu, have already reached the Shenzang realm. The cultivation of the 30 savages has risen to the Dashentong realm as a whole. The same is true for the barbarians, but there is one among them who is at the Shenzang realm. This level of strength is just so-so in the Star Sea realm, but it is Chen Zhuge's only reliable asset at the moment. As for those divine guards and servants in the palace, they may not be 100% loyal to him, although in name they are his people. It's the 30th day of vacation. After today, Chen Zhuge will return to the Beastmaster station. It's funny to say that when he first arrived at the Beastmaster Bureau, he felt a little bored and would occasionally return to the mansion. But now, Chen Zhuge misses the life in the Beastmaster Bureau very much. But unexpectedly, on the last day, someone came who Chen Zhuge did not expect. Yuniang, you are not also looking to buy the yin-yang deer, are you? Chen Zhuge looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him and said a little irritably. Cluck. Yuniang covered her mouth and chuckled, I dare not, this is the king's favorite, I haven't lived enough, my Yu family are all honest people. Chen Zhuge curled his lips in disdain. In this month, Chen Zhuge had learned a lot of dirty things about those big families from Chen Feng. We want the Tai Chi deer. Yuniang said with a serious face. Taiji deer. Chen Zhuge frowned, Taiji deer is not a rare spiritual animal. Yuniang smiled bitterly and said, rare spiritual beasts are not something our Yu family can control. Although the Tai Chi deer is not very precious, it is still somewhat related to the yin-yang deer, which is enough for us to make a fortune. Chen Zhuge was a little hesitant, tapping the table with his fingers. To be honest, the Tai Chi deer was not actually taken seriously, and there were no special requirements from above. As the Grand Secretary of the Beast Taming Bureau, Chen Zhuge's spiritual beast damage limit is ridiculously high, so there will be no problem in selling a small number of Tai Chi deer. But this beast pavilion, this jade lady, are they reliable? My current strength is too low. If I am not careful, I am afraid that they will eat me up. Sir Chen, in the ancient country of Qingming, status is very important, family background is very important, cultivation is very important, but the most important thing is money. Yuniang reminded. Chen Zhuge looked at Yuniang with some confusion. Money can buy life. Even the immortals who are high and mighty can be bought by money. Yuniang stopped here. These are the unspoken rules and cannot be made too clear. How much do you want? Chen Zhuge hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to the deal. After all, his current cultivation was too weak, and he couldn't afford many of the precious pills that could help him quickly improve his cultivation. We want 1 million Tai Chi deer, no matter they are good or bad, or have high or low cultivation levels. As long as they are Tai Chi deer, we are willing to pay 100 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones for each one. Yunyang offered a very sincere price. The price of a spiritual beast between the Great Divine Power Realm and the Divine Storage Realm is only a few dozen to a few hundred kilograms of high-quality spirit stones. After all, the spiritual beasts have a pretty miserable life in the real world. Returning to the Beastmaster again, Chen Zhuge brought Dagu and Ergu with him. Looking at the spirit beasts running around all over the mountains, Chen Zhuge said with emotion, "This is still the best place, this is the best place." After introducing Kinja to Dagu and Ergu, Chen Zhuge casually guided a group of Tai Chi deer and black and white deer to mutate, and then began to retreat with a large amount of resources. In the secret room filled with restrictions, Chen Zhuge looked at the pure yang pill that was emitting an infinite aura in front of him, with a hint of amazement on his face. "I'm afraid that even you Meng can't refine this kind of pill." Gudong. When the pure yang pill entered his stomach, an extreme pure yang force burst out from his body. The biggest change between a true lord and a true lord of pure yang was the transformation of his magic power. As long as pure yang magic power is nurtured, the rest of the magic power can be transformed around this base point to prepare for becoming an immortal. Chen Zhuge swallowed a large amount of pills whole, and the spiritual energy in Qingfeng Garden was slowly being permeated with a layer of pure yang power. There are some differences between the elixirs in the real world and those in the heavenly world. Once the elixirs in the real world reach the 5th level, they are no longer made of spiritual medicine as the main ingredient, but are mainly made of the spiritual charm that exists between heaven and earth. The added spiritual medicine can only serve as a catalyst at most, so these elixirs have no side effects. In other words, as long as you have resources and some understanding, you can reach the realm of pure Yang Zhenjun no matter how low your cultivation aptitude is. Of course, the consumption is also outrageous, and even the Wu family, who was very wealthy before, would probably feel distressed. 10 years later, Chen Zhuge, whose breath was constantly rising and falling, caught the yin-yang deer in Qingfeng Garden and handed it to the official who took over. Lu Wen, who had a white face and a long beard and looked like a handsome middle-aged man, counted the number of yin-yang deer with a smile and said nonchalantly, "Master Chen has made great progress in his cultivation." "No, no." Chen Zhuge shook his head repeatedly and secretly handed over the few remaining pure yang pills in his hand. Lu Wen had intended to just pick up a handful of food casually, but he didn't expect the harvest to be so huge, and instead he felt a little embarrassed. As the close guards around the king, Lu Wen and others have an awkward identity. They are not as close to the king as the eunuchs, and not as high-ranking as the officials. They are just stepchildren who are not loved by anyone. How could they have ever seen such a generous bribe? Gudong. Grasping the pure yang pill tightly in his sleeve, Lu Wen hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his sleeves and said, "Forget it, I really can't refuse this benefit. Master Chen, the fact that Wu Daijian was intercepting the yin-yang deer has been reported. From now on, I will be responsible for the handover of the yin-yang deer every 10 years. Master Chen, you must not sell the yin-yang deer. Although this spiritual beast that can become a true immortal is not a treasure, it can also enhance the foundation of the country. The king is the master of the revival of the country." After finishing the call, Lu Wen's face turned pale and he left in a hurry. It can be seen that the information is very valuable. "So, you don't control me by force because you're afraid that it will affect my ability to cultivate?" Chen Zhuge speculated secretly. Never mind, never mind. No rush, no rush. They are just some yin-yang deer. There are 10 tree houses in the Sea of Consciousness whose aura is obscured by the chaos. Tree houses 1 to 4 mainly raise white-haired rats, but some of them have basically mutated into jade rats, fire spirit rats, and the third variant that has recently appeared, void rats. It is no different from ordinary house mice, but its silver-white hair makes the void rat look much more beautiful. The most powerful thing about it is its talent. It can hide in the void and can briefly travel through the void. In the real world, an ordinary little mouse has accomplished something that even true immortals cannot do. This kind of talent is truly ridiculous. There is still a gap in their cultivation level, they are only at the great divine ability realm. Even after multiple mutations, the speed at which their cultivation level improves is very slow. According to the information sent back by the Chaos Pearl, if these void rats want to enhance their cultivation level, they need to be fed a large amount of space-related treasures. I'm still short of money. Chen Zhuge felt a little regretful. The space-related treasures were too expensive, at least he couldn't afford them now. Treehouse number 5 mainly raises various other spiritual beasts. These spiritual beasts are basically the most common spiritual beasts in the real world. They are of low grade, but they are cheap and inconspicuous. In addition, the extra yin-yang deer were also hidden there by Chen Zhuge, and they were all the ones with the best qualifications. The strongest one among them had already reached the level of pure yang true lord. This yin-yang deer should be the purest one, Chen Zhuge said as he looked at the yin-yang deer that was one circle smaller than the Tai Chi deer. This yin-yang deer has a very strong talent. Without any extra resources, it just stays in the tree house, eats and sleeps, and in just 20 years it has directly climbed to the level of true Lord Chunyang. It is simply outrageous. After completing the once in 10-year yin-yang deer breeding task, Chen Zhuge asked for leave on the pretext of returning to his mansion to recuperate. Wu Yao, expressionless, did not ask any more questions. If it were not for Lu Wen, Chen Zhuge would not have thought that Wu Yao had encountered any accident. But it makes sense. Although the true immortal is powerful, he is still not as good as the entire ancient country of Qingming. If it weren't for the Wu family behind him, Wu Yao would have been snatched away by Qingming Zhao long ago. Wait! Wu Yao stopped Chen Zhuge who was about to leave. Lord Wu. Chen Zhuge was a little confused. The loose official uniform moved, and an invisible barrier enveloped the entire study. A smile appeared on Wu Yao's face, and 2 cups of hot tea suddenly appeared. Chen Zhuge, I'm so proud to call you Brother Chen. Lord Wu, what do you mean? Chen Zhuge said with a look of panic. At Wu Yao's repeated invitation, Chen Zhuge sat down tremblingly. Wu Yao chuckled and said, Brother Chen, there is no need to do this. You are an official of the Snow Concubine Palace. Do you think I dare to force you? Ahem, Lord Wu, I. Chen Zhuge said a little embarrassedly. Haha, Brother Chen, let's be frank. I withheld a lot of the yin-yang deer when you handed over the first 2 times, and the villain framed me and reported it to your majesty. Although I am a member of the Wu family, I am only a side branch. I thought I was dead this time, but I didn't expect that Empress Shui would plead for me. Wu Yao said with lingering fear. If you owe someone a favor, you must pay it back. The favor of Empress Shui Fei is very valuable. If I were to buy it with money, I would probably go bankrupt. This is my fortune that I have accumulated bit by bit over the past 30,000 years. I have a family of all ages, more than 100 concubines, more than 1,000 beautiful maids, hundreds of children, and countless grandchildren. I have to support them all. I really can't bear to do that. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Brother Chen, you are my savior. Wu Yao said with shining eyes. The corner of Chen Zhuge's mouth twitched. Damn, is this old thing still a human being? He's just a breeding pig. Empress Shui said that as long as I take care of you, it will be considered as repaying a favor, but that is Empress Shui. After Yin Yang Lu confirmed that she really has the potential to be an immortal, Empress Shui is now the most favored concubine in the harem. So I figured that this matter had to be done well and beautifully. Coincidentally, one of my great-grandsons came back from outside. Not only did he come back, but he also brought a Tai Chi deer. Coincidentally, the shop where he bought the Tai Chi deer was secretly owned by the Yu family. So, Brother Chen, please cooperate with me. Wu Yao said with red eyes. Chen Zhuge was speechless. Is it true that Yu Niang and the Yu family are too useless? They were discovered after just one transaction? Etc., etc. Wu Yao's chubby hands kept crossing and folding, and finally he slammed his big hands on the desk. A bright array pattern emerged, which saved the desk from being torn into pieces. I will increase your breeding quota 10-fold, and your loss quota 5-fold. Can you breed more yin-yang deer in the next 10 years? At least 30. Wu Yao said fiercely. Chen Zhuge was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly, okay. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew that you guys from the lower world like to hide your tricks the most. Wu Yao said excitedly, his fat body shaking constantly. I don't ask for much. Give me 5 million Taiji deer every 10 years, and I can guarantee that you will never encounter any trouble in the Beast Control Bureau. Of course, your losses cannot exceed the loss limit. Chen Zhuge's mind was racing with consciousness, because of his position as the Grand Secretary, although he has more spirit beasts to manage, the loss of spirit beasts has not increased much. If it is 5 times, it will be 10 million. The normal loss in the last 10 years was 1.87 million. After giving Wu Yao 5 million, there are still more than 3 million left. With the guarantee from Empress Xuefei, I may be a little greedy, but there are also many risks. The main thing is that my treehouse can also hide a lot of Tai Chi deer, which is a bit difficult to deal with. Looking at Chen Zhuge, whose eyes flickered, Wu Yao seemed to have thought of something. He took out a jade talisman and a familiar voice rang out, Wu Yao. Master Zhu, I have conveyed your good intentions. This little guy is a little cautious, so you have to say a few words in person. Wu Yao said with a smile. Chen Zhuge, you can trust this fat guy. His position in the Wu family is not high, but he firmly occupies the position of the second-rank beast control supervisor. Many people in the Wu family want to pull him down. The person who reported him this time should also be someone from the Wu family. Don't be afraid that he will set a trap for you. The queen will take care of it for you. Zhu Ying's cold voice sounded. Chen Zhuge spoke very sincerely about Wu Yao's cooperation. This operation completely confused Wu Yao, and his face turned blue and white. It was hard for a true immortal to have such rich expressions on his face. I see. Wait a moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 315. There was silence in the study. Wu Yao said without a smile, Brother Chen, you are really an honest man. Chen Zhuge said shyly, it's okay. The queen has agreed to this matter, but I need to reorganize the specific benefits. Zhu Ying's voice broke the awkward atmosphere in the study. I will arrange for someone to tell Wu Yao the general process at that time. As if afraid that Wu Yao would embarrass Chen Zhuge, Zhu Ying casually revealed a secret. The ancestor of the Yu family seems to have achieved a breakthrough to become a celestial being. Heavenly fairy. Wu Yao's face froze. He really hadn't received this news. The jade talisman gradually dimmed, and Wu Yao's dissatisfaction slowly subsided. If the Yu family's business was taken away, he would be in a lot of trouble. Never mind, it was not bad to have concubine Xue to support him. On the way, Chen Zhuge kept thinking about Zhu Ying's intention. Although the Taiji deer has many benefits, it probably doesn't know that a lady is involved. Chen Zhuge found it difficult to understand. After so many years, he did not dare to say that he knew too much about the wealth of the big families in the real realm, but Tai Chi deer's business was indeed not that big. Click. Chen Feng looked a little strange and said, Master, you are finally back. Old Chen, what's the matter? Chen Zhuge said lightly. Master, your friend is waiting for you in the study. Friend? Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. Chen Feng was very steady in his work. How could he bring outsiders into the study without permission? The plump Yu Niang was playing with a teacup made of ordinary material in her hand. This low-level magic weapon was just a cup used by servants in the Yu family. Lord Chen, I think we need to intensify our cooperation. Yu Niang said with a smile. The ancient country of Qingming is very large, but its capital, which is only 1% or even 1,000th of its size, occupies more than 30% of its essence. Cough cough. The sticky air made Chen Zhuge feel uncomfortable. Is this Jiangnan? Yu Niang also felt a little uncomfortable and said, this is Jiangnan. Sir, we have arrived at Zhongshui City. Chen Qiu, a little giant who was obviously following the path of physical cultivation, said in a deep voice. A huge city stood in front of everyone, and the ancient city walls were covered with traces of rust. This was the oldest city in Jiangnan, Zhongshui City. Snow concubine Zhang Suiao was born in Zhongshui City. The Zhang family used to be the most powerful family in the ancient country of Qingming. Not to mention the Yu family, even the now prosperous Wu family is far inferior. Zhongshui City, Zhang family, what a pity, let's go into the city. Yu Niang said with some emotion. It took Chen Zhuge and his party 3 full months to walk from the capital to Zhongshui City. This was only possible thanks to the Earth Dragon Spirit Beast bestowed by the Emperor. A lesser Spirit Beast would have taken at least a year. As for why they don't use the teleportation array, I'm sorry, the space in the real world is very solid. The resources consumed to open a teleportation array are probably more valuable than all the wealth and lives of Chen Zhuge and his group combined. Crystal fried shrimps, freshly baked crystal fried shrimps. Blackwater crab, blackwater crab. Passing through the thick city walls, Chen Zhuge was attracted by the noisy hawking sounds. It felt like he had returned to an ancient city. Zhongshui City has not been prosperous since the decline of the Zhang family. Even the annual tax revenue is less than 1% of the usual. However, since concubine Shui entered the palace, it has regained a lot of vitality. Yu Niang said with some emotion. Hee hee. Chen Zhuge smiled awkwardly. It was not easy to respond to this. It is said that the decline of the Zhang family was related to rebellion. If the ancestors of the Zhang family and the Qingming family were not friends for life and death, and had not been soft-hearted for a moment, there would probably be no Zhang family now. A huge earth dragon, with a body as long as 10 feet, walked slowly on the street. Every time its heavy footsteps landed, the blue stone bricks would reveal a glimmer of light. This was the formation pattern offsetting gravity. The main mission of this trip to Zhongshui City is to open a new black and white deer breeding farm. I don't know how concubine Shui persuaded Qingming Zhao, but the king of Qingming actually agreed to this outrageous request. Not long after, the earth dragon entered a more prosperous street. Zhang Ming, who was in high spirits, straightened his clothes, hung a high-grade long sword on his waist, and urged the alien dragon horse under his crotch, which was nearly 10 feet tall, and slowly walked forward. Excuse me, is this the lady from the Yu family? Zhang Ming clasped his hands together and asked loudly. Yu Niang rolled her eyes speechlessly at Chen Zhuge in the carriage and said, See? As soon as my ancestor broke through to the celestial immortal, people came to try to make connections with him. Chen Zhuge laughed awkwardly twice and didn't respond. Before setting out, the Yu family had wanted Chen Zhuge to marry into Yu Niang's family, but Chen Zhuge politely declined. The kindness of a celestial family was naturally not so easy to refuse, which led to the current action. I am not feeling well, so I will not meet you, sir. Yu Niang refused tenderly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ming couldn't hear it, but instead came closer with a flattering face. If Chen Qiu, the commander of the Imperial Guards, hadn't stopped him, he would have been able to climb onto the frame directly. This embarrassing situation did not last long, and Huo Tian, the lord of Zhongshui City, arrived in a hurry after a while. The yin-yang deer that can achieve true immortality is very valuable. The only suitable place to breed them in Zhongshui City is Yanglong Lake, which once belonged to the Zhang family and now belongs to the imperial court. The origin of Yanglong Lake is not simple. It is rumored that the reason for its formation is that a true immortal dragon transformed into a celestial immortal dragon. Of course, this rumor has never been confirmed, but it is true that Yanglong Lake can produce a certain number of dragon horses every year. Dragon blood is very overbearing, but it is also a very good nutrient. Spiritual beasts from the chaotic period, such as the yin-yang deer, have the ability to devour some small dragon blood power and strengthen their own blood. This is one of the reasons why Qingming Zhao agreed. Led by Huo Tian, the lord of Zhongshui City, the group soon arrived at Yanglong Lake. Yanglong Lake is very large, with a lake covering thousands of square kilometers embedded in the center, like a gem embedded in a huge basin. Hundreds of handsome dragon horses were running wildly on the ground. Some of the gentle dragon beasts were licking the lush spiritual herbs. Other spiritual beast races were also living freely among them. Yu Niang, who was hiding in the carriage on the back of the ground dragon beast, finally revealed her true appearance. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up at the beautiful appearance, but the city lord Huo Tian did not have any improper thoughts. City Lord Huo, is this Yanglong Lake? Yu Niang's pearly voice rang out. Miss Yu, this is Yanglong Lake. It produces dozens of excellent dragon horses every year, and my Zhang family occupies a 10% share. Zhang Ming said proudly. Yu Niang rolled her eyes imperceptibly and said, Yanglong Lake used to be the private property of your Zhang family, but now only 1/10 of it is left. How dare you talk like that? So that's how it is. Yu Niang pretended to be surprised. Master Chen, do you think Yanglong Lake is suitable for raising black and white deer? Yu Niang said to the carriage. Chen Zhuge got out of the car somewhat helplessly and looked at Yanglong Lake from afar. This place is rich in spiritual energy, rich in spiritual power, and even has a faint hint of dragon energy. It is indeed a fertile land. Yes, but if you want to raise black and white deer, you need some preparation. Chen Zhuge said lightly. The golden finger can guide the black and white deer to mutate and return to the yin and yang deer. Once the mutation is complete, the breeding methods of these spirit beasts will be passed on to Chen Zhuge, but this method is too time-consuming and energy-consuming, and Chen Zhuge generally won't do it. Let's get started, I really don't like this place. Yu Niang said a little depressed. Commander Chen, I still need your help in this matter. Chen Zhuge said politely. It's my job. Chen Qiu said calmly. The person with the highest status on this trip is Yu Niang. Although she has no official position, she is an imperial envoy. Next are Chen Zhuge and Chen Qiu, one of whom is responsible for guarding and the other for the breeding and development of black and white deer. First, set up a 5-element formation, leaving about a quarter of the area. Chen Zhuge commanded. 5 figures quickly rushed out from the imperial army, 5 formation flags fell quickly, and complicated hand gestures were completed in their hands. As the formation gradually became more complete, Chen Zhuge clearly felt the changes in the 5 elements of spiritual energy around Yanglong Lake. Commander Chen has so many talented people under his command. Chen Zhuge praised sincerely. The 5 elements formation is an entry-level formation. It is easy to get started, but difficult to master. These 5 people's attainments in the 5 elements formation are obviously very high. They have actually caused changes in the power of the 5 elements in a short period of time. You're too polite, Lord Chen. Chen Qiu said with some pride. After about an hour, a slight sound appeared in everyone's heart, and the 5 elements formation was completed. A colorful halo appeared above Yanglong Lake, but there was a gap in it, like a whole cake with a piece cut off. Performing a magical movement on himself, Chen Zhuge took a step forward and came to the gap. His soul dispersed and he felt the power of the 5 elements being continuously extracted, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Then a complete array plate appeared in his hand. Unlike the array flags which had to be arranged by oneself, the array plate only needed to be activated. As long as the core of it was not destroyed, the array could always exist. Chen Zhuge slapped the dark blue crystal into the formation plate, and a distinct black and white halo filled the last gap in the sky. The yin-yang gathering formation. Huo Tian said in shock. Haha, I didn't expect City Lord Huo to have such insight. Yunyang said in surprise. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I just read some more books when I had nothing to do. Huo Tian said, bending down with his fat body. Yunyang chuckled twice and said nonchalantly, since City Lord Huo understands the yin-yang gathering formation, he should know its value. I hope that the City Lord can take good care of this place in the future. Huo Tian said seriously, don't worry, I will set up a military camp here. That's good. While the two were chatting, Chen Zhuge had already brought a large number of imperial guards to clear out all the spiritual herbs and spiritual beasts in the formation. A large amount of spiritual herb seeds containing a trace of yin and yang aura were sprinkled in it, and then Chen Zhuge carefully took out a purple crystal jade bottle. After greedily taking 2 gulps of the rich life energy, Chen Zhuge said with great envy, it is indeed the water of life from the real world. It is tens of thousands of times richer than that from the heavenly world. With the breath of the water of life, Chen Zhuge growled, Tianqing. Countless spiritual herbs emerged from the ground, and the black and white spiritual herbs instantly covered the entire ground. Then Chen Zhuge continuously released the black and white deer stored in the spiritual beast bag. I didn't expect that such an almighty little magical power is just a technique to serve flowers and plants in the real world. It's really uncomfortable. The unique environment made the black and white deer snort in anger, and they were just one spark away from a fight. Fortunately, on the way here, Chen Zhuge had already guided these black and white deer to mutate, and the relationship between them had become much closer, so they were able to control the situation for now. My lords, I still need to calm the black and white deer. I will live here for the time being. Lord Huo, can you please send me some food every day? Okay. Yunyang agreed on behalf of everyone. The crowd waited for a while longer, and when they realized that they were really not needed, they slowly left. Chen Zhuge, who had been pretending for a long time, sat down on the ground the moment he saw everyone leaving. Lying on his back on the grass, holding a black and white spiritual herb in his mouth, Chen Zhuge said speechlessly, I don't know how long I will stay this time. The bloodline of the spiritual beast that guides the mutation will not degenerate, and the next generation of these mutated spiritual beasts will be stronger than the non-mutated spiritual beasts. According to their idea, Chen Zhuge wanted to open a farm here to produce yin-yang deer. It was a good idea, but in reality the difference would be huge, at least it would not be seen in a short time. Even if I use all my abilities, it's impossible for this place to produce yin-yang deer on its own in a short period of time. At most, I can produce some Tai Chi deer. Chen Zhuge muttered. Wait, Tai Chi deer. A flash of inspiration flashed through Chen Zhuge's mind, what if this idea is not Xue Fei's idea? Who could that be, the Yu family? No, Wu Yao? That's even more impossible. Hiss, it can't be the king. Chen Zhuge was frightened by his own thoughts. It was just a Tai Chi deer and it couldn't be sold for many spirit stones. It was not worth the sacrifice for a king. Qingming Zhao, wearing a golden robe, stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the night view of the king from afar, and said lightly, "How is the little girl from the Yu family?" A feminine voice came from behind the empty room, "Your Majesty, since we arrived at Zhongshui City, Minister Chen has already set up a large formation and should be training spirit beasts now." Qingming Zhao nodded slightly, then hesitantly asked, "Old Feng, do you think it is possible to reproduce yin-yang deer on its own?" The plump and white Feng Dong appeared silently behind Qingming Zhao and shook his head, saying, "This should be impossible. After all, the yin-yang deer that Minister Chen has cultivated over the years only have such high bloodlines and cannot reproduce on their own." "Yeah, I thought too much. It would be good enough as long as we can breed the Tai Chi deer. At least we can retreat and have a fixed income." Qingming Zhao shook his head. "By the way, Old Feng, do you think my child can take on the important task?" Qingming Zhao changed the subject. Feng Dong's fat white face froze, and he knelt down quickly and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know." Qingming Zhao said in a bored tone, "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. But we can't let these brats take the position so easily. I went through a lot of hardships to get this position from the old guy. Let me think about it, let me think about it." Feng Dong knelt on the ground motionless, his heart full of sorrow. He knew that his life would be difficult once His Majesty stepped down. The emperor of the ancient country of Qingming must at least have the cultivation level of a true immortal before taking office, because the lifespan of an immortal is too long, and it is impossible for him to wait until he dies of old age before abdicating. Therefore, the royal family has a rule that one must abdicate after 30,000 years. If you don't want to be the ruler anymore, you can abdicate earlier, but you can only serve for a maximum of 30,000 years. As for whether you want to abdicate or not, that is not up to you. Those abdicated old guys in the royal family will not let you sit in that position. I got it, Old Feng. What do you say I should let them go and expand? It happens that the strength of those families has increased rapidly recently. Even the Yu family has a celestial being. Qingming Zhao laughed. Feng Dong was speechless. His Majesty was becoming more and more dissatisfied with those aristocratic families. He wondered if those aristocratic families would beat him to death after he abdicated. End of this chapter. Chapter 316. Raising spirit beasts is a very time-consuming and relaxing thing. Lying on the soft back of the Tai Chi deer, Chen Zhuge rested his hands on his head and looked up at the two suns in the sky, muttering, "Two suns, they are really magical. The more powerful the world, the stronger its regulatory ability. It is said that in the chaotic period, there were 10 suns in the real world." Yu Niang jumped onto the big head of the Tai Chi deer and chuckled. Straightening up, Chen Zhuge asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Didn't that guy from the Zhang family look for you?" Yu Niang's face darkened. In her hands, a jade table and a set of purple tea sets appeared. She made tea while complaining, "This guy was a sticky person in his previous life. I can't drive him away." "Haha, that's because you are so charming." Chen Zhuge joked. Yu Niang said resentfully, "Didn't someone refuse?" Chen Zhuge's face froze, and he changed the subject, "Have some tea. By the way, we have been here for nearly 100 years. When can we go back?" Yu Niang said with a headache, "I could have gone back earlier, but His Majesty issued such an imperial decree. If I go back, I will be involved in a big storm. The clan leader suggested that I go back later." 100 years ago, King Mingzao issued a development order, requiring all princes who had reached the realm of true immortality to participate, and the prince with the greatest contribution to the development would inherit the throne. But is the king really going to abdicate? Chen Zhuge asked curiously. Of course it's true. The term of office lasts 30,000 years, and our ruler has been in office for 27,000 years. After a brief chat, the two fell into silence for a while. Yo yo yo! The crisp sound of a deer's cry was heard, and a strong wave emerged from the body of a majestic Tai Chi deer. Its huge body quickly shrank, and a cute yin-yang deer appeared in front of the two people. Yu Niang stood up and moved, holding the little guy in her arms, and returned to her original position and said, "It's amazing, how did you do it?" Chen Zhuge shook his head and said nothing. "Stingy, it should be the unique ability of your world to cultivate spiritual beasts. This kind of innate ability really makes people love and hate it." Yu Niang gritted her teeth. Over the past 100 years, this renovated ranch has produced countless yin-yang deer and tai chi deer. The profits brought in are extremely substantial, even if the Yu family only has 30% of them. I have always had a question. Apart from the Yu family, me, and Princess Swafei, who else will benefit from the yin-yang deer and the tai chi deer? Chen Zhuge said solemnly. Yu Niang sighed and said, didn't you guess everything? It really is that person. Chen Zhuge pointed to the sky. What do you think? That person is going to retire. He can only get a certain salary every year. The ladies in the harem and their own cultivation resources have to support themselves. Yu Niang explained. What about Wu Yao? Wu Yao was present when the cooperation was first discussed. He was originally chosen, but your majesty got involved. The Taiji deer in your King Fenjai Yuan has already been compensated to him. Then is 10% too much for me? Chen Zhuge felt a little uneasy. Both sides are ruled by big celestial beings. How can a little guy like me, who is not even a real immortal, deserve to get even 10% of the benefits? You underestimate your abilities. Yu Niang said with a complicated look. A beast master who can restore the most common spiritual beasts to their ancestral form is of great value. Yu Niang also couldn't understand why the Qingming family didn't imprison Chen Zhuge. Yo yo yo! The miserable sound of a deer was heard, and the two were attracted by the noise. I saw a tai chi deer not far away having its neck bitten off by a huge tiger, and the fragrant deer blood was dripping continuously. Is this your nether tiger? The bloodthirsty look made Yu Niang shiver. Chen Zhuge nodded silently. This tiger was the nether devouring tiger from that year, but it had mutated many times and its appearance was very different, so Chen Zhuge changed its name. The tai chi deer, which was more than 10 feet tall and over 10 meters long, was quickly swallowed by the nether tiger. It's really a terrifying beast. Yu Niang sighed. Although most of the tai chi deer were sold over the years, some were left behind. The tai chi deer that were left behind were all extremely talented. The cultivation level of that unfortunate tai chi deer was as high as the true Lord realm. The scarlet tongue licked the dagger-like tiger teeth, and the nether tiger's body quickly shrank. With a light leap, it came into Chen Zhuge's arms. Looking at the little tiger rolling in Chen Zhuge's arms, Wu Fu, who was hiding behind his long hair, quickly crawled out, and his little paws stretched out 5 blood-red claws. Wu Fu was secretly restless, and Chen Zhuge said helplessly, "Don't fight." Yu Niang showed a trace of envy on her face and said, "What a wonderful spirit beast. They are special cases." Chen Zhuge said lightly. Yu Niang just nodded perfunctorily, obviously not believing what Chen Zhuge said. 100 years is enough time for the princes of the ancient Qingming kingdom to make some big moves. Qing Minjai, wearing black and gold dragon-patterned armor, slowly entered the city lord's mansion of Zhongshui City with 1,000 black dragon guards under his command. Huo Tian, who was as fat as a ball, ran out of the city lord's mansion with sweat all over his forehead. He knelt down 10 meters away from Qing Minjai, slid all the way to his knees in front of him, and said tremblingly, "Your Highness the Third Prince, why are you here?" Looking at Huo Tian, whose clothes were in disarray, Qing Minjai let out an ambiguous laugh and slowly got off the alien black dragon horse. "Are you Huo Tian, the mayor of Zhongshui City?" Qing Minjai's voice was gentle. Huo Tian's fat figure kept shaking and nodding, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. "I never thought that Zhongshui City, which was once on the verge of collapse, could recover and even raise such a fat and fair city lord." Deputy General Chen Dao, who was one step behind, said murderously, "The Zhang family is nothing but traitors. Zhongshui City should not exist. This Huo Tian deserves to die." Rub. Chen Dao pulled out the snow-white sword, with a faint blood mist surrounding it, and he was about to chop it down with the sword. "Alas, City Lord Huo is a subject of my father after all, there is no need to be like this." Qing Minjai said lightly. "Okay, get up and arrange my personal guards. Also, give me some of Zhongshui City's special features." "Yes, His Royal Highness the Third Prince." Huo Tian shouted miserably. After an unknown amount of time, Huo Tian raised his head tremblingly, and only an old man with a gloomy face was standing in front of him. "Sir, what do you want me to do for you?" Huo Tian asked humbly. "My name is Gao Huan. You understand what His Highness means? Those characteristics must be pure and clean." Gao Huan said sinisterly. "Yes yes yes." After a full stick of incense, Huo Tian finally got up, grabbed the deputy city lord Zhang Wen beside him and shouted, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I leave this matter to you. Your Highness must be satisfied, otherwise we will all die. Jiang Wen's face was also full of worry. Just now, His Highness's Deputy General said that the Jiang family was a rebel. This was definitely not a good intention. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Although Jiang Wen was full of worries, he didn't show it on his face. The arrival of the third prince Qing Minjai had no impact on Chen Zhuge for now, but it had a huge impact on Jiang Shui City and the Jiang family. In just 7 days, hundreds of innocent women died and thousands of brothel women were tortured to the point of being completely beaten. For a time, the entire Jiang Shui City was in a panic. Father-in-law, why are there so few blue water shrimps today? Chen Zhuge looked at the old man in front of him with some surprise. Blue water shrimp is a specialty of Jiang Shui City. It tastes great and is one of Chen Zhuge's favorite foods. For this reason, he even raised a batch of them in Yanglong Lake. However, the mutated blue water shrimp tastes terrible and does not have enough potential. The grey-haired old man showed a trace of fear on his face and said, "Sir, there has been unrest in and around the city recently. What's going on?" Chen Zhuge had not yet received the news of Qing Minjai's arrival. In the past few days, Chen Zhuge and Yunyang have been dealing with the handover of the Yinyang deer and the Tai Chi deer. They have not come to Jiang Shui City yet. Last night, Yunyang had already taken the goods to trade, so Chen Zhuge was free today. It is said that a big shot has come. Many innocent women have died during this period. The scene is really tragic. I really dare not let my granddaughter out. The old man said worriedly. Nodding thoughtfully, Chen Zhuge took out a few spirit stones and bought all the blue water shrimps. Carrying a bag of blue water shrimps and walking on the street, Chen Zhuge did find something wrong. Those vendors were just low-level cultivators. In the past, they would have their family members help them set up the stalls, but now most of them are alone, and the stalls with multiple people are all run by men. Even the stalls of the former widows or beautiful women are no longer to be seen. Here comes a pervert without any humanity. Fortunately, Yunyang has left. Let's send a communication talisman to warn her. A flash of inspiration flashed between his brows, and he transmitted the changes here to Yunyang. Bang! A black shadow flew out from Jiang Shui Tower not far away and landed straight in front of Chen Zhuge. Jiang Ming. Chen Zhuge looked at Jiang Ming with a shocked expression as he was only breathing his last breath. He took out some healing pills and stuffed them into Jiang Ming's mouth, while injecting magic power with one hand to help him digest the medicine. Jiang Ming, who had recovered a little from his injuries, said weakly, "Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving my life." "What's going on?" Chen Zhuge asked puzzledly. "This is Jiang Shui City, this is the Jiang family's territory." Jiang Ming looked up at the big hole on the top of Jiang Shui Tower. There was no one there. The man who beat Jiang Ming to death did not show up to check on the situation. It was obvious that he did not care about Jiang Ming's life or death. "Brother Chen, let's go to your place and talk." Jiang Ming reluctantly stood up and said. "Row." After flying all the way, Jiang Ming's injuries have stabilized. Although he is still far from recovery, he can still move normally. "The third prince Qing Minjai is here." Jiang Ming didn't even bother to drink his tea and said with a look of disgust. "The third prince?" Chen Zhuge didn't know much about the Qing Ming family. He only knew that the current ruler was called Qing Ming Zhao. 100 years ago, the king launched the development order, intending to use it to select the strongest prince to succeed the throne. However, there was a small accident. Jiang Ming said with a wry smile. Chen Zhuge handed over the brewed spiritual tea and agreed, "What's next?" "The eldest prince, the third prince, and the seventh prince, I don't know what opportunity they had to break through to become celestial immortals." Chen Zhuge's hand trembled as he drank tea. "Fairy. The realm below true immortal is very simple, and at most it is divided into 3 small stages, early, middle, and late. However, it is different for true immortal. There are 33 levels of true immortal, which means that if you want to become a celestial immortal, you have to break through 33 hurdles. Yes, they are celestial beings. Anyway, I don't know what opportunities the 3 of them got during the 100 years of development, but the 3 of you have indeed broken through to the level of celestial beings. After that, they began to grow their own wings, plunder resources, and increase their strength." Chen Zhuge frowned and interrupted, "Where is the king?" Jiang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Of course the king couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to stop it, but the 3 princes actually stopped him. You know, a celestial being who has practiced for tens of thousands of years more can't suppress 3 newly promoted celestial beings. It's simply weird. The most important thing is that these 3 princes have become very strange. The eldest prince is bloodthirsty, the 3rd prince is lustful, and the 7th prince is flesh-loving. This shouldn't be a big problem. The 3 problems Zhang Ming mentioned were not big problems. At least Chen Zhuge thought they were normal. But Zhang Ming then went on to talk about some very disgusting things. The eldest prince is bloodthirsty. His bloodthirstiness does not mean killing people, but drinking their blood. Whether it is from spirit beasts or cultivators, he likes to drink their blood. Moreover, he needs to suck the blood of at least 1,000 people a day. The 3rd prince is lustful. It's easy to explain why he's just lustful. After all, there are so many women in the country who want to climb up the social ladder. But every woman who climbed into the 3rd prince's bed died. Even the prince's wife died. The 7th prince loves meat. He is amazing. He eats raw meat, and he eats both humans and animals. He has a huge appetite. Fortunately, most of his food is slaves of foreign races. Ugh, vomit. Chen Zhuge retched a little bit with nausea. Have you ever seen 3 princes? They are not 3 demons. Then how did you offend him? This is the Zhang family's territory after all. Chen Zhuge suppressed the nausea in his heart and asked. Zhang Ming's face was extremely ugly. He slammed his hand on the table and said through gritted teeth, some old immortals in the clan sent a few of their sisters over there. I heard those bad rumors and specially invited the 3rd prince to dinner to ask about it. I originally thought that this was the Zhang family's territory after all, and even if he was the 3rd prince, he wouldn't go too far. But he ended up leaving 3 bodies to me. Then, I couldn't help myself. You won't take action? Chen Zhuge said with admiration. Zhang Ming's face turned red, and he muttered, am I that stupid? That's a celestial being. Chen Zhuge looked at Zhang Ming meaningfully. Zhang Ming surrendered and said, well, I couldn't help but scold him, and then an old man next to him slapped me in the face. That's it. As I recall, you achieved the true immortal level 60 years ago. That old guy is at least at the 10th level of true immortal, and his immortal power is extremely vicious. If it weren't for my Zhang family's clan technique which has a powerful force-dissipating ability, I would have been slapped to death by that palm. Zhang Ming recalled the previous palm strike, his face full of horror. So strong. Chen Zhuge had a bad thought in his mind. Do you know why the 3rd prince came to Zhongshui city? Zhang Ming shook his head, who knows? Drip drip. A rapid voice of communication sounded, which was the sound only made for emergency communication. Zhuge, run quickly. The 3rd prince is targeting us. That guy wants the Yu family to join him. I don't know who betrayed us. He knows about the deal with Taiji dear. Chen Zhuge and Zhang Ming looked at each other and shouted at the same time, he wants to massacre the city. Why, 3rd prince, what on earth do you want to do? An angry voice came from the city. Zhang Ming trembled all over and said, this is the voice of the ancestor. Ha ha ha, what are you doing? Of course I'm going to fuck you. Kill all the Zhang family members and leave the women to me, ha 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 ha. End of this chapter. Chapter 317. The massacre lasted for a full month. During this month, the entire Zhongshui city was filled with desperate wails. There was even a black cloud tens of thousands of kilometers long that gathered in the sky. It was all caused by condensed resentment. The neat streets were covered with sticky blood, and occasionally white bodies could be seen. Qing Minjai was dressed in white, with an evil smile on his face. The Zhang family's women are really good, worthy of being the relatives of concubine Xuet. Gugugu, do you think this counts as an alternative taste of the Snow Princess? Chen Dao stood quietly behind Qing Minjai like an iron tower. His strange laughter did not change his expression at all. Your Highness, according to our information, several people from the Zhang family have escaped. Snapped. Qing Minjai slapped Chen Dao in the face. The Black Dragon's personal guard deputy general, whose cultivation was unfathomable, had blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and the immortal power in his body also began to riot. No one can escape from the 7 desires locking heaven array. The beastmaster who bred the yin-yang deer for my father, and the bastards of the Zhang family, are still in the city. You have 7 days left. If you can't find it, you will die. A strange red light flashed in Chen Dao's eyes. He retreated silently and summoned his soldiers to begin a vigorous search. A pink breath surrounded Qing Minjai, a sweet and fishy breath that made him tremble. He touched the scar on his abdomen and said sinisterly, "Father, you are really cruel, but it won't be long before I go back to find you." Cluck! A crisp laugh sounded, and in the pink atmosphere, a vague figure slowly appeared. Qing Minjai couldn't help but put away his smile and said unhappily, "Isn't it time yet? It took me a lot of effort to help you kill that old man from the Zhang family. Shouldn't you compensate me?" A naked and stunningly beautiful body was wrapped around Qing Minjai. This was a woman that people could never forget and could not move away from once they saw her. The strange thing was that the other soldiers could not see this woman. "Don't inhale too much. I have important things to do next." A complicated look flashed across Qing Minjai's face. This woman is Qing Minjai's opportunity, but also his nightmare. "Of course, we are one now." The woman leaned over and blew into Qing Minjai's ear seductively. Yanglong Lake. The ancient Qingming kingdom, which had occupied Yanglong Lake for tens of thousands of years, had no idea that underneath this pasture, which had provided the ancient kingdom with countless war horses, there actually lay a ruined secret realm. The stubborn spiritual herbs stubbornly fell on the broken earth. The secret realm of Yanglong Lake, where no one has visited for tens of thousands of years, welcomed 2 guests today. The plump rabbit was roasted until golden brown. Chen Zhuge sprinkled a layer of seasoning on it and the aroma of the food filled the air. "Is it ready? Is it ready?" Zhang Ming looked at the food that he usually disdained with restlessness. "Not really. You're a true immortal, so it's okay if you don't eat it," Chen Zhuge said speechlessly. Zhang Ming bit down hard on the plump rabbit leg and rolled his eyes, saying, "If you don't eat, you're still a human being. Immortals are also human beings." Okay, but when can we get out of this place?" Chen Zhuge said worriedly. When Qing Mingye launched a massive attack on Zhongshui city, Zhang Ming took Chen Zhuge and hid in this isolated secret place. This ruined secret realm isolates everything, and no means of communication can be used here. Of course the Golden Immortal should be able to use it. Zhang Ming sighed and said, "I don't know, but I know that once we go out, it will most likely be over." "Isn't your ancestor also a celestial being? Why did you just run away? Do you have so little confidence in your ancestor?" Chen Zhuge asked curiously. "My ancestor didn't break through normally. God knows what means he used to break through to the celestial immortal. Anyway, I only know that there is probably no one weaker than my ancestor among the celestial immortals." Zhang Mingsheng said helplessly. "You really don't look like a member of the Zhang family," Chen Zhuge said with a strange look in his eyes. "He runs away when something happens, and he is a real immortal. It is really speechless that the Zhang family has such a promising member. What I'm doing is called preserving our strength. What's more, we are just a branch of the Zhang family. Although we are called clan members, our blood relationship is actually not much different from that of strangers," Zhang Ming explained. He. After eating and drinking, Chen Zhuge planned to wander around this secret place. Although Zhang Ming said that there was nothing here, Chen Zhuge didn't quite believe it. This is a secret realm. The secret realms in the real world are different from those common secret realms in the heavenly world. The solid space and the world of origin have resulted in very few secret realms in the real world. To establish a secret realm, one must at least have the cultivation base of a golden immortal. Moreover, the Yanglong Lake secret realm is so large that even a golden immortal cannot possibly support it. The entire land of Yanglong Lake has almost turned into a gobi desert, with the sparse low-level spiritual herbs drooping their leaves weakly. Chen Zhuge used a spell to detect spiritual materials, and a vague spiritual light appeared above the spiritual herbs, with a thin blue line in the light. The Dharma eye on his forehead opened, and Chen Zhuge said with some surprise, "Although the thin dragon energy is very subtle, it does exist. Interesting, could this really be the place where a true dragon transforms? The true dragons in the real world, except for those pure-blooded dragons, those true dragons that have transformed from the lowest level of dragon species have at least the cultivation level of golden immortals. These true dragons are also extremely powerful among the dragon clan." After walking for 2 hours, Chen Zhuge finally arrived at the core of the Yanglong Lake secret realm, a dried-up lake. According to the records of the Zhang family, this place was once the core of the entire secret realm. There was a lake of water containing the essence and blood of a real dragon. Zhang Ming had always suspected that the dragon species in the former direct line of the Zhang family were all raised here. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the Zhang family used to raise a large number of dragons, but now the Zhang family only has a few pitiful dragons. Squeak! Wu Fu curiously stretched out his little head and looked around. He didn't know what he discovered, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he quickly rushed out. Its sharp claws dug into the ground quickly, digging out pieces of black rock. After about a quarter of an hour, the dug-out rocks gradually took on a hint of blue. Chen Zhuge looked around and didn't find anything strange. He was about to ask Wu Fu to leave, but then he saw those unique stones. Is this dragon blood stone? Chen Zhuge's pupils shrank suddenly. Playing with the increasingly dark rocks, Chen Zhuge guessed, the bottom of the lake paved with rocks, this can't be the bathtub of the real dragon. After thinking about it carefully, Chen Zhuge felt that this might really be the case. After Aoyi and the others evolved into fire dragons, their bodies were nearly 1,000 meters long. The laws of the real world were more stable, but at least a real dragon of the golden immortal would definitely be larger in size. Squeak! Wu Fu came out of the hole holding a deep blue gem. His little mouse face was full of excitement and his eyes as big as soybeans were full of greed. You said this is dragon blood. Chen Zhuge looked at the sapphire that was as big as his palm and said in disbelief. After all, he was the true Lord Chunyang and a beast master who was good at breeding, but he couldn't feel the breath of a real dragon at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wu Fu gestured with his hands and feet, but seeing that his owner didn't quite understand, he stretched out a paw with some heartache. Bang! The sharp claws that gathered most of the magic power in the body emitted extremely high temperature, and even the surrounding air began to fluctuate. Sizzle snap! A shallow crack was scratched on the surface of the sapphire. Wu Fu held the broken claw in pain, with a few small pearls left in his eyes. Chen Zhuge did not pay attention to Wu Fu's situation, but even if he did, he probably would not have the time to care about it, because as the surface of the sapphire was damaged, an extremely strong dragon power appeared. Gudong! It really is the blood of a real dragon. Chen Zhuge swallowed hard. Roar! A strange cry sounded in Chen Zhuge's sea of consciousness, and the blood in the sapphire slowly flowed out, forming a small dragon shape. Before Chen Zhuge could figure out what was going on, the little blue dragon dived into Chen Zhuge's body. The tremendous energy directly smashed Chen Zhuge's body into pieces, and the huge pain instantly overwhelmed Chen Zhuge's consciousness. The meridians, bones, muscles, skin, and even the spine turned into a pile of powder and fell to the ground like a lump of mud. The powerful energy began to repair Chen Zhuge's body. Wu Fu looked at Chen Zhuge, who was surrounded by the blue halo, with some envy. He was a spirit beast with fire attribute, and this drop of dragon blood was obviously of water attribute. The attributes were in conflict. Click! The crisp sound of bones crisscrossing was heard, and Chen Zhuge felt like a rag doll being patched up. I don't know how long it took, but an aura far stronger than before emanated from Chen Zhuge, and a light blue halo slowly sank into his body. He clenched his fists, and the violent sound of the air explosion made Chen Zhuge feel the pleasure of power again. A true immortal level body, this is too exaggerated. Chen Zhuge still couldn't believe this sudden benefit. Squeak! You said there are more here. Chen Zhuge looked at the petite Wu Fu, his eyes emitting a golden light. Squeak! Is it very deep? It's okay, you dig first. After thinking for a while, Chen Zhuge decided to stabilize Zhang Ming first. This guy is a true immortal. Although he seems to be easy to talk to and has no airs now, if he discovers the existence of the true dragon's blood, he will most likely kill people and steal the treasure. Fortunately, the secret realm isolates the aura, and even a true immortal cannot project his spiritual consciousness too far. Wu Fu rarely appears in front of outsiders, and Chen Zhuge and Zhang Ming have not met many times. He does not know the existence of Wu Fu, so Chen Zhuge went back alone with light steps. The blood of the real dragon not only strengthened Chen Zhuge's physique, but also increased the strength of his magic power. He returned much faster than when he came, and it only took him an hour and a half. Zhang Ming, who was lying on the ground, saw Chen Zhuge and immediately stood up and said, "You are finally back. It's been so long. Do you still have roasted rabbit?" Chen Zhuge speechlessly took out a spirit rabbit from the tree house, quickly skinned it and pulled out its tendons, saying, "Why would you, a true immortal, treat me so pitifully? I'm planning to explore this secret place. Then just leave some spiritual beasts for me." Zhang Ming licked his lips and said, "Is it true? But I can give you 10 at most." Chen Zhuge said with a heartbroken expression. "To be honest, the elders of my Zhang family have come to this place countless times. To put it bluntly, they have dug the ground 3 feet deep, but there is nothing good to find. If I can get the chance, this is the place where a true dragon transforms, and it must be a true dragon of at least golden immortal level. Chen Zhuge showed an expression of excitement and anticipation. Jiang Ming secretly laughed in his heart, you are a country bumpkin from the lower world, how could you possibly get the chance to get something good? Go ahead, just leave some spirit beasts for me. Jiang Ming said indifferently. Then I'll go. Chen Zhuge asked doubtfully. Go. 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 Leaving behind the 10 spirit rabbits, Chen Zhuge changed direction and moved forward, constantly exploring the spirit herbs, half-dead trees and strangely shaped rocks on the ground along the way. While chewing on the delicious rabbit meat, Jiang Ming sensed the message sent back by a wisp of soul attached to Chen Zhuge. He smiled silently, and then withdrew the soul. The immortal power here was consumed a lot, and the recovery was very slow. Jiang Ming did not intend to waste his immortal power. Back then, our ancestors dug up this secret realm and collected a large amount of dragon blood stones. Otherwise, where would the Zhang family have those dragons? Alas, after that, this secret realm was as dead as ever, and not a single dragon bloodstone appeared. Jiang Ming muttered. The current Zhang family is just the side branch disciples of the original Zhang family. They don't know which lake is the core of the entire secret realm. If they can't control the core, they can only destroy it completely. Therefore, those side branch ancestors who were not strong enough back then directly plundered the entire secret realm, collected a large amount of dragon bloodstones, and cultivated the few remaining dragons of the Zhang family. Throwing down the stone in his hand, Chen Zhuge estimated the time and thought to himself, it's been almost a day. Jiang Ming shouldn't have left any tricks behind. The contract order belonging to Wu Fu in the Sea of Consciousness had conveyed a message an hour ago that new dragon blood had been dug out. After carefully checking his entire body, Chen Zhuge still found nothing unusual. His eyes flickered a few times as he muttered, he has just broken through to the true immortal level, and my physical body has also reached the true immortal level. The difference in strength should not be that big. Returning to the lake again, Chen Zhuge saw the dirty Wu Fu holding a dragon blood gem that was even bigger than before. His cunning little face was rubbing it hard, and it was obvious that he was very fond of this huge treasure that could only be looked at but not eaten. After carefully setting up several hidden magic arrays, Chen Zhuge took out the purple mist dark flower halberd and used it to scrape the surface of the dragon blood gem. The purple mist nether flower halberd is a dangerous weapon, but in the real world there is no distinction between dangerous weapons and magical weapons. Anyway, they are all classified as magical weapons. According to the grade classification in the real world, the purple mist nether flower halberd is an 8th grade magical weapon, and it is almost able to be promoted to a divine weapon. Stab it, prick it. The sharp scraping sounds continued to be heard, and a quarter of an hour later, a small blue dragon that was larger than the previous one pierced into Chen Zhuge's body. Severe pain, strong body and a complete transformation. The strong body brought more powerful magic power. Chen Zhuge estimated that with about 3 or 4 more transformations, his magic power would probably reach the level of a true immortal. What a great opportunity! Under Chen Zhuge's expectant eyes, Wu Fu dug out a large number of dragon blood gems in the next 3 days. Looking at the at least thousands of dragon blood gems in front of him, Chen Zhuge was numb. Is this the place where real dragons transform, or the place where real dragons fall? Is the amount of dragon blood a bit exaggerated? After consuming hundreds of dragon bloods, Chen Zhuge's physical body directly reached the 7th level of true immortal, and his cultivation also reached the 3rd level of true immortal. Now the blood of the true dragon was of little help to him. It seems that I have to cultivate a dragon. Chen Zhuge looked at the pile of dragon blood in front of him with a headache. These are all life-threatening treasures, but unfortunately the nether tiger and Wu Fu cannot lose weight. There are some dragon-type spirit beasts in the tree house, but they are of the lowest level, and Chen Zhuge does not want to waste them. End of this chapter. Chapter 318. After 7 days, Wu Fu finally stopped his claws, and Chen Zhuge successfully obtained nearly 10,000 dragon blood gems. It is no exaggeration to say that with this resource, Chen Zhuge can directly cultivate more than 30 cultivators whose physical cultivation has reached the level of true immortal. Squeak! Wu Fu was gnawing on a roasted snake, his eyes narrowed with joy in them, the spicy strips were so delicious. The red spirit snake is one of the most precious spirit beasts in Chen Zhuge's tree house. If Wu Fu had not made a great contribution this time, Chen Zhuge would never have given it to him to eat. This is a spirit beast from the Shenzang realm, and it is also a spirit beast that can continue to mutate. Forget it, I'm not an evil capitalist. Chen Zhuge muttered a few words with some heartache. I still need to spend some time to consolidate my cultivation. I can't let Zhang Ming see through me. I don't want to fight him to death. The Chaos Pearl is the treasure of the real world. Its most important ability is to enhance the bloodline of spirit beasts. Currently, only one of its additional abilities has been activated, which is to conceal its aura. As long as Chen Zhuge adapts to the changes in his physical cultivation, Zhang Ming, a mere true immortal, will not be able to detect it. A few days later, Zhang Ming looked at the dusty Chen Zhuge and asked nonchalantly, "Brother Chen, did you find anything?" Chen Zhuge threw 2 stones in anger and said, "This secret realm is really poor, it's all broken stones." His spiritual sense quickly swept over the stones on the ground, and Zhang Ming laughed and said, "I told you long ago that this place has been swept by my Zhang family." "Alas, I thought too much," Chen Zhuge said with a gloomy face. "Then Brother Chen, prepare something delicious. I am tired of eating the spirit rabbit." City Lord's Mansion. The garden, which originally looked like a fairyland, had long been in ruins, with dried bloodstains on the ground. From the largest bedroom, there was a heavy sound, followed by a low roar, before the sound slowly disappeared. Ya! Qing Minjai, who used to be quite strong, now looked like a tuberculosis patient, with sunken eye sockets, cheeks pressed tightly against his skull, and bones protruding from his upper body. He staggered out of the room. He gently clapped his dry hands at the 2 guards guarding the gate, and red blood spurted out from their bodies. Sizzle! With a fierce suck, he completely absorbed the essence and blood, and Qing Minjai's body recovered a lot. He, this is not the secret technique of my pulse. If I use it too much, my cultivation will become mottled. Pink smoke emerged from Qing Minjai's shoulder, and there was a vague figure in the smoke. It's because you sucked too much. A trace of fear flashed across Qing Minjai's face. This woman was too scary. If they stayed together for another quarter of an hour, he would probably be sucked dry. What are you afraid of? You are a prince. Why don't you find some more girls? Said the woman with a smile. Seriously, is there really a dragon in Zhongshui City? Qing Minjai said as he thought of his original purpose. The woman's body gradually became clearer. She floated in front of Qing Minjai and said, "Of course the Zhang family is not an ordinary family. This is just a branch. No, those you killed are branches of the branch. Is the Zhang family really that powerful? Then when my ancestors destroyed them, there were no helpers." Qing Minjai still couldn't believe it. "You don't understand. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The Zhang family won't affect us anyway. The key now is to find the dragon." The woman's eyes were filled with pink. "How to find them? I have searched the souls and checked the memories of all the people in the Zhang family, but there is no clue at all." Qing Minjai said dissatisfiedly. "Haha, how could a branch of a branch possibly know that?" According to the clues from that year, the real dragon was still in Zhongshui City after it transformed. The Zhang family helped him transform, and he ensured that the Zhang family's bloodline would continue. The woman pondered. "Is that so? This means that once Zhang Ming is found, the real dragon will take action." Qing Minjai said thoughtfully. "It should be so. That's easy, Chen Dao, Chen Dao." Qing Minjai shouted. Chen Dao, wearing a suit of iron armor, quickly appeared in front of Qing Minjai, knelt on one knee and asked, "What do you want, Your Highness? Has Zhang Ming been found?" "According to my subordinates, Zhang Ming should be hiding in Yanglong Lake, but we don't have the Zhang family bloodline and cannot open that secret realm." Chen Dao said coldly. "Zhang family bloodline? Are they all dead?" Qing Minjai frowned. During the previous siege on the Zhang family, the attacks were quite brutal and not many people survived. After being tortured and soul-searched, there were really few who could hold out. Chen Dao hesitated for a moment and said, "There is one more, but his soul has been severely damaged and he has become a fool. That secret realm requires the casting of a spell, but he can't do it. Give him the meteorite pill to take." Qing Minjai said with some heartache. "Yes." After Chen Dao left, Qing Minjai's mouth twitched and he said, "I hope that the real dragon can make up for my loss." The woman giggled and said, "That was a real dragon of at least golden immortal level. Back then, the 3 of us spent countless efforts to severely injure it, and even shattered its spirit. Don't even think about making up for your losses. As long as you kill it, you have a chance of becoming a golden immortal. Hope so. On the other side, Chen Dao had already dragged out a young man with slanted eyes and a crooked mouth from the sky prison. Chen Dao stuffed the meteorite pill into his body with an expressionless face. After a while, the young man stood up on his own. If his eyes were not so dull, one would not be able to tell the difference between him and a normal person. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of bells rang out, and Chen Dao controlled the young man to come to Yanglong Lake. Looking at the sparse and panicked herd of beasts, Chen Dao suddenly revealed a cruel smile, and his overly pale hands slowly opened. Pure blood and energy were continuously absorbed by Chen Dao. In just a quarter of an hour, all the spiritual beasts on Yanglong Lake died. Yin Yang dear, your qi and blood are truly amazing. Chen Dao's voice was like 10,000 years of ice, making people feel cold all over. Someone, dive down and take a look at the situation below Yanglong Lake. Yes. Several soldiers quickly sneaked in. These were the cultivators who were most proficient in water-based techniques among the Black Dragon's personal guards. With the location of the Yanglong Lake secret realm provided by the memories of the Zhang family cultivators, they quickly found it. The general has been found. Everyone follow me down. The entrance to the Yanglong Lake secret realm consists of only half a broken stone pillar. There are still some dragon-shaped carvings on the pillar, but they are very blurry and difficult to distinguish without careful observation. Ding ding ding. Under the control of the bell, the young man from the Zhang family who had taken the meteorite pill slowly chanted a spell, and the blurry dragon shape on the stone pillar became clear. His eyes emitted a deep blue light, and a vortex as tall as a person slowly appeared. Qing Minjai arrived at the entrance just in time, looked at the scene in front of him and whispered, Zhang Ming, I hope you are here. 500 miles outside Zhongshui City, a large team was moving slowly. In the center of the team, a luxurious loft stood on the back of a huge earth dragon. The old man in colorful clothes grabbed the delicacies on the table without any grace. You are so greedy, this shitty family rule has made me not eat normal food for many years. Zhang Suiao flattered, if you like it, I can send someone to deliver it to you every day. Zhang Kui said with disdain, what do you know? After clearing all the food on the table, Zhang Kui lazily lay on the ground, looking at Zhang Suiao in front of him, and said lightly, the master of the family is dead, and you servants are still alive and have become the masters. What a joke! Zhang Suiao's face turned pale, she said with some fear and some shame and anger, this is not our fault. Snapped. Leaving a dark claw mark on Zhang Suiao's face, Zhang Kui sneered, you dare to talk back? It seems that the Qingming Zhang family is not strict in managing the family. I am not an unreasonable person. If the real dragon from that year is still alive, you servants can live your lives in peace, and I will not interfere too much. If something goes wrong with the real dragon, you will all die. I am the imperial concubine of the ancient country of Qingming. Zhang Suiao gritted her teeth. The ancient country of Qingming? Haha. Zhang Kui shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to this frog in the well. During the conversation, the team had already arrived near Zhongshui City. The guard on the top of the city looked at the huge Zhang character banner and whispered to the messenger beside him, it should be the carriage of Empress Xuet. Send someone to ask His Highness for his opinion. No need. Just kill them once they get close. Gao Huan, who had arrived at the city wall at some point, said casually. Yes. Chen Su, another official from the Snow Concubine Palace, rode up on a huge black tiger and shouted angrily, the Snow Concubine has arrived, why don't you open the city gate? Baiu. The hunting god crossbow on the top of the city shot down at Chen Su's head without any hesitation. The hunting god crossbow used for defending the city could easily shatter a mountain. Not to mention that Chen Su was only a pure Yang true immortal, even a true immortal would not dare to take the hunting god crossbow head on. The lightning-fast crossbow arrow instantly shattered Chen Su's upper body. The crossbow arrow pierced into the ground fiercely, and the huge aftermath directly shattered the bodies of hundreds of people who were closest to it. What's going on? The carriage shook, and Zhang Suiao walked out of the attic angrily. Zhu Ying's cold face showed a trace of sweat, and he said in disbelief, the soldiers guarding the city launched the hunting god crossbow, and Officer Chen was killed. Hundreds of female officers and soldiers nearby were killed or injured. What? Bastards, are these old guys crazy? Zhang Suiao said in shock. The second hunting god crossbow was fired again, targeting the attic where Zhang Suiao was. Bang! With a slight sound, the huge god-hunting crossbow turned into a wisp of green smoke and slowly dissipated. Zhang Kui walked out of the attic with his hands behind his back. His pale golden eyes looked towards the city wall and sneered, "You don't have a single trace of Zhang family blood. You look so murderous. Are you trying to silence someone?" Zhang Suiao quickly explained, "Grandfather, let me explain it." "No need. All the people in the Zhang family are dead. At least my spiritual sense cannot sense a person with the blood of my Zhang family." Zhang Kui waved his hand. Thump. Her legs went limp, and Zhang Suiao couldn't believe it and said, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Although they are just a bunch of servants, you still have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Destroy the entire family. This is a slap in the face of our Zhang family." Zhang Kui sneered twice. As the golden immortal of the Zhang family's main lineage, Zhang Kui is proud. The main reason he came here this time is to collect the real dragon left behind by this lineage of the Zhang family. As a hermit family, the Zhang family generally does not make a big noise. But today Zhang Kui really couldn't help it. The Zhang family not causing trouble doesn't mean they are afraid of trouble. A huge blue palm enveloped the entire Zhongshui city. This kind of earth-shattering power made Gao Huan on the top of the city glare and shout, "Golden immortal, definitely a golden immortal, damn it, how could the Zhang family have a golden immortal?" Bang! The earth shook and the mountains trembled, and Zhongshui city was completely razed to the ground. Such power and cruelty made the monks in the team tremble all over. This is Zhongshui city, with at least hundreds of millions of people living here, and they were all killed with just a slap. Looking at the horrified faces of these people, Zhang Kui smiled slightly, and said in his heart with great pride, "He, it's finally my turn to show off my power. It's a pity that this city has been slaughtered. Otherwise, with the blood, resentment and bones of so many people, I could have made a few good evil magic weapons. What a pity." Chen Zhuge lay on the ground speechlessly, looking at Zhang Ming who was being beaten not far away, and sighed in his heart, "It's not that I don't want to save you, it's just that I really can't help it. As long as you help me cultivate spirit beasts and earn spirit stones in the future, not only will your life not be in danger, I can also teach you the supreme way." Qing Minjai said proudly. Looking at Qing Minjai, who looked like a tuberculosis-stricken ghost, Chen Zhuge lowered his head and said, "I only hope to save my life." "Haha, don't be so polite. I am not the eldest brother to my seventh brother and his two brothers. As long as you help me do my work well, you will definitely get benefits." Qing Minjai said with satisfaction. When the news came back that the young lady from the Yu family had escaped, Qing Minjai thought that Chen Zhuge had also run away. He didn't expect that he was actually in this secret realm of Yanglong Lake. It really must be God's help. With such a powerful beastmaster, Qing Minjai couldn't help but smile, as if the supreme throne was right before his eyes. Rumble. The huge vibration interrupted Qing Minjai's fantasy, and he asked angrily, "What's going on? What's going on?" "Chen Dao, take some people up there to take a look." As ordered. "No need, I'm here." Zhang Kui looked at the group of people in front of him and said with a smile. "Old thing, was it you who did that just now?" Qing Minjai said angrily. "I did it." Zhang Kui said with a smile. In fact, he didn't pay any attention to the people in front of him at all, just a celestial being. Strange, he actually left. This is not right. Zhang Kui turned his head and looked towards the core lake and muttered to himself. "You old bastard, you're looking for death." Qing Minjai sneered twice, and a pink claw mark flew out quickly and grabbed Zhang Kui. With a slight flick of his sleeves, the claw mark was completely broken. Zhang Kui quickly told fortunes with his other hand, and with the other hand he condensed a large number of blue ropes and tied up everyone. Even Qing Minjai, who had the cultivation level of a celestial being, could not dodge. The favor has been repaid. Zhang Kui stopped fortune-telling and his face froze. "Damn it, I was wondering why you came back in such disgrace without even mentioning revenge, and you ran away after only staying for a few years. So that's how it is. It's simply damnable. Damn it, a bunch of losers have wasted the favor of the golden immortal true dragon. Damn it, it's really damnable." Zhang Kui was furious. He suppressed his anger, walked in front of Zhang Ming, and sneered, "Zhang family bloodline, I didn't expect there is still a single bloodline alive." Zhang Kui was about to slap him to death for venting his anger when he suddenly thought, "This mission has failed. I'm afraid I'm going to be punished." I have to find someone to take the blame. Looking at Zhang Ming with strange eyes, Zhang Kui showed a sinister smile and said, "Boy, you are really a fairy, and your aptitude is not bad. You are a good seedling to take the blame." Zhang Ming, who was exhausted and half alive, looked at the old man in front of him with horror. Like a frightened little rabbit, he moved his body in an attempt to get away from the old man. "Why are you running away, little brat? I am your ancestor." End of this chapter. Chapter 319. Crackling. The orange bonfire continued to burn, the flames licked the golden roasted lamb, and the rich aroma continued to spread. Zhang Kui quickly tore off the two fattest lamb hind legs and said with an intoxicated look on his face, "Boy Chen, your cooking skills are really good. Fortunately, I saved your life." Chen Zhuge smiled awkwardly. Thinking of the old man's previous actions in the Yanglong Lake secret realm, he couldn't help but be shocked. This old man's cultivation was truly unfathomable. "Zhang Ming, Zhang Suiao, I called you the right name, right?" Zhang Kui glanced at the two people who had sad faces. "That's right. Well, the matter is complicated, so I'll keep it simple. For some reason, the real dragon repaid the Zhang family's favor and left. Grandpa, my mission has also failed. Although I have unparalleled cultivation, I still have to be punished if I fail the mission. After all, there are always old guys who are older and have higher cultivation than me. Hehe, you two, just follow me, the ancestor, obediently. Even though you have to take the blame, you will definitely get some benefits. Just being able to enter the Zhang family is a great opportunity." Zhang Kui shook his head and laughed out loud when he thought of his pride. Chen Zhuge looked up at Zhang Kui, then quickly lowered his head and complained in his heart, "Why does this old monster with unfathomable cultivation seem to have no experience? It's such a big thing, how can it be okay for him to take two young monks back with him?" I don't know if it's because of the failure of the mission, but Zhang Kui was very anxious. Except for stopping a few times to eat some spiritual food, he was on the road all the time. Standing on the soft clouds, Chen Zhuge looked at the black spots on the ground in a daze. He and his companions must have flown millions of miles in the past few days. "This is the territory of the Five Elements sect," Zhu Ying said lightly. Looking at Zhu Ying, who was abducted like himself, Chen Zhuge felt a sense of sympathy and sighed, "I wonder what will happen when he arrives at the Zhang family." Zhu Ying was still as cold as ever. "When the queen came to Zhongshui city, I checked the records of the Zhang family. If it is really the hermit Zhang family, we should not be in danger." Chen Zhuge turned his head and looked at Zhang Kui, who was picking his nose. The corner of his mouth twitched. "I really don't believe it." Zhu Ying said calmly, "The hermit Zhang family, also known as the Wanlong Zhang family, is mainly famous for raising dragons. Although real dragons are very proud and rarely yield, the Zhang family mainly helps them transform into dragons. Many real dragons in the real world owe favors to the Zhang family." "He, little girl, you are quite knowledgeable." Zhang Kui appeared between the two of them like a ghost. "Senior." Chen Zhuge saluted. "Boy, there's no need to be like this. Your grandpa, don't like these etiquettes." Zhang Kui waved his hand. "Most of what you said is correct, but there are still some inaccuracies. The Zhang family is not called the Wanlong Zhang family, but the Wanshao family. We mainly rescue and help some powerful spirit beasts to gain their favors. Many spiritual beasts value the grace of saving their lives. Sometimes if you save its life, you can get the whole beast." Zhang Kui said proudly. "Could such a powerful spiritual beast be like this?" Chen Zhuge said in disbelief. Boom! Pulling out the yellowed cork, Zhang Kui shook his head and took a big sip, saying with some emotion, "Spiritual beasts are much more reliable than cultivators. My Zhang family has many powerful spirit beasts that stayed behind to express gratitude to my clan for saving their lives. Boy, you are a beast master. I will see if I can give you the qualification of an outer member when the time comes. Peripheral members. There's no rush. Grandpa, I can't even protect myself right now. Let's talk about it when we get there. Let's talk about it when we get there." Zhang Kui showed a trace of sadness on his unruly face. The Five Elements sect, as the name suggests, mainly practices the Five Elements magic, and the fairy city in its area is also a unique Five Elements fairy city. The city wall made of Kinjao stone is emerald green all over, and this huge green monster exudes a strong vitality on the earth. The spiritual plants at the city gate were extremely tall and lush. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhuge felt the slightly enhanced energy and couldn't help but sighed, what a great wooden fairy city. He, this is one of the 5 most important cities of the 5 elements sect and the first of the wood element immortal city. Even mortals who are unable to practice cultivation can live for thousands of years here. Zhang Kui said proudly. Is this the Zhang family's secluded place? Zhu Ying was a little puzzled. The Zhang family in Zhongshui city practiced water-related techniques. The rich vitality here is of great benefit to spiritual beasts. As the saying goes, a great hermit hides in the city. What's so strange about that? Zhang Kui shook his head. Passing through the long corridor, Chen Zhuge seemed to be in a sea of vitality. The rich vitality constantly flowed through his body, soothing the hidden injuries in his body, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Moo. A huge bull, which was 10 feet long, walked slowly on the street, pulling a long carriage frame behind it. The occasional flash of light on the frame made Chen Zhuge's heart skip a beat. The biloyal life-giving stone, which contained powerful vitality, was the main material for many healing pills. One biloyal life-giving stone was worth at least 10 kilograms of high-quality spirit stones. How many spirit stones would be needed for a vehicle frame that was hundreds of meters long? Don't make a fuss, just follow me. Zhang Kui's originally tattered attire had been replaced at some point. He was now wearing a turquoise robe dotted with life gems of various colors, and he looked like a wealthy man. After passing through street after street, where the crowds became fewer and fewer, the group finally arrived at a huge mansion covering an extremely large area. Zhang Mansion. Looking at the door plaque in front of him that was shining with colorful light, Zhang Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chen Zhuge stared closely at the 2 stone lions at the door and the guards guarding the door, and was secretly surprised. The stone lions at the door are all made of Biluo Zhenji stone. The quality may not be as good as those seen on the street before, but this is Biluo Zhenji stone after all. The value of these 2 stone lions several meters high is simply immeasurable. The guard at the door was covered in silver-white spiritual armor. The faint spiritual fluctuations indicated that the armor was at least a 7th-tier magic weapon, and the fluctuations it emitted were the cultivation level of a true lord. The true lord is guarding the gate. The strength of this Zhang family is terrifying. After showing the token, Zhang Kui led a few people in. Looking at the magnificent house, the 4 of them kept looking around, but were warned by Zhang Kui. In the lobby, on a chair made of purple-veined dragon wood, sat a middle-aged man with a square appearance. 2 high-quality dragon balls were constantly circling and colliding in his hands. This man was Zhang Yudao, the current head of the Zhang family. Uncle Zhang Kui, your mission failed. Zhang Yudao said in a steady tone. Zhang Kui smiled bitterly, it's a bit complicated. In general, I was deceived by those little bastards before. Zhang Yudao nodded expressionlessly, pointed at the 4 people casually and said, what's the situation with these people? Is such that? Zhang Kui gave a brief account of the incident and then stood aside obediently. Clap clap. The sound of the dragon balls colliding with each other continued to echo in the hall. The heavy pressure made Chen Zhuge's heart sink, and his desire for power rose again. Zhang Suiao, Zhang Ming, since you are considered to be my Zhang family, then go to the clan to practice. At this age, with this foundation, this level of cultivation is really a disgrace to my Zhang family. Zhu Ying, Chen Zhuge, since Uncle Zhang Kui recommended you to me, I am not an unkind person. You can run a shop in the city together. As long as the profit is high, you will get the benefits. Uncle Zhang Kui, please come with me. Let's explain the details to the ancestors of the clan. Zhang Fu, the chief steward of the Zhang family, is mainly responsible for all miscellaneous affairs of the Zhang residence. The placement of Chen Zhuge and Zhu Ying was arranged by Zhang Kui himself, so naturally he, the chief steward, had to take action. I'm just a servant, but at least I'm older than you 2, and my cultivation is higher. Although some of my words may not sound good, I still want to talk to you. Zhang Fu walked in front of the 2 of them with his hands behind his back. First, our Zhang family is one of the largest families in Muling Immortal City. We have countless ancestors, and our clan leader is a true golden immortal. So we don't have to worry about being suppressed by others outside. We must not let down our Zhang family's prestige. Secondly, you 2 can only be regarded as peripheral disciples of my Zhang family. The shop that the master gave you is a place for you to make a living, so you must repay the master well. Third, you must not do anything wrong under the banner of the Zhang family. If I find out, you will be severely punished. After Zhang Fu finished speaking, he released a pressure that made Chen Zhuge and the other man bent down involuntarily. Fairy, a housekeeper is actually a fairy. Chen Zhuge shouted wildly in his heart. The three of them talked in silence along the way, and finally arrived at the door of a shop. The door of the attic, which is 100 feet high, was closed tightly. The four big characters Friends of Spiritual Beasts on the plaque had faded, and the two stone lions at the door had turned grey. This is the shop you need to take care of in the future. Zhang Fu looked at the two little guys with some emotion and complexity. He didn't have much hope that they could run Friends of the Spirit Beast well. After throwing down 2 tokens, 1 main and 1 set, and delivering the initial resources, Zhang Fu walked away shaking. How do we divide it? Chen Zhuge looked at the 2 tokens and said embarrassedly. Zhu Ying took the Deputy Pavilion Master's token very straightforwardly and said calmly, "You are a Beast Master and a true immortal, so naturally you are the Pavilion Master." The 2 men dripped blood on the token to recognize their master. A hazy beam of light shot out from the token, and the tightly closed door slowly opened. "Oh, the Friends of Spirit Beasts is open again." The shopkeeper who sells elixirs nearby said in surprise. "Tisk tisk tisk, these 2 little guys, one is a true immortal, and the other is not even a true immortal. Is the Zhang family now completely empty-handed? It's really interesting. I wonder how long I can last this time." The reactivation of the Friends of the Spirit Beast was so huge that all the shop owners in the surrounding area were alarmed. The family forces behind the shop owners who were able to open shops nearby were all first-rate, at least not much worse than the Zhang family. As a newcomer, Chen Zhuge did not want to cause enmity due to verbal disputes, so he bowed to the shopkeepers with a smile on his face, and quickly entered the attic with Zhu Ying. The heavy door closed again, and the shopkeepers who had been watching the fun sighed and returned to their shops. The Friends of Spiritual Beasts is very large, divided into 2 courtyards, front and back. The building is 100 feet high, but has only 3 floors. According to the information conveyed by the token, these 3 floors are mainly used to display spirit beast samples. Ordinary spirit beasts of level 1 to 8 are placed on the first floor, rare spirit beasts with the potential to become true immortals are placed on the second floor, and spirit beasts with the blood of divine beasts are placed on the third floor. The 3 floors of the backyard were mainly where servants, shopkeepers, and slaves lived. The first floor was for slaves, the second floor for servants, and the third floor for shopkeepers. There is a light gate in the open space between the front and backyards. This is also the most precious place in the entire Friends of Spirit Beasts, a huge secret realm of the 5 elements. The 5 elements secret realm, it seems that the yin-yang deer cannot be cultivated. Chen Zhuge said with some regret. In this kind of 5 elements secret realm, other spiritual energies cannot exist except the 5 elements spiritual energy. The yin-yang deer mainly needs the yin and yang energies, so it seems that it needs to be cultivated again. Are you sure? Zhu Ying asked with a twinkle in his eyes. It should be no problem. With the help of the 5 elements secret realm, it shouldn't be difficult to cultivate 5 element spirit beasts. Okay, the resources that Zhang Fu sent include not only spirit stones, but also a lot of 5 element spirit herbs and 5 element spirit beasts. But I'll take the spirit stones first. Such a big shop requires a lot of manpower. The spirit beasts are left to you. Zhu Ying said quickly. Chen Zhuge nodded silently. Zhu Ying was originally from the Grand Palace, which was responsible for managing the Snow Concubine Palace, so these matters would naturally be left to her to handle. After assigning the tasks, Chen Zhuge couldn't wait to enter the 5 elements secret realm. Roar! A tiger covered in flames pounced towards Chen Zhuge. A gleam of light flashed in its eyes, which were the size of 5 soybeans. The sharp claws in its hands left 5 long scars on his soft abdomen. Stop! Chen Zhuge stopped Wu Fu's actions. The mind communication token and the information of this secret realm also flowed into Chen Zhuge's sea of consciousness one by one. How strange, this 5 elements secret realm is really strange. Chen Zhuge looked at the sparse fire element spiritual herbs on the ground with some complexity. It turns out that the 5 elements secret realm here is not a natural secret realm with perfect 5 elements qi. Like the Yanglong Lake secret realm, this place was established by a golden immortal who spent huge resources and great supernatural powers. The 5 elements of this place are closely related to the 5 elements of spiritual beasts living here. The more 5 elements of spiritual beasts there are, the stronger they are, the more prosperous the 5 elements of this place will be, the faster the spiritual beasts grow, and the greater their potential will be. The Zhang family's main business in Muling Fairy City was the spiritual mine, and they did not reveal their ability to taming beasts at all, so the friends of the spiritual beasts in the Five Elements secret realm were left to waste. Should I say they are worthy of being a hidden clan? I'm afraid they don't even think highly of this Five Elements secret realm. Chen Zhuge smiled bitterly. Zhang Fu was quite polite. He sent quite a number of Five Elements spiritual beasts, but most of them were half-grown beasts of the third and fourth ranks. There were not many beasts above the fourth rank. Instead, there were a lot of Five Elements spiritual herb seeds, probably because the seeds were not valuable. With a total number of nearly 10 million spirit beasts pouring into the secret realm, Chen Zhuge clearly felt that the Five Elements secret realm seemed to be more active, just like an old man who was about to die of thirst and drank a sip of nectar. Not enough, not enough. Chen Zhuge gritted his teeth and released the 5 elements of spiritual beasts in his treehouse one by one. These spiritual beasts were accumulated by Chen Zhuge bit by bit, and they were all spiritual beasts with great potential. Among them, there are tens of thousands of spirit beasts at the level of great supernatural powers, thousands at the level of Shenzang, and hundreds of spirit beasts at the level of Zhenjun. The quality is far better than those rubbish spirit beasts sent by Zhangfu. The nether tiger shook its head and squatted quietly beside Chen Zhuge. Touching the huge tiger head, Chen Zhuge said, "I'll leave this place to you to take care of." The nether tiger snorted and nodded in agreement. Although the nether tiger has the dark fire attribute, it can also be considered a 5 elements attribute. Chen Zhuge looked at the nether tiger and muttered to it, which showed no adverse reaction. End of this chapter. Chapter 320. After settling the spirit beasts, Chen Zhuge did not guide them to mutate immediately. As soon as he came out of the secret realm, Chen Zhuge saw rows of strange-looking aliens slowly entering the attic under the command of Zhu Ying. "Did you find all these?" Chen Zhuge asked in surprise. "It's only been a short time, and he is worthy of being the high-ranking official in charge of the entire Swafei Palace." While allocating the residences to these alien races, Zhu Ying responded, "We bought them. As long as we have enough spirit stones, it won't be a big deal to recruit people." 2. On my way to recruit people, I carefully sorted out the information from the token. The two of us will get 30% of the profits from this Friends of Spirit Beasts. Zhu Ying said with some surprise. 30%? That's right. We only need to hand over 70% of our profits to the Zhang family every year. Although I also find it incredible, this is our opportunity. As long as you can cultivate a large number of spirit beasts, it will also be of great benefit to our practice. At least the Zhang family's treatment is better than in the Qingming ancient country. In that case, I'll also work harder. I'll go and train the spirit beasts first. After you assign the manpower, send me a team of people to help." Chen Zhuge chuckled. "That's no problem. These are spiritual objects of the 5 elements. See if you can use them." Zhu Ying handed over the resources that Zhang Fu had given her before. Although the Friends of the Spirit Beasts has been restarted, it is just an empty shell. Even with a treasure like the Chaos Pearl, Chen Zhuge cannot create a spirit beast out of thin air. A few days later, Zhang Fu sent a document about other shops selling spirit beasts in Muling Fairy City, which mainly recorded some hot-selling spirit beasts and the types of spirit beasts that the cultivators in the city liked more. In addition to these materials, Zhang Fu also sent a magical artifact, the Clock of Time. The 5 elements spiritual herbs that had just broken through the soil quickly sprouted and multiplied. Chen Zhuge said with emotion, "Changing time, even if it can only work in one secret realm, is still an incredible treasure." After roughly arranging the situation in the secret realm, Chen Zhuge did not stay in the secret realm, but went to the city alone to inquire about the situation. The 5 Elements Pavilion is the most important industry of the 5 Elements sect. Its main business scope covers all the supplies that cultivators need, whether it is magical instruments, elixirs, spiritual beasts, or spells. They operate them all, and they are all very powerful. "Sir, what can I do for you?" A maid in a red dress came up to him with a smile on her face. This is an outer disciple of the fire vein of the 5 Elements sect. His cultivation is not high, only at the Tianyuan realm. "Take me to see the spirit beast." Chen Zhuge said calmly with his hands behind his back. As a true immortal, Chen Zhuge can be considered a figure in the true world. At least he is no longer the kind who kills at will. "Please follow me, sir. I wonder what kind of spiritual beast you need. We in the 5 Elements Pavilion are best at breeding 5 element spiritual beasts." The maid said with a smile. Come and take a look. Chen Zhuge only came to investigate the enemy situation. In the information sent by Zhang Fu, it was emphasized that the 5 elements spirit beasts of the 5 elements pavilion were the most popular. If it weren't for their high prices, I'm afraid there would be no other shops. As they walked and talked, they soon came to a light gate. After passing through the gate, they came to a vast 5 elements plain. The extremely rich 5 elements spiritual energy condensed into colorful clouds above the plain. Under the 5 layers were 5 thick pipes connected, with various colored spiritual liquids flowing in them. These were the spiritual liquids condensed from the extremely rich 5 elements spiritual energy. A drop of pure water-based spiritual liquid is worth at least a pound of high-quality spiritual stone. Looking at the endless flow of spiritual liquid falling into the lake below, Chen Zhuge couldn't help but twitch his lips. This is too rich. My lord, here are all the purest 5 element spirit beasts. These spirit beasts usually have the opportunity to drink the 5 element spirit liquid to strengthen their blood. Their potential is much higher than that of the 5 element spirit beasts in the outside world. The maid said proudly. Chen Zhuge, who had originally planned to see if he could rely on the Chaos Pearl to cultivate a high-quality 5 element spirit beast, was instantly discouraged. The difference in resources was too great, and there was simply not much to compare. It seemed that he could only take a detour. As the maid chattered on, Chen Zhuge randomly picked a sneaky little green snake and said, "Let's take this one." "Sir, you have a good eye. This is a green snake. It is said that there is a trace of Yiwud's aura in its body. It has a chance to transform into a green dragon against the will of heaven." The maid complimented. Chen Zhuge said speechlessly, "Do I look like a fool?" He. As if she knew that she was exaggerating too much, the maid stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and quickly packed up the sneaky green snake. "Sincerely, 100,000 jin of top-grade spirit stones." "Hey, how much?" Chen Zhuge felt that he had heard it wrong. A 3rd-level spirit beast and 100,000 kilograms of high-quality spirit stones. "Sir, this is a fine spiritual beast cultivated by my 5 elements sect. This green snake is an elite one. It has a good chance of becoming a 7th-level spiritual beast of the True Lord level in the future. The price is not expensive," the maid said seriously. After paying the spirit stones with great reluctance, Chen Zhuge finally understood why the 5 elements spirit beasts of the 5 elements sect were of such good quality, but they could no longer monopolize the entire market. The price was really too expensive. "Sir, my name is Qinjian. If you need anything next time, please come to me." Qinjian showed his little fangs and waved happily at Chen Zhuge's departing back. Chen Zhuge was frightened by the voice, and waved his hand helplessly, complaining in his heart, "I won't come again next time." "Friends of spiritual beasts, how is it?" Zhu Ying looked at Chen Zhuge, who looked unhappy, and said lightly. Chen Zhuge smiled bitterly as he took out the Qingling snake, shook it in his hand and said, "It's just a 3rd-level little thing, and it cost me 100,000 kilograms of high-quality spirit stones." Zhu Ying smiled and said, 100,000 jin of high-quality spirit stones should be nothing to you. But this is just a 3rd-level spirit beast. No matter how high its potential is, that is only in the future. Chen Zhuge said dully. "This is our chance. In terms of quality, we can never be better than the 5 Elements Pavilion. They have the 5 Elements sect behind them, which is the top force in the real world." "That's true. I do have an idea. I'll go to the secret realm to get a batch of spirit beasts and then try to sell them," Chen Zhuge said, stroking his chin. "Go ahead. The Zhang family has given us 10 years to prepare. With the help of the time clock, you have 1,000 years to cultivate spirit beasts. I have also prepared the manpower to help you in the secret realm." "Okay, I'll go first." Zhu Ying prepared a group of wood elves for Chen Zhuge. They looked like the elves in the legend, handsome men and beautiful women, with pointed ears, emerald green hair and eyes, and were good at wood-based spells and healing spells. The most crucial thing is that the wood spirits have an extremely long lifespan. This group of wood spirits in the Dharma realm have a lifespan of at least 10,000 years, which can support the consumption of their lifespan in the secret realm. As for Chen Zhuge himself, there was no impact. After all, the lifespan of a true immortal was almost infinite, and time had become a meaningless number. The only pity is that this rare treasure that can change the flow of time cannot be used for cultivation. After all, the secret realm and the real world are not the same world, and the laws within them are not the same. But if you haven't reached the level of a true immortal, there won't be any problem. It is said that the real supreme divine weapon can change the speed of time in the real world. If you think about it this way, the big forces in the real world will have a lot of background. It makes me despair just thinking about it. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Chen Zhuge assigned tasks to the 3,000 wood elves, including speeding up the growth of the 5 elements spiritual herbs, healing the injured spiritual beasts, and in the future, they would also be responsible for delivering spiritual beasts. Sizzle. Looking at the green snake that was constantly shrinking on his arm, Chen Zhuge laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I almost forgot about you. Let me see how great the 5 elements spirit beasts cultivated by the 5 elements sect are." His mind moved, and the chaos orb emitted a little light, and an inexplicable information flowed in. Wow, at least 5 mutations. 100,000 kilograms of high-quality spirit stones is not a loss at all. Chen Zhuge said with some surprise. A hazy chaotic force was injected into the body of the Qingling snake, and Chen Zhuge also imprinted a contract in the mind of the Qingling snake. This was a spiritual beast that he had bought with his own money, and it could not be wasted. One by one, the spirit beasts were guided to mutate by Chen Zhuge. It took a full 3 months to guide almost all the spirit beasts. That's about it. Let's just leave those low-level spirit beasts as blood food alone. From now on, we'll just have to rely on hard work. However, the cultivation of these wood spirits is a little weak. It just so happens that I have made some achievements in the great way of wood. I will try my best to improve their cultivation first. Clang clang. Gently shaking the soul-controlling bell in his hand, the wood elves who were still running around in the secret realm instantly put down their affairs and quickly gathered towards the camp. On the wide parade ground, 3,000 wood elves were neatly arranged in a square formation. If you look closely at the eyes of these wood elves, you will find that they do not have too many emotional fluctuations. After all, they are now slaves whose life and death are not their own. Ahem, I don't know what you've been through before, and I'm not the one who will destroy your tribe or deprive you of your freedom. I can't guarantee that you will be free in the future, but I can guarantee that you can at least live like a human being here. I need people to help me manage the spirit beasts in the secret realm. Your cultivation is too poor. From now on, I will take time out every day to preach to you. I will teach the best 100 people the skills of raising beasts. If your talents are outstanding enough, you may be able to regain your freedom. There was a slight fluctuation in the eyes of the wood elves below. They stared closely at the not very tall body on the platform. A seed of hope quietly sprouted in their hearts. 10 years passed quickly, and there was only 1 month left in the final preparation stage. Zhu Ying stood at the entrance to the 5 elements secret realm, a hint of hesitation on his face. The light gate rippled slightly, and Chen Zhuge, with long hair draped over his shoulders, walked out of it and almost bumped into Zhu Ying, who was standing at the entrance of the passage. "You're looking for me? What a coincidence! I was just about to look for you. I've already prepared a batch of spirit beasts." Zhu Ying looked at Chen Zhuge, who was like a wild man, and a trace of fluctuation appeared on his cold face. "What are you doing in there?" He, I have prepared a lot of unique spiritual beasts. Never mind, I can't explain it clearly. Just follow me." Chen Zhuge took Zhu Ying's hand and walked through the passage. Colorful spiritual herbs were growing wantonly on the ground. All kinds of spiritual beasts that Zhu Ying had never heard of were running wildly on the ground. The roars coming from afar from time to time made the herbivorous spiritual beasts flap their ears constantly. These. Zhu Ying really wanted to ask what kind of spiritual beasts these were. However, Chen Zhuge pulled her all the way to a small lake. Its meter-long body is covered with mysterious blue lines, its long mouth is full of fangs, its thick and short tail is like a battering ram, and the single horn on its head that looks like a dragon's horn looks very extraordinary. This is a mutation of the blue water crocodile. I named it the ghost water crocodile dragon. It contains a trace of dragon blood in its body and can control ghost water. Its horn can release a terrifying ghost light, which can directly decompose the enemy into pus. Chen Zhuge said proudly. Although Zhu Ying was surprised, there was no expression on his face. He just took out a ruler made of white jade and waved it lightly. A trace of blood floated out of the body of the dark water crocodile dragon and merged into the ruler. This is the destiny ruler, which can roughly measure the potential of a spirit beast. Although it's not very accurate, it's pretty close. Zhu Ying explained briefly. I saw the beam of light on the destiny ruler rising rapidly and finally stopping at the number 8. A 4th level spirit beast with the potential for 8th level. How about it? Not bad, the breeding speed of this dark water crocodile dragon is not slow. Chen Zhuge raised his eyebrows. Zhu Ying spoke truthfully, generally speaking, it is attractive to ordinary independent cultivators. Some poor small families may also be interested in it, but slightly larger forces will not pay much attention to it. Then look at this. Chen Zhuge took Zhu Ying to a crater with some dissatisfaction. This crater was specially built by Chen Zhuge, and it cost a lot of resources, although these resources were donated by the Zhang family. A spirit beast that looked like Charmander from Pokémon appeared before the two. Lifting up a little fire dragon that was holding a red flame crystal and grinding its teeth, Chen Zhuge introduced, the fire crystal beast is a fire-loving spiritual creature. It mutated from a phantom flame dog. After losing its weak psychedelic ability, it greatly increased its fire power and was born to control the power of earth and fire. Not only does she have great potential, but she's also cute and intelligent. While Chen Zhuge was introducing it, Zhu Ying had already finished measuring with the ruler of destiny. A 5th-rank spiritual beast with the potential to become a true immortal. That's good, but if that's all it has, I don't think we can make it through. Zhu Ying said calmly. Of course there are more than that. I used the fire crystal beast as a template to cultivate the crystal beast, the gold crystal beast, the wood crystal beast, and the earth crystal beast. To ensure that there is no risk, these 5 spirit beasts all have true adult templates. In addition, there are several kinds of spiritual beasts that are very difficult to breed and have poor reproduction ability, but they have great potential and ability. I think it should be enough to fire the opening shot of the Friends of Spiritual Beasts. Chen Zhuge said confidently. If it's really as you said, it would be enough. Zhu Ying nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. There's only 1 month left. Can you make it in time? No problem on my end. I asked Zhang Fu a few years ago. According to the Zhang family's patriarch, there is no need to make a big scene for the opening of Friends of the Spiritual Beast. We just need to open the door and do business. In that case, let's do this. By the way, do you need any more manpower? The 3,000 wood spirits under my command have greatly improved their cultivation during this period of time. Chen Zhuge raised his eyebrows. Zhu Ying looked at the figure of the wood spirit passing by quickly not far away, and was slightly surprised. True Lord Realm. If you're willing, I really need some help. Zhu Ying said bluntly. Of course I'm willing to give it up. In addition to the 100 wood elves who are learning to raise beasts, I'll leave 1,000 people to maintain the secret realm. How many do you want? I want all the rest. I will give you a new batch of wood elves. As for the remaining wood elves, I will transfer all the slave contracts to you. Okay. End of chapter. Chapter 321. Friends of the Spiritual Beasts opened for business. For Muling Fairy City, a behemoth that consumes countless cultivation resources all the time, the opening of Friends of Spirit Beasts is just a trivial matter. But it is a quite interesting thing for the shops around Friends of Spiritual Beasts. It's really strange. I've been in Muling Fairy City for thousands of years, and I've never heard that the Zhang family has any special methods of breeding animals. The Zhang family has invested a lot of resources in the past 10 years. Li Bowen, who has a goatee, said in surprise. Boss, maybe the Zhang family has hired a rare person. The servant with shifty eyes came closer and said. Li Bowen patted the boy lightly and sneered, strange man, what special methods can a true immortal have? But it is not impossible. There are many people in the true world who get opportunities and soar to the sky. Then can I check for you, boss? The servant asked. Go. Watching the servant's figure swiftly enter the Friends of the Spirit Beast, Li Bowen's eyelids twitched twice, and his hands began to move rapidly. Strange, why would I suddenly have such an impulse? Unable to come up with any result from divination, Li Bowen could only wait quietly. However, he waited for most of the day. Before his patience ran out, the servant finally came back. Looking at the absent-minded servant, Li Bowen coughed twice and asked, how is it? The servant came back to his senses, with a complicated look on his face, and said, Boss, I don't know how to put it, but it doesn't feel bad. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Bowen felt surprised. Although his shop mainly dealt in business with independent cultivators, he had received many rare treasures over the years. Even powerful spiritual beasts were not uncommon. It was strange that this servant was quite knowledgeable, but he couldn't tell what it was. Friends of Spiritual Beasts. A fire crystal beast, looking hopeless, was held up by the scruff of its neck by Zhu Ying, and was displayed to the guests from all angles. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Zhu Ying gently patted the fire crystal beast's head. The cute fire crystal beast puffed up its cheeks, and a stream of blazing earth fire gushed out. The blazing flames instantly melted the target made of obsidian that could withstand the true lord's magic. How is it possible? It can't be fake. Isn't this fire crystal beast only at the 6th level of cultivation? Is this underground fire real or fake? The performance of the fire crystal beast instantly stunned the cultivators on the scene. The laws of the real world are more stable, so the difficulty of cultivation is also higher. The so-called perception of magic is also more difficult, and the gap between genius cultivators and ordinary cultivators will be outrageously large. The fire crystal beast in front of him was obviously a genius among spirit beasts. However, with the 5th level cultivation, he had actually mastered the earth fire and unleashed magical powers far beyond his own level. The most important thing is that the earth fire is a great help in alchemy and refining. The fire crystal beast in front of him is extremely effective both in fighting and assisting. While everyone was surprised, Zhu Ying slowly completed the measurement of the destiny ruler, and his true immortal potential instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the cultivators. Some casual cultivators were waving storage bags containing their own savings and making loud noises. Disciples from small families rushed to buy with blushing faces. Even some monks with powerful backgrounds showed some interest. When many monks were going crazy, a heavenly voice sounded, "What a lovely spirit beast!" The monks in the hall shrank into a corner as if they had seen a ghost. No matter whether they were independent cultivators or cultivators with certain backgrounds, all had expressions of panic on their faces. Hehe, I haven't been to Muling Fairy City for many years. What are you guys looking at me with? A woman who couldn't be described in words covered her mouth and chuckled. She is wood, fire, and the embodiment of the 5 elements. The first time you see her, it's as if you see the flow of the 5 elements. The third saintess of the 5 elements sect. A male cultivator screamed loudly, then fainted with his eyes rolled back in pleasure. The scream seemed to turn on a strange switch. The monks in the hall felt like they had seen the most terrifying thing in their lives, but it all disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it was just a moment. A trace of dullness appeared on Zhu Ying's cold face. What was going on? Miao Pan blinked his innocent eyes, looked at Zhu Ying innocently, and said with his hands spread out, "I didn't do anything." Zhu Ying said blankly, "I know. What a cute little thing. Did you raise it?" Miao Pan snatched the fire crystal beast from Zhu Ying's hand, and little red hearts seemed to appear in his eyes. "Sister Ying, how is business?" Chen Zhuge walked in from the gate connecting to the backyard. "Where are the people? Is there only one guest?" Chen Zhuge looked at Miao Pan who was getting close to the fire crystal beast with a confused look on his face. This bleak scene dealt a heavy blow to Chen Zhuge's Taoist faith, and he even ignored Miao Pan's stunning beauty. "Impossible, impossible. How could I have only one guest, including my 5 elements crystal beast and so many mutant spirit beasts with unique abilities?" Chen Zhuge said with a grim face. "Ahem, Zhuge, maybe you can ask this little girl," Zhu Ying said strangely. From the voice of the cultivator just now and his subsequent behavior, it can be analyzed that the little girl in front of him, whose cultivation level is only at the Shenzang realm, has a very strong background and probably does nothing special on a daily basis. Chen Zhuge then turned his attention to Miao Pan. His stunning beauty made him stunned for a moment. Then, the 5 elements avenue appeared in front of Chen Zhuge. The 5 elements law, which was 100 times clearer than the laws of the real world, entered his mind. Click! Silently and inexplicably, Chen Zhuge broke through to the 2nd level of true immortal. Looking at Miao Pan in front of him with a distorted face, Chen Zhuge had an evil idea in his mind: imprison her, possess her, and abuse her. Huff, huff, this is really a ghost. He forced the evil thoughts out of his mind. "Hey, you actually controlled it," Miao Pan said in surprise. As the 3rd saint of the 5 elements sect, Miao Pan is naturally eccentric. Her innate 5 elements disaster holy body can manifest the 5 elements. As long as one comprehends the 5 elements from Miao Pan's manifested 5 elements, one will involuntarily develop great malice towards her, but will not be able to harm her, and then will unknowingly become her puppet. Strange, what's wrong with you? He, this is the 5 elements disaster holy body. However, you can actually control your own malice. You are actually a good person. This 5 elements spirit beast was cultivated by you, right? Miao Pan said with a smile. The Five Elements Disaster Holy Body? The name doesn't sound very good. My intuition tells me that if it goes against you, my end will be miserable. Chen Zhuge said with his head slightly lowered. He, my name is Miao Pan, what's yours? Chen Zhuge. Zhu Ying. Five Elements Secret Realm. Miao Pan held 2 fire crystal beasts in his arms and said in surprise, you are actually from the Zhang family, but your surname is not Zhang. How interesting. Chen Zhuge and Zhu Ying looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This Miao Pan knew the Zhang family. For some unknown reason, the two of them were very sure of this idea. Zhu Ying, who was also a woman, hesitated for a moment and spoke first, Saint, do you know what is wrong with this Zhang family? Miao Pan took the extremely precious heavenly fire divine crystal, stuffed it into the fire crystal beast's mouth and said, I don't know, but my master said that the people in the Zhang family are all old perverts, very bad. But they don't dare to offend me. My master can slap them to death. Looking at the complacent Miao Pan, Chen Zhuge swallowed his saliva and said, may I ask who is the saint's master? Miao Pan respected his master very much. When he heard Chen Zhuge's question, he immediately threw down the 2 fire crystal beasts that he loved as long as they fed him, raised his white and tender little fist, and waved it vigorously, saying, 5 elements heavenly venerable Miao Tong. Chen Zhuge and Zhu Ying were both shocked at the same time. Miao Tong, the 5 elements heavenly lord, if he was really the legendary person, then Miao Pan's background was really outrageous. Okay, these are all small things. Let's talk about serious things now. Miao Pan said nonchalantly. Zhu Ying asked cautiously, may I ask what the serious matter is? Of course it's to buy spirit beasts. Isn't yours a spirit beast shop? Miao Pan asked curiously. Miao Pan stood with his hands behind his back, followed by Chen Zhuge and Zhu Ying who were like personal attendants. This, and this, I have never seen them before. Give me 10 of each. Miao Pan pointed at the 3 mutated spirit beasts not far away. Okay, no problem. Chen Zhuge agreed quickly. And this one, 10 of them as well. Chen Zhuge looked at the large shell with 4 limbs in embarrassment and said softly, Saint, there are only 8 of these 4-legged shells. 4-legged clam? What an ugly name. Just 8 of them. Miao Pan said with disdain. In the following 2 days, Miao Pan traveled all over the 5 elements secret realm and visited all the mutated spirit beasts. She even took a fancy to Chen Zhuge's 5 blessings, nether tiger and green ling snake. Fortunately, Miao Pan was a good girl. After knowing that this was Chen Zhuge's war beast, she did not force it. Clang clang. Beads filled with chaotic energy fell on the counter of the friends of the spirit beasts, making crisp sounds. These were all the 5 elements spirit beads. Judging from the 5 elements laws and spiritual energy contained in these 5 elements spirit beads, one is worth at least 10,000 kilograms of high-quality spirit stones, while the 5 elements spirit beads in front of Zhu Ying and Chen Zhuge are worth more than 10,000 kilograms. Enough, Your Highness the Saint, enough! Chen Zhuge shouted in panic. This amount of wealth is so staggering that even if someone were to assassinate Chen Zhuge and Zhu Ying, it would be enough to cause the 2 of them to be killed or injured dozens of times. Hey, is that enough? I was put in solitary confinement 10 years ago, but I condensed a lot of these small beads. You don't have to be afraid. This is how much you need. I am the Saint Miao Pan. Miao Pan patted her chest with pride. Chen Zhuge touched Zhu Ying's shoulder, signaling him to explain, so as not to really make enemies with this super second-generation immortal. Rolling his eyes helplessly, Zhu Ying tried to put on a gentle smile and softly explained to Miao Pan the value of the 5 elements spirit pearl and the selling price of his own spirit beast. After putting away the sachet with some regret, Miao Pan shook his head and said, I didn't expect these cute little guys to be so cheap. I don't know what he was thinking of, but a cunning look flashed in Miao Pan's eyes, and he asked, do you accept orders for spirit beasts? Zhu Ying turned her head and looked at Chen Zhuge. This was no longer within her scope to decide. Chen Zhuge's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. He said with difficulty, Your Highness, do you want to order a spirit beast? I want a large number of 5-element mutant beasts, lots and lots, preferably of different types. Miao Pan slammed the counter hard with his white and tender little fist, as if he felt he had no momentum, and opened the sachet in his hand again. Crash! Endless 5 elements spirit beads fell to the ground, and the sound of pearls and jade colliding made Chen Zhuge stiffen all over. How many 5 elements spirit beads did Miao Pan have? How many spirit stones could these 5 elements spirit beads be converted into? The void twisted, and a beautiful woman in blue appeared beside Miao Pan. Her pretty face was full of helplessness. She gently patted Miao Pan's head and said, "Little Pan Pan, this is too much. Don't make trouble. Aunt Wen, I'm not joking. This has to do with my practice." Miao Pan said seriously. Aunt Wen, the beautiful lady in blue, straightened her face and waved her hand to create a barrier that blocked out the prying eyes of the outside world. "What's wrong with Xiao Pan Pan?" Aunt Wen asked seriously. "Aunt Wen, these are all brand new mutated spirit beasts." Joy appeared in Miao Pan's eyes. "It's just a mutated spiritual beast. The sect has already issued the task of capturing the first batch of 5-element spiritual beasts." Aunt Wen frowned. No, this is different. This is brand new. These mutated spirit beasts are appearing in the real world for the first time." Miao Pan said with emphasis. "No way." Aunt Wen suddenly came to her senses and said in shock, "Are you saying that all those mutant spirit beasts you bought before are appearing in the real world for the first time?" "That's right, the beast master Chen Zhuge is very powerful. As long as he continues to cultivate this new type of mutated 5-element spirit beast, my cultivation level will definitely improve rapidly." A hint of anticipation appeared on Miao Pan's face. "I know, but don't tell anyone about this. I will talk about it next." Aunt Wen said seriously. Miao Pan nodded in understanding. Although she was the third saint girl, due to her physique and cultivation, some people in the sect wanted to turn her into a ruthless resource-producing machine. As a mechanic, he had to be obedient and not be too strong, otherwise the 5 elements sect would not have released the first batch of tasks to collect the 5 elements beasts only now. After a while, the barrier dissipated. Aunt Wen looked at Chen Zhuge deeply, and a voice sounded in his mind. "Little guy, your name is Chen Zhuge, right? These 5-element spirit beads are the deposit my saint daughter gave you. Next, you need to cultivate brand new 5-element spirit beasts and sell them all to me. The price is 10 times the market price. I have left a message in your mind. If a new spirit beast appears, you must notify me in time." Chen Zhuge froze, secretly glanced at the expressionless blue-dressed lady, and carefully sent back a message, "My lord, what does this mean?" "Literally, cultivate the 5-element spirit beast and sell it to me. Remember, you must not tell anyone." "Sir, I have a small request." Chen Zhuge boldly asked. Aunt Wen was a little annoyed, but thinking of Miao Pan's situation, she suppressed her anger and said, "Boy, don't go too far. You are just a true immortal. I can easily kill you." Chen Zhuge quickly explained, "Sir." After listening to Chen Zhuge's words and his request, Aunt Wen's tone calmed down a little, "Just looking for your scattered contracted spirit beasts?" "Yes. I promised. You can sort out the information about the spirit beast and pass it to me. I will send someone to look for it. I will definitely do my best to cultivate the 5 elements spiritual beasts for you." Chen Zhuge said happily. "It's brand new. This requires a large number of 5-element spirit beasts, preferably of different qualities. These are minor problems." In the blink of an eye, the two of them had implicitly confirmed their cooperation. No, it should be said that it was a deal. After the two 5-element sect beauties left, Zhu Ying looked at Chen Zhuge with complicated eyes, and then warned, "Be careful of the Zhang family." There was no time to thank him. Looking at Zhu Ying's back, Chen Zhuge smiled in his heart and said, "Thank you." End of this chapter. Chapter 322. Cultivating mutant spirit beasts was not difficult for Chen Zhuge. He had wanted to improve his own cultivation level and occupy a certain position in the ancient country of Qingming before mobilizing people to look for Yumeng and other beasts. But things in this world are unpredictable. First, he was inexplicably sent to Zhongshui City for 100 years, then Qing Minjai suddenly went crazy and came to Zhongshui City to massacre the city, and then he met the strange Zhang family, and finally became the beast master of Friends of Spirit Beasts. The world changes too fast and fate is unpredictable, but fortunately, God still favors Chen Zhuge this time. Looking at the slowly mutating spirit beast in front of him, Chen Zhuge felt inexplicably anxious. Too slow, too slow. It's been 3 months. With the power of the 5 elements sect in the real world, they can't find Yumeng and other beasts? Even just one will do. Click. Meow. The halo dissipated, and an elegant sapphire water spirit cat appeared in front of Chen Zhuge. With its graceful posture and noble eyes, it was obviously a pet cat. A third-level spiritual beast with fifth-level potential. Apart from its gorgeous appearance, the rest is worthless. But who made that beautiful woman in blue say that she only cares about quantity and not quality? 5 elements disaster saint body, what a strange physique this is, I can't even find any information about it, but the only thing I can be sure of is that this 5 elements spirit beast is definitely related to the practice of the Saint Miao Pan. Forget it, forget it. I'm just a little karami. I'd better not think too much. Besides, I still have to cling to the thigh of this saint. Zhang family, Zhang family. The news that the third saintess of the 5 elements sect had swept up a large number of 5 elements spirit beasts from friends of spirit beasts and then placed an order at a sky-high price had long been heard by the Zhang family. During this period, Chen Zhuge clearly felt the secret gazes observing him in the void. There were at least more than 10 different auras, observing him continuously for 12 hours. If it weren't for the cover of the Chaos Pearl and the deterrence of the 5 elements sect, I would have been captured long ago. Gently stroking the shiny sapphire on the blue water cat's forehead, Chen Zhuge lowered his head to the blue water cat's ear, as if whispering something. The scattered long hair covered his face, and Chen Zhuge was filled with endless anger, strength. Even though he was once Dai in the heavenly realm, he was just a small true immortal in the real world. Feeling those unscrupulous surveillance gazes, the anger in Chen Zhuge's heart was about to ignite. Although I am only a true immortal, although you can crush me to death with one hand, although you can indeed ignore my feelings. Hold on, the heaven still needs me, my relatives and friends still need me. As if sensing the anger of his master, Wufu, who had not completed his 6th mutation for a long time, completed his transformation of life at this moment. Squeak! It was clearly the dark sound of a rat, but at this moment it gave people an extremely violent feeling. The red fur sparkled, and the tiny body expanded naturally, growing from the size of a palm to several feet in size. The white flame that burned to its extreme slowly gathered towards the forehead, with a white crystal with red embedded in it. This crystal, which embodies the avenue of fire, greatly enhances Wufu's appearance and temperament. The owner of the vision in the void was startled by the movement, and an invisible wave swept past quickly. What a pity, its essence is too weak. With this aura, I thought it was a divine beast. For a mere true immortal, it's already pretty good to be able to cultivate a spirit beast like this that has a chance to become a celestial immortal. Becoming a celestial immortal? Haha, how can a true immortal obtain such resources, even with the help of the Saint Maiden? I think this guy's beast taming skills are pretty good. A dozen spiritual consciousnesses collided and communicated rapidly in the void. Everyone, this is someone from my Zhang family. A deep male voice sounded, and the communication in the void instantly fell silent. The real world is too big. Big means infinite resources, plus the infinite lifespan of the real immortals. No one knows how many immortals there are in the real world, and how many immortals exist. If it weren't for the fact that the human race has a very strong reproductive ability, there would probably be more immortals than mortal cultivators. 10 years later, Miao Pan sat cross-legged opposite Chen Zhuge, her big black eyes revealing a hint of cunning and her restlessly shaking body showing that she could hardly bear it any longer. The beautiful woman in blue pointed at the fairy tea opposite Chen Zhuge and said with a smile, "The innate 5 elements fairy tea of my 5 elements sect is produced only once every 10,000 years. Even the disciples of my 5 elements sect find it difficult to drink it." The emerald green tea was like a piece of fine jade, flowing slowly down the throat. A fresh tea fragrance surged into Chen Zhuge's heart. Before Chen Zhuge could exclaim in praise of the good tea, a spiritual rhythm of the 5 elements rushed into his mind. Metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes water, water overcomes earth, earth overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal, and the 5 elements are endless. As his understanding deepened, spiritual energy gathered towards Chen Zhuge, and the third level of true immortality was broken. "Wow, it's really good tea!" Chen Zhuge exclaimed. "Of course. My 5 elements sect is not a small sect in the real world," Wen Wan said with a smile. "I came to you this time to discuss something with you, and by the way, I have some good news to tell you." "Please speak," Chen Zhuge said respectfully. In the past 10 years, relying on the power of the Chaos Pearl, Chen Zhuge cultivated a large number of 5-element mutant beasts. These beasts made Miao Pan's cultivation soar, from the former Shenzang realm directly into the 5th level of true immortal. Although this level of cultivation is not worthy of the title of the Holy Maiden of the Five Elements sect, it is much better than before. You are very capable, and the Zhang family alone cannot protect you. Wen Wan said lightly. I have two choices for you. The first is to join my Miao family and become a guest of my Miao family. The second is to join the Five Elements sect and become a registered disciple of Senior Saint Sister. Chen Zhuge lowered his head in thought, frowned and asked, what's the difference? To become a guest official of the Miao family, you only need to cultivate certain spiritual beasts. There will be no restrictions on you on weekdays. The more spiritual beasts you cultivate, the more rewards you will get. If you join the Five Elements sect, it will be the same as a normal disciple of the Five Elements sect. However, you will need to pay a certain price. After all, your Highness's senior brother is not an ordinary person. Wen Wan explained. Chen Zhuge thought for a long time, then clasped his fists and said, what price do I need to pay? Chen Zhuge had considered joining the Five Elements sect a long time ago. Unfortunately, the Five Elements sect only recruited cultivators who had not yet achieved immortality. The cultivators who had achieved true immortality had already determined their own paths and were not welcome in the sect. Join the Five Elements sect? Yes, the Miao family's foundation is still too low. Wen Wan laughed at herself, and then placed a black jade pendant on the tea table. This is the request of your Highness's senior brother, the Holy Lord of Eight Directions. There is a task recorded on it. As long as you complete it, you can become his registered disciple for 100 years. Wen Wan said seriously. Chen Zhuge put away the jade pendant and said casually, okay. Well, there is another good news. We found your contracted spirit beast. According to the information you provided, it should be a little fellow named Yu Meng. It's just that it's in the demon realm, an ancient moon rabbit, and a master of alchemy. We need time to prepare, after all, the risk in the demon realm is too great. But when you complete the task, we should be able to take it back. Wen Wan smiled. In fact, the choice Wen Wan gave Chen Zhuge today was mostly for Yu Meng's sake. A low-level beast master, no matter how strong his training ability is, can only bring some spirit stones, not to mention that the spirit beast Chen Zhuge trained is still of a very low grade. But an ancient moon rabbit is different. At least its bloodline is comparable to that of a divine beast. Coupled with its identity as an alchemy master, it is a moon rabbit with its bloodline abilities fully activated. Its value is enormous. Auntie Wen, are you done? Miao Pan couldn't bear it any longer. Okay, okay. Wen Wan said lovingly. What happened today must not be spread outside. Since you plan to become the registered disciple of the Holy Lord of Eight Directions, you should prepare to complete his mission as soon as possible. Wen Wan reminded. Clear. Watching Miao Pan, who was as fast as a rabbit, pulling Wen Wan and making a scene among the group of spirit beasts, Chen Zhuge looked down at the jade token in his hand, chuckled twice, and his immortal power surged in, activating it. Swish! A message came into his mind, and a token jumped out of the jade plate. Jade Dragon Secret Realm? 3 Jade Dragons. Chen Zhuge was a little surprised. He thought it was some life-threatening mission, but he didn't expect it to be just like this. It seems that this Eight Directions Saint Lord is not a bad guy. The Jade Dragon Secret Realm is located in the Tuliang Fairy City. Jade is essentially a type of stone. The Jade Dragon Secret Realm is a little different from other secret realms. It is very safe. The Five Elements sect has been exploring the Jade Dragon Secret Realm for millions of years. Except for the chaos at the beginning, when disciples killed each other and caused many deaths, no one has died because of the secret realm. Safety also means that the resources in the secret realm are not very abundant. The most valuable one is the Jade Dragon. This alien dragon is not very powerful among the dragon species, but its value is very high. First of all, it's the appearance. The jade-like dragon is obviously much better looking than the black dragon, fire dragon, etc., and it is also much gentler. Naturally, it is more popular with cultivators, especially female cultivators. Secondly, its strength. The jade dragon's strength is average. Compared with other dragons, its attack power can be said to be extremely poor, almost the floor tile in the dragon world. However, its defense is very good, directly at the ceiling level, which makes the jade dragon one of the most popular companion spirit beasts. The last thing is ability. The jade dragon is a unique type of dragon. Unlike other dragons, it does not only take. It is constantly tempering its body and expelling impurities from its body. These impurities are top-level spiritual materials for cultivators. They are very useful for refining pills or medicines, and the quantity is large. Earth Spirit City. As the opening time of the Jade Dragon secret realm draws closer, there are more and more disciples of the Five Elements sect in the city, and the fights among the cultivators are becoming more and more intense. From time to time, you can see some disciples of the Five Elements sect fighting in the streets. The Five Elements are mutually generated and restrained. Those that are mutually generated have a good relationship, while those that are restrained would like to kill each other as soon as they meet, just like the disciple of the Five Elements sect in front of him. A giant bird made of flame slowly rose up behind a rebellious young man in red. Not to be outdone, the young man in blue also had a blue buffalo rising up behind him. The fierce cry of the firebird and the low moo of the buffalo. Bang! The collision of water and fire produced a violent explosion and a strong storm, which made Chen Zhuge raise his hand to block it. The cultivation base of both of them was at least the 10th level of true immortal, and they were considered elite disciples in the Five Elements sect. Their strength should not be underestimated. Crack, crack! Wu Fu, who had shrunk in size, ate the spiritual fruit and exclaimed, "How amazing!" Chen Zhuge narrowed his eyes and said, "It's really amazing." The power generated by those two magical powers was indeed strong, but it was not the full strength of the two. At least based on Chen Zhuge's current strength, he would at least suffer minor injuries from that attack just now. Humph, not as good as my heavenly fire. The heavenly fire horse spirit snorted in dissatisfaction, and several burning sparks came out of its nose. The green spirit snake and the nether tiger looked at each other without saying anything. The two beasts' foundation was still far behind that of the five blessings and the fire spirit, as they had just broken through to the first level of true immortal not long ago. The white mist dissipated, and the red and blue figures continued to intertwine. The fluctuations of immortal power on their bodies became stronger and stronger. It seemed that real fire was generated. The sky suddenly turned dark, and a boundless yellow palm fell from the sky. The fluctuations emanating from it were so terrifying that Chen Zhuge couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Bang! The flames and water were extinguished instantly by the touch of this palm. "My two junior brothers, this is Tuliang Fairy City. How about you give me some face?" A young man who was 10 feet tall and had a simple face stood on the back of his hand, which was condensed from earth and stone, and said in a deep voice, "Since senior brother Tianyu has spoken, we should naturally give him this face." The young man in red, who seemed the most unruly, bowed his head first. The blue-clothed young man had a bit of reluctance on his face, but his tone softened. "This time, for senior brother Tianyu's sake, I'll spare your life." "Haha, it's hard to say who will win or lose. We'll see the truth in the secret realm when the time comes." "Who is afraid of whom?" In the restaurant, Chen Zhuge wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered, "What a terrifying strength! The fluctuation of immortal power is clearly in the real fairyland. Is this fellow Taoist's first time to come to Tuliang Immortal City? This is senior brother Tamer of the Five Elements sect, senior brother Tianyu." Chen Zhuge looked over when he heard that, and saw a young man in flashy clothes with a pink ribbon tied on his forehead, holding a fan embroidered with a picture of a lady, walking towards him in a dashing manner. "Gudong!" The young man poured a glass of spirit wine without hesitation, looked at the spirit beasts around him who were cursing at him, and said with a bow, "My name is Jack. What's your name, brother?" "Chen Zhuge, what did you just say, brother Ji?" Compared to the wine, Chen Zhuge wanted to know more about Tianyu. "Fake Taoist friend? Brother Chen, you should just call me brother Ji," Jack said, feeling a little uncomfortable with the title. Tianyu is from the ancient Tian family. He was born with a sacred earth spirit body. He is also the eldest son of the 9 direct lineages of the Tian family. Among his direct elders, there are even great golden immortals protecting him. It is said that Tianyu's master, the Lord of Tamer, had a friendship with his elders, so he joined the Five Elements sect. Now he has reached the 31st level of true immortal. I don't know exactly what his cultivation level is. After all, true immortals above the 31st level and true immortals are two completely different levels of people. Jacques said with emotion. So that's how it is. Chen Zhuge said thoughtfully. There are 33 levels of true immortality, and one ascends to heaven step by step. With each level one passes, one will awaken a small magical power that is most suitable for oneself. However, what is awakened in the last 3 levels are great magical powers with infinite power. Therefore, true immortals with cultivation above the 30 levels are also called lesser celestial immortals. I didn't expect that a senior brother's cultivation level is so high. Yeah, it's the Five Elements sect after all. Jacques agreed with an ambiguous tone. After having a few drinks, Jack left in a very cool manner. Back at the inn, Chen Zhuge lay on the soft bed, his expression changing back and forth, and finally he smiled carefreely. Who cares? Whether it is the young man in red or the young man in blue seen today or Tianyu and Jack seen later, Chen Zhuge is no match for these people. If it were another secret realm, Chen Zhuge would have run away in a flash, but the Jade Dragon secret realm was different. This secret realm had been developed by the Five Elements sect for such a long time, and it did not allow infighting. End of this chapter. Chapter 323. Time flies, 7 days are like a handful of sand, slipping away in your hands in an instant. Clang clang. The heavy bell rang 9 times. This is the treasure of Tuliang Fairy City, the mountain bell. Zhu Xiang said that a super event of the first level of destroying the city was about to happen. The independent cultivators in the city who had obtained the tokens walked out of their residences excitedly, and Chen Zhuge was among them. Thorn. A hole was torn in the sky, and a huge vortex appeared in the air. This was the entrance to the Jade Dragon secret realm. Without any instructions or warnings, all the cultivators, whether they were from outside or disciples of the Five Elements sect, all obediently took out their tokens and activated them. Beams of light fell from the vortex, and figures slowly flew into the secret realm. If nothing else, there is one good thing about the Five Elements sect. They are very disciplined. Jacques, who appeared out of nowhere, said with a smile. Chen Zhuge said strangely, Brother Ji, why don't you go in? Brother Chen, didn't you go in either? Jack asked back. Chen Zhuge looked Jack up and down and said with shame, your cultivation is too low. I just want to bring out a jade dragon. Jacques laughed, then threw a piece of parchment into Chen Zhuge's arms. Without saying anything, he directly activated the token and entered the secret realm. Chen Zhuge slightly lifted a corner of the parchment, his pupil shrank, and the token in his hand was quickly activated. As he traveled at the speed of light, the displacement of space made Chen Zhuge shake his head dizzy. The milky white river is rushing rapidly on the emerald green ground. Occasionally, a few small fish like white jade jump out of the river. These are the characteristic spiritual beasts of the Jade Dragon secret realm, the white jade fish. Looking into the distance, the towering mountains are all made up of jade stones, red, white, black, green, and some peaks are even mixed with multiple colors. Jingle bell. A breeze blew by, and the branches and leaves of the jade tree not far away collided with each other, making a crisp sound. It's a pity that Yuhang is not here. This is his home court. Chen Zhuge said with some regret. Crack ah! A shrill cry was heard. It turned out that the nether tiger saw a small animal spying nearby, so it held it down with one claw. However, it used too much force, causing the small animal to be injured. Its white jade-like skin cracked, and green blood flowed out. Looking at this little creature that looked like a unicorn, Chen Zhuge dipped his finger in its blood, sniffed it, tasted it, and said in a strange tone, why does this blood taste so much like spiritual jade? Chen Zhuge, whose interest was piqued, activated the chaos pearl in his sea of consciousness. The mysterious chaotic spiritual energy slowly flowed out from his fingertips and injected into the body of the little beast, guiding its bloodline to mutate. Click! The sound of the jade pendant breaking was heard, and the little beast let out a scream. Then it exploded and turned into pieces of beautiful jade that shot in all directions. The beautiful jade that the little beast transformed into slowly merged into the ground. Chen Zhuge said in amazement, interesting. This magical scene also attracted the attention of the spiritual beasts. The Jade Dragon secret realm has been open for 100 years, so Chen Zhuge is not in a hurry and plans to explore the secrets of these little beasts first. Little guys, go catch more creatures here for me. Qingling, go catch some white jade fish in the river. They say the white jade fish in the Jade Dragon secret realm tastes great. Now that we're here, we have to try some first. Wow! The spirit beasts cheered and immediately scattered. They had been staying in the Five Elements secret realm and were very bored. Now that they had finally come out, how could they not have some fun? One after another, 5 element spells were emitted from his hands, and an exquisite courtyard emerged. Looking at the jade-like courtyard, Chen Zhuge was surprised and said, interesting, this is actually mud. Not long after, the nether tiger came back leisurely, dragging a bunch of small unicorns behind its huge body. Looking at the green corners of its mouth, it was obvious that this guy had been stealing food outside. Patting the nether tiger's paw, Chen Zhuge didn't say much. It was just some low-level spirit beasts. Even if these little beasts were a little strange, they would not cause too much damage to the nether tiger. Ow! The cry of the unicorn is somewhat similar to the roar of a tiger, but it does not have the majestic temperament of a tiger. Instead, it sounds a bit out of place. Hee, let me see what secrets you have. Chen Zhuge rubbed his hands and began to guide the mutation of each little beast. The Chaos Orb's guided mutation is not created out of nothing, but the bloodline existing in the spirit beast is stimulated by the chaotic spiritual energy, allowing it to devour other invisible bloodlines and strengthen itself. Due to the difference in bloodlines, the spirit beast's external bloodlines will continue to change during the process of devouring. When it accumulates to a limit, indescribable changes will occur. This is mutation. Bang! The white jade was stained with green blood and scattered everywhere, leaving small pits in the courtyard. Chen Zhuge mentioned the next unicorn and said strangely, it's strange that the bloodline that is manifested is not the bloodline with the highest content in the body. It seems that something in this jade dragon secret realm has affected these unicorns. I wonder what's going on with the white jade fish. Just as he was thinking, the green snake crawled back with difficulty. Its round belly greatly increased the burden of crawling. The tip of its tail was dragging a large net, which was full of white jade fish. It was so densely packed that it looked like there were at least hundreds of them. Master, I'm back. The green snake burped, and a strong fishy smell enveloped the entire courtyard. I didn't realize you were such a foodie. Chen Zhuge teased. The green snake shrank its head a little embarrassedly and said in defense, this white jade fish is really delicious. It's just that it's too delicious. Chen Zhuge laughed twice and casually took out a white jade fish. The smooth feeling was not much different from that of a real fish. The unique fishy smell also proved its identity as a fish. Let me see what's different about you. A trace of chaotic spiritual energy was slowly injected, but the palm-sized white jade fish twisted its body restlessly trying to escape. However, how could a small fish with the cultivation level of Tianyuan realm escape from the palm of Chen Zhuge? Take out several 5 elements spirit pearls and stuff them into the mouth of the white jade fish to speed up its mutation. 1, 2, 3, and 10 later, the white jade fish finally underwent a huge change. Thorn. The white jade-like fish skin cracked, and a stupid frog appeared. Chen Zhuge looked at the stupid little guy and said in a lost voice, ghost-faced frog. The ghost-faced frog is a relatively unique spiritual animal. Unlike other amphibious frogs, it can only live on land and will be drowned in water. The unique ghost-faced pattern on its back is highly poisonous. When it encounters an enemy, it will spray the venom. Even if the enemy is at a higher level than the ghost-faced frog, it will be hit if it is not careful. Mutated into a ghost-faced frog? No, it should be that it broke its appearance and turned back into a ghost-faced frog. Let me see what else you can become. While Chen Zhuge was feeding the ghost-faced frog with the 5-element spirit beads, Wufu and Huiling also came back, dragging a large number of unicorns behind them. What are you doing? Wufu turned into a red flame and quickly climbed onto Chen Zhuge's shoulder and asked curiously. Chen Zhuge, who was concentrating on his work, did not answer Wufu's question. The fire spirit snorted and pulled the nether tiger outside to check if there was any danger nearby. With the amplification of dozens of 5-element spirit pearls, the second mutation of the ghost-faced frog was finally completed. Looking at the ghost-faced frog that was no different from before after the mutation, Chen Zhuge carefully examined it and said in surprise, it's still the blood of the ghost-faced frog, but the blood concentration has increased so much that it can undergo a third mutation. Interesting. With the accumulation of a large amount of resources, the ghost-faced frog completed 5 mutations before reaching its limit. The 5 mutations directly allowed this ghost-faced frog's cultivation to soar from the Tianyuan realm to the Shenzang realm. The improvement in cultivation made the ghost-faced frog's eyes much more lively. He put it into the treehouse and continued to guide the mutation of other white jade fish with a hint of thought. Ghost-faced frogs, black dragon fish, green jade foxes, white water snakes, all kinds of unique spiritual beasts broke free from the layer of white jade fish skin and appeared in front of Chen Zhuge. The most surprising thing is that the number of mutations of these spirit beasts is no less than 5 times, and the highest is as high as 7 times. Luckily, I have saved a lot of 5-element spiritual pearls over the years. Miao Pan also gave me a whole storage bag of 5-element spiritual pearls when I entered the secret realm this time. Finally, there is hope for my army of spirit beasts. One by one, the white jade fish returned to their original appearance, and then quickly grew stronger, constantly filling Chen Zhuge's empty tree house. There is no distinction between day and night in the Jade Dragon's secret realm, the sky is always white. After an unknown amount of time, the net of white jade fish brought by the green spirit snake was finally eaten up by Chen Zhuge. After stretching and putting the last bloodthirsty monkey into the wooden house, Chen Zhuge turned his attention back to the unicorn. I just don't believe that among all these unicorns, not even one of them can complete the mutation. While Chen Zhuge was frantically studying the unicorn, disputes of all sizes broke out in other places in the Jade Dragon's secret realm. The mountain shadow suppressed the two famous independent cultivators fiercely. Tianyu's honest face showed a hint of doubt. You actually attacked me by surprise? Is that what you were thinking? The old and withered cultivator showed a hint of madness, his eyes were red as he said, of course it's for cultivation. Puff. Tianyu pressed his palm down slightly, and the two casual cultivators were instantly crushed into blood foam. He said speechlessly, do you really think that you can't kill people in the Jade Dragon's secret realm? As the eldest brother of the earth vein of the Five Elements sect, Tianyu naturally has privileges. For example, he can kill a few wandering cultivators in the Jade Dragon's secret realm. This kind of small privilege does exist. Hehe, is this what the Five Elements sect said about not being able to kill people in the Jade Dragon's secret realm? A figure covered in a black cloak walked out from behind the white jade tree and said sarcastically. Tianyu's expression remained unchanged. He just retracted the Five Mountains phantoms into his body and asked dully, who are you? The one who wants to kill you. The man in black screamed. Dozens of black streaks of light flew towards Tianyu. Dozens of men in black rushed out from the trees, the ground, and the sky. Their intense murderous intent showed that they really intended to kill Tianyu. What? With a loud shout, a huge mountain shadow emerged from Tianyu's body. This was the Tianshan realm suppression method he comprehended when he broke through the 31st level of True Immortal. On the other side of the Jade Dragon's secret realm, the disciples of the Five Elements sect who had previously fought in the Tuliang Fairy City were also besieged by the men in black. If someone was observing from the air, they would find that all the disciples of the Five Elements sect were in trouble. The men in black who came from nowhere kept hunting down the disciples of the Five Elements sect, some succeeded and some failed. In the core of the secret realm, a huge jade dragon that stretched for thousands of miles opened its huge white jade eyes. Its slender dragon whiskers were like a steep mountain. Its layered scales exuded a warm luster, and its extremely sharp claws were deeply embedded in the ground. After so many years, someone finally comes to mess with me again. There seemed to be a flame in the jade dragon's eyes, and its huge body slowly stood up. You can't blame me for this, they were the first to start. I can beat them up and eat them one by one. It should be no problem. It should be no problem at all. Ha ha ha, finally I got a chance to go out and play. Hold head high. A terrifying dragon roar sounded, and the jade dragon turned into a white light and flew towards the nearest man in black. The heavy body fell down, and the sharp dragon claws nailed the man in black to the ground and tore apart the cloak that concealed his identity. Ha ha ha, humans, this is really interesting, another drama of killing each other. The jade dragon laughed twice and directly swallowed the man in black into its stomach. It's delicious. It's really delicious. After eating huge for so many years, I can finally try something new. The seriously injured Five Elements sect disciple, under the effect of the sound amplification spell, asked Yu Jiao, Senior, what's going on? Yu Jiao narrowed his eyes and swallowed the last man in black, saying nonchalantly, Five Elements spiritual energy, he is from your Five Elements sect. Without waiting for the Five Elements sect disciples to continue asking questions, Yu Jiao hurriedly flew to the next place. With delicious food in front of him, who has time to take care of these little guys? The area where Chen Zhuge is located is the outermost part of the Jade Dragon's secret realm. There will not be any people living in such marginal areas, which also avoids conflicts in disguise. The cultivation level of these men in black is at least the 10th level of True Immortal. If they were really encountered by Chen Zhuge, it would be hard to say whether they would live or die. Chen Zhuge, who was somewhat numb, mechanically injected chaotic spiritual energy. As time passed, the unicorn beast began to undergo strange changes, and a young jade dragon appeared. Hold head high. The tender dragon roar made Chen Zhuge shudder. He hurriedly grabbed the little jade dragon and asked with his eyes wide open, Jade dragon? How could it be a jade dragon? The small jade dragon, which was only 1 meter long, happily circled around Chen Zhuge, making dragon roars from time to time, showing that it was in a very happy mood. He, never mind. I didn't expect that my mission would be completed right at the beginning. After putting the jade dragon into the treehouse, Chen Zhuge hesitated for a moment, then called out the spirit beasts transformed from the white jade fish in the treehouse, selected the spirit beasts with the cultivation level of a true lord, and signed a contract with them. There are a lot of fairy jades and many unique spiritual medicines in the jade dragon's secret realm. I'm afraid of death, but there's nothing wrong with letting the spiritual beasts go. Chen Zhuge chuckled twice, and then dispersed all the spiritual beasts. The probability of a unicorn beast turning into a small jade dragon is very low. Chen Zhuge used more than 1,000 unicorn beasts and more than 3,000 5-element spirit beads to make the first jade dragon. This consumption is equivalent to half of the wealth of a true immortal cultivator, which is not low. I don't know if it's because it's too far away, but the spirit beasts sent out by Chen Zhuge can move freely and not even a single person can be seen. The spiritual beasts brought back the spiritual herbs emitting white halos to the courtyard, enriching Chen Zhuge's family assets. The unicorns were brought back to the courtyard one by one, and then turned into pieces of beautiful jade. Only a few of them could make it to the next level and turn into small jade dragons, which were then stored in the treehouse by Chen Zhuge. Other places in the Yujiao secret realm also began to become increasingly chaotic. End of this chapter. Chapter 324. Earth Spirit City. As one of the 5 main cities of the 5 Elements sect, the city lord of Tu-Ling Xian City is Yu Qunyi, an elder of the Tu-Mai system and an elder with the cultivation level of a golden immortal. Together with the Tu-Ling Xian City's defensive formation, it is enough to resist the attack of more than 10 golden immortals. Yu Qunyi smiled and greeted Wenwan and Miao Pan, who had come to visit him unexpectedly. Your Highness the Third Saint Lady, fellow Daoist Wen, are you also here for the Jade Dragon secret realm? Wenwan smiled politely and said, there is a little guy inside who has some relationship with the 8 Directions Saint Lord. As the junior sister of the 8 Directions Saint Lord, your Highness naturally has to come and take a look. 8 Directions Saint Lord. Yu Qunyi muttered to himself, then said with a smile, then you can stay in this elder's residence. Once the Jade Dragon secret realm is opened, it will take 100 years for it to end. Okay. Wenwan did not refuse. After entertaining the guests for a while, Yu Qunyi left on the pretext of being busy with city affairs. Miao Pan, who had been holding it in for a long time, said in dissatisfaction, Aunt Wen, why are we here? It's so boring here. Your Highness, the Holy Lord of 8 Directions is your senior brother, so you should come here. The most important thing is that the elder who collected the 5 elements spirit beasts for you last time is about to come back. He is an elder of the Earth Vein system and will be here first. Wenwan explained helplessly. Okay. The 5 colored peaks that reach deep into the clouds stand on the ground like sharp swords. Dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and other strange mythical beasts live in the mountains, and all kinds of spiritual plants grow wildly in them. At the top of the mountain, a huge palace stands. This is the main hall of the 5 Elements sect. Surrounding it are side halls with various functions, one of which is a side hall. The old immortal who had lived for who knows how many years, as usual, was wiping the life plates of the disciples in the side hall with a handkerchief woven from immortal silk. The life plate made of fairy jade is naturally spotless, but this has become the habit of the old immortal. Carefully picking up the fate plate, gently wiping it, and then putting it back, looking at the densely packed fate plates, the old immortal smiled softly, what a prosperous atmosphere. My 5 Elements sect will definitely become the strongest section. Snapped. The slight sound made the old immortal stiffen. He turned his head mechanically and saw a life tablet shattered and fell to the ground. It meant that one of his disciples had died. Crack crackle. Before the old immortal could come to his senses, the sound of life plates shattering continuously was heard. More than 100 life plates shattered at the same time, and a look of great panic appeared on the old immortal's face. He staggered to the corner of the side hall, grabbed the hammer and hit the gong hard. The harsh sound of the gong alarmed the elders of the 5 Elements sect, and even many of the old monsters who were in seclusion were alarmed. Dense streams of light continued to converge towards the side hall, and in a moment the empty side hall was filled to the brim with no space left. Lu Taiheng, the current leader of the 5 Elements sect, who was wearing a tall crown and purple clothes, had eyes like lightning and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The old immortal bowed tremblingly, pointed at the broken life cards on the ground and said, "Master, just now, hundreds of life cards were shattered at the same time." Lu Taiheng looked down at the broken life card and the name on it, and said with suppressed anger, "What are these disciples doing?" The great elder Zhonghang said gloomily, "The Jade Dragon Secret Realm." Check. Following Lu Taiheng's order, the huge Five Elements sect began to operate rapidly, and a huge flying boat flew out from the five-colored mountains. Jade Dragon Secret Realm. The petite Jade Dragon entwined around his fingertips, and Chen Zhuge chuckled and said, "You are also the smallest dragon. Hold head high." The little Jade Dragon roared in dissatisfaction, but its body was too small, so the sound was very faint. Wu Fu carefully used his claws to fiddle with the Jade Dragon between his fingers and asked curiously, "Master, is this really a dragon?" Slapping Wu Fu's claws away, Chen Zhuge put it into the treehouse and said, "Why not?" When he was about to guide the next spirit beast to mutate, a fireball fell in the courtyard. Bang! The ground, which was reinforced by a large number of earth-based magic, was instantly hit into a nearly 10-meter deep hole, stirring up clouds of dust. With a slight flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind blew away the dust. Chen Zhuge stood at the edge of the hole and looked over to see a ragged young man getting up in a panic. "Brother Ji?" Chen Zhuge asked in surprise. The young man looked up, surprised but a little shy, and said with a light cough, "It's Brother Chen. This is the Baibo Immortal Tea, a unique tea of the Supreme High Land sect. It can not only clear your mind and spirit, but also increase your cultivation for the first time. Brother Chen, would you like to try it?" Jack, wearing a red gown, brewed the Baibo Xian tea smoothly. Chen Zhuge took a sip absent-mindedly, and the circulation of the immortal power in his body increased by nearly 30% at once. His sea of consciousness also became clearer, as if a layer of dust had been wiped off. "Good tea, but Brother Ji, what's going on with you?" Chen Zhuge couldn't help but express his curiosity. From Chen Zhuge's perspective, Jack's cultivation is very high, at least above the 15th level of true immortal. Although this level of strength is not the best in the Jade Dragon Secret Realm, it is also very strong. Cough cough. Jacques coughed twice, his eyes rolling around, and finally he sighed, "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but I met the Jade Dragon. It's the old Jade Dragon from the Jade Dragon Secret Realm, not one of the newly born Jade Dragons." Chen Zhuge knew that the message transmitted by the token before contained information about the Jade Dragon Secret Realm. This old Jade Dragon was an important figure in the Secret Realm, and there was a lot of introduction about him. The old Jade Dragon is a peculiar existence in the Jade Dragon Secret Realm. It was bred by the core of the Secret Realm. Every time the Jade Dragon Secret Realm is opened, the new Jade Dragon produced is the bloodline of the old Jade Dragon. Although they are not born in a legitimate way, they do have the same bloodline. The most crucial thing is that the strength of this old Jade Dragon is at the peak of the 33rd level of true immortal. If it had not been suppressed here by the immortals of the Five Elements sect, it would probably be able to induce the heavenly tribulation and become an immortal if it went out. The Jade Dragon Secret Realm has been opened, and the old Jade Dragon cannot go out, so I didn't think that the person I met was the old Jade Dragon. So I got close to him and attacked him, and then, Brother Chen, you know what happened?" Jack said with a miserable look on his face. Chen Zhuge didn't know what to say after hearing this. It was so sad. But why was old Yu Jiao able to go out? Jacques seemed not to want to talk about his sad past. He stood up and walked around the captured unicorns in the yard, then picked up some broken jade pieces on the ground. "Brother Chen, are you breeding these jade beasts?" Jack asked in surprise. Chen Zhuge nodded silently, "As a beast master, if I don't study a spiritual beast like the jade beast, wouldn't it be a waste of time for me to come here?" "That's true, but don't waste your time, Brother Chen. A beast master from the celestial realm once did some research and found that these jade beasts were only transformed due to the influence of the power of the Jade Dragon Secret Realm. In fact, their true forms are just some ordinary spirit beasts, and their value is not as great as the jade beasts." Jack revealed some secrets. If you have the ability to restore the jade beast, you might as well cultivate white jade fish. It is said that these white jade fish are contaminated with dragon energy, and there is still a good chance that they will transform into dragons. That's it. The scene fell silent for a moment. The two were just friends over a drink and at most they were brothers on the surface, but they really had nothing in common. Bang! The sudden explosion caught the attention of the two. Jack looked towards the direction of the explosion with a serious look in his eyes and said dully, "The fluctuation of the immortal power of the little immortal is Tianyu." Seeing Chen Zhuge's puzzled look, Jack explained, "Every time the Jade Dragon Secret Realm is opened, the Earth Vein Department of the Five Elements sect will send a little immortal to ensure the safety of the Five Elements sect disciples in the secret realm. This time, it was Tianyu who was sent. This is strange. Is there anyone in the Yujiao secret realm who can fight against Tianyu? This is very wrong. Jack was very puzzled. If you don't understand, go and see. Jack's action is amazing. He even invited Chen Zhuge to join him, but he was rejected. After Jack left, Chen Zhuge swiftly packed up the spirit beasts in the yard and muttered in a low voice, "We can't stay here any longer. We have to move to another place." After putting all the jade beasts and white jade fish into the tree house, Chen Zhuge activated the contract token in his Sea of Consciousness to notify the spirit beasts outside to return as soon as possible. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jack came back. Carrying the unconscious Tianyu on his back, Jack walked into the courtyard. He looked at the empty courtyard with a strange expression on his face. Then he looked at Chen Zhuge, who looked like he was about to go on a long journey. He asked in confusion, "Brother Chen, are you leaving?" Although it was a bit embarrassing to be caught in the act, Chen Zhuge still nodded to him. "Are you leaving?" The fire spirit's carefree voice came from outside the courtyard. "Hey, who are you?" The fire spirit scratched his hooves and asked with a vigilant look. The nether tiger bent its body, ready to pounce at any time. Tianyu, whose face was covered in blood, suddenly looked up, glanced at Chen Zhuge, and said weakly, "There was an accident in the secret realm. With your level of cultivation, accidents will happen when you meet those men in black. If you don't want to die, stay here." Jacques and Chen Zhuge looked at each other, and Jacques whispered, "Brother Chen, listen to him. Tianyu looks simple, but he is actually very smart. He is barely a good person, so you can listen to him." "All right." The huge Five Elements flying boat landed outside Tuliang Fairy City. Luo Hao, the inner sect elder who led the team to investigate the problem of fallen disciples, walked into the city lord's mansion with a grim look on his face. Lu Taiheng, Lu Taiheng. Although they are both golden immortals, Luo Hao is very rude to Lu Taiheng. This was due to the deaths of fellow disciples, as well as strength and status. Luo Hao was the number one inner sect elder, which meant that apart from the sect master and the 9 elders, his strength and status were the strongest. Of course, this did not include the immortals hidden in the sect. Lu Taiheng was just an ordinary inner sect elder. If he hadn't been lucky enough to have an opportunity outside, he would have never had the hope of becoming a golden immortal in this lifetime. "Elder Luo?" Lu Taiheng asked in surprise. "Thunderbolt." A large number of broken life cards were suspended between the two. Luo Hao said coldly, "Lu Taiheng, do you know that something happened in the Jade Dragon secret realm?" Lu Taiheng looked at the names on the fate cards and his face suddenly changed. "How is it possible? These are all the fate cards of the disciples who entered the Jade Dragon secret realm. Forget it, open the Jade Dragon secret realm for me, I will send people in to explore." Under the Golden Immortal's divine consciousness, his mind had nowhere to hide. Luo Hao was very confident that he could see through Lu Taiheng, who had just made a breakthrough. "Yes, Elder." Lu Taiheng accepted the order respectfully. There are actually not many disciples in the Five Elements sect. Those disciples who set up life tablets are all inner disciples. Only they are considered true disciples of the Five Elements sect. All the inner disciples in the entire Five Elements sect add up to only about 100,000. It is rare to lose more than 100 people at a time. You have to know that it takes at least thousands or tens of thousands of years to cultivate an inner disciple with the cultivation level of a true immortal from scratch, and the resources consumed in the process are innumerable. Elder Luo. Miao Pan, who arrived later, hurriedly saluted when he saw Luo Hao. "Third Saint Ladies, Miao family's guest Wen Wan? Why are you here?" Luo Hao asked. Upon hearing this, Miao Pan explained why he was here. "I see. Since the sect has decided to spend resources to cultivate your strength, then don't disappoint the sect's hopes and practice well. If your cultivation is too poor, some people in the sect might not be happy." Luo Hao sneered twice, seeming to look down on some people in the sect. "Disciple knows." Miao Pan nodded in response. Luo Hao is a neutral elder in the sect. He does not express his opinion on whether to treat Miao Pan as a resource production machine or to cultivate him into a powerful cultivator. A beam of light descended again from the tightly closed entrance to the secret realm above Tuliang Immortal City. Luo Hao waved his hand, and 2 figures stepped forward. The 2 were Luo Hao's direct disciples and also his adopted sons, Luo Yi and Luo Xin. The beam of light carried the two people up into the air quickly. Luo Hao murmured, the Jade Dragon's secret realm can accommodate up to the 33rd level of true immortal cultivation. Luo Yi and Luo Xin have both reached the limit of the secret realm, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yujiao Secret Realm, Temporary Courtyard. Tianyu woke up, and with the infusion of a large amount of spiritual medicine and his powerful self-healing ability, he managed to barely regain the ability to walk. On the stone table, Tianyu swallowed the fairy tea in one gulp and looked at the two people in front of him, feeling extremely depressed. Jia Ke, a member of the Jia family, got the token to enter the Jade Dragon's secret realm because the family once rescued an intersect elder of our section. Chen Zhuge, a former guest of the Zhang family, was recommended by the third saint maiden Miaopan because of his strong ability in raising beasts and his expertise in cultivating 5-element spirit beasts. Now you should be completing the task of becoming the disciple of the 8 Directions Saint Lord. I'm right, right. Tianyu said word by word. That's right, that's right. As expected of you, you are the Earth Vein senior brother. Chen Zhuge and Jack both complimented him. There is an accident in the secret realm now, and I need your help. Tianyu said firmly. This, that. Chen Zhuge's eyes were dazed. Jacques was even more direct, Brother Tianyu, it's not that we don't want to help. One of us is in the 3rd heaven and the other is in the 17th heaven. If we fight against an enemy who can injure you, wouldn't that be pure suicide? That's because they launched a sneak attack, and dozens of people attacked together. Tianyu said with heartache. In order to kill those people, he lost a lot of treasures. As long as you help me rescue the other 5 elements sect disciples in the secret realm, I will definitely give you something good. Jia Ke, right? Your Jia family is just an ordinary merchant family. This time I asked you to come here most likely for the Jade Dragon. As long as you help rescue the 5 elements sect disciples, I can let you bring back a Jade Dragon with excellent qualifications. Chen Zhuge, the same goes for you. The requirement for Beifang Shenjun to be a registered disciple is to obtain a Jade Dragon in the Jade Dragon's secret realm. If you rescue enough disciples, I will give you enough Jade Dragons and let you become Beifang Shenjun's personal disciple. Jacques hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and refused, Brother Tianyu, compared to Yu Jiao, I prefer to be alive. Chen Zhuge asked, Brother Tianyu, how many Jade Dragons are needed to become the direct disciple of the 8 Directions Saint Lord? At least 3. Only 3. That's fine. Chen Zhuge felt relieved, but he looked embarrassed and refused with difficulty. End of this chapter. Chapter 325. As soon as Luo Yi and Luo Xin arrived at the Yujiao secret realm, they met the man in black guarding the entrance. Who? Kill the 5 elements sect disciples. Luo Yi looked at the magic in front of him, frowned, and waved his hand lightly. Pure white mist instantly submerged everything in front of him. When the white mist dissipated, the man in black had already fallen to the ground and could not get up. They've reached the entrance to the passage. It seems these guys are planning to kill everyone. Luo Xin said solemnly. In the realm of true immortality, what is there to be afraid of when you and I, brothers, join forces? Luo Yi snorted coldly. Luo Xin shook his head and said, although I am very unconvinced, Tianyu's strength is actually not much worse than ours alone. The situation has fallen to this point. I am afraid that the enemy will be difficult to deal with. Humph, let's fight first. Luo Yi said with some dissatisfaction. Let's find Tianyu first. Luo Xin took out a bagua turntable with a light spot flashing on it. Temporary courtyard. Tianyu was still trying hard to persuade the two to help, but when he saw them shaking their heads in unison again, Tianyu felt his blood rushing to his head. If not for the fact that I was seriously injured, if not for the fact that this was the Jade Dragon's secret realm, if not for that damn man in black. How? Can you take action? Tianyu said angrily. Jacques spread his hands and said, first of all, our strength is too weak. In addition, the benefits you promised are very tempting, but you have to stay alive to get them. If you die, I can give you your people. Tianyu said unhappily. That won't work either. I won't do anything like being a wedding dress for others. Jack complained. Chen Zhuge nodded frantically. That's right, even the true immortal at the 17th level didn't dare to do that, let alone a little Karami at the 3rd level himself. How about I use my spirit beast to help you, brother? Chen Zhuge suggested as he took out a true lord level spirit beast. Tianyu looked at him with disdain, and finally sighed, okay. Brother, it takes a lot of resources to cultivate spiritual beasts. Chen Zhuge said carefully. Tianyu threw out a storage bag and said, how can I take advantage of you? When Chen Zhuge opened the storage bag, the first thing he saw was a mountain of 5 elements spirit beads, followed by several small hills made of thick earth spirit crystals, and a large number of rare and precious spiritual medicines. Thank you, senior brother. I will go to cultivate the spirit beast first. Chen Zhuge ran to the backyard. Jacques opened his mouth, looked at the disappearing Chen Zhuge and said dissatisfiedly, you are disloyal. Tianyu looked at Jack with a smile, and that meaningful look made Jack tremble all over. All right, this is going to be a big loss. Jacques took out a dozen puppets reluctantly. The true immortal puppet of the puppet sect? Tianyu asked in surprise. Jacques did not respond but continued to cast spells. A dozen puppets began to move under Jacques' control. Brother, let me first state that these puppets are not operated at close range, and their strength is at most equivalent to the 7th level of the true immortal realm. Haha, very good, very good. Don't worry, if there is any loss, you will be compensated. Tianyu said with satisfaction. A dozen puppets rushed out of the courtyard like mad bulls and ran in all directions. These high-quality puppets from the puppet sect only needed to input commands to carry out their tasks. When necessary, it can even remotely send down spiritual consciousness to perform more subtle control. The only drawback is that it is very expensive and consumes a lot of energy. After carefully laying down a few formation plates, Chen Zhuge left a sentence, I want to concentrate on breeding spirit beasts, and then he never showed up again. Over the next period of time, a few spirit beasts would appear from the formation from time to time. Although these spirit beasts were only of the strength of True Lord or True Lord Chunyang, they were still enough to explore the whereabouts of the 5 Elements sect's disciples. As for rescuing the disciples of the 5 Elements sect, that would require Jack's puppet. With the cooperation of the two, in just 10 days, 3 more disciples from the 5 Elements sect appeared in the courtyard. The conditions of these disciples were very bad, they were all seriously injured and on the verge of death. On the other side, Luo Yi and Luo Xin encountered trouble. As soon as the two entered the secret realm, they killed the man in black guarding the gate, and relying on the instructions of the compass, they swaggered towards the direction of Tianyu. The two overly arrogant people were surrounded by the men in black. Nearly 100 men in black formed a strange formation and trapped the 2 men to death. The cultivation level of these men in black was only around the 10th level of true immortal, but relying on the power of the formation, they were able to trap 2 masters who were about to break through to the celestial immortal level. It was truly terrifying. The golden flying sword flew out in the formation with unrivaled power, but it only caused an insignificant ripple on the edge of the formation. The leader of the black-clad men below sneered, "Don't struggle." Although the 8 gates locking heaven formation has no lethality, its defense is so strong that even a celestial being may not be able to break it. Luo Xin said angrily, "If you have the guts, release the magic circle and fight me. I can destroy you all by myself." The man in black laughed in an ambiguous manner, and then ignored the furious Luo Xin. Luo Yi's face didn't look good either. The two of them came to provide support this time, but they were trapped before they could rescue anyone. These men in black sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, looking unhurried. It was obvious that they had enough manpower, and the situation was now not good. Old Yu Jiao looked at the densely packed men in black surrounding him, and a hint of impatience appeared on his cunning face. Since when will the Jade Dragon secret realm allow so many people to enter at once? These men in black did not reply, but silently took out their own magic weapons and used their most powerful spells to bombard the old Jade Dragon. The power of these attacks was not dangerous to the old Jade Dragon, but it was annoying. "I can't bear it anymore." Old Jade Dragon roared manically. The white dragon's body emitted bursts of cold light, and the green earth was covered with a layer of frost. Some of the closest men in black were actually frozen by it. "Do you think I have spent countless years here lying down and waiting to die? Have a taste of the ice prison that I have comprehended." Infinite immortal power burst out from the old Jade Dragon's body, and its originally huge body was forcibly reduced to 1/10 in this explosion. All the men in black were frozen into ice sculptures. With a wide mouth, all the ice sculptures were sucked into the stomach of the old Jade Dragon, and its body gradually returned to normal. Clap clap! There was a sudden burst of applause, and a man in black slowly rose from the ground. His black cloak flipped back, revealing an ordinary face. "As expected, you are the strongest alien dragon. Who are you?" Old Jade Dragon asked vigilantly. Me? I'm here to give you freedom. After a tentative fight, Lao Yujiao and the man in black reached some agreement and left separately. After Old Jade Dragon reached a cooperation with the men in black and stopped slaughtering them, the lives of the disciples of the Five Elements sect and other families in the secret realm became increasingly difficult. Temporary courtyard. Chenjuag looked at the earth dragon beast in front of him, somewhat surprised, and touched its huge head with some regret. 8 mutations, it's really immortal, I really can't bear to let it go. But if I can't produce any results, it will be hard to explain myself. Ah! The thousands-meter-long earth dragon beast was crawling outside the courtyard like a small mountain. Tianyu said with satisfaction, I thought you were always fooling me with those low-level spirit beasts. Chenjuag smiled bitterly and said, Brother Tianyu, the cultivation of spirit beasts is slow to begin with. If you want to quickly cultivate a true immortal spirit beast, you can only use a large amount of resources. And the resources can only help you cultivate to true immortal at most. The rest is more about the understanding of Tao. Tianyu casually threw out 2 storage bags and said, I don't care how many resources it takes. Even if you can only cultivate a true immortal of the first level, you have to produce them. As long as you save enough disciples of my sect, all these spirit beasts will be yours. After you get out, even if the 8 Directions Saint King doesn't accept you, I will ask my master to accept you as a registered disciple. Tianyu said in a deep voice. Holding the storage bag tightly in his hand, Chenjuag nodded silently, I will do my best. Returning to his own simple formation, Chenjuag explored the resources in the 2 storage bags, then looked at the mountains of unicorns and made a silent decision in his heart. What is a beast tamer? A beast master is someone who can command beasts to fight, making them more powerful than their own bodies. But if that's all, it's just the entry-level level of a beast master. A true beast master must not only be able to perfectly command beasts in battle, but also be able to provide targeted training to various spirit beasts so that they have greater potential and can break through to higher realms. Chenjuag, who is known as the beast tamer master in the heavens, mostly relies on the power of the golden finger, but after so many years, his ability is no worse than that of an ordinary beast tamer. With the help of a large amount of resources, Chenjuag began to quickly cultivate spiritual beasts whose cultivation reached the level of true immortals. These true immortals produced on the assembly line would find it difficult to make further breakthroughs in the future, and their spiritual intelligence was not even very high. Only a few spirit beasts were forcibly mutated and pushed into the true fairyland by the Chaos Pearl because of their high potential. Of course, Chenjuag did not release these spirit beasts with infinite potential, but kept them in his own treehouse. It is reasonable to use other people's resources to cultivate your own spirit beast. After all, you are not a member of the Five Elements sect, nor a native of the real world. You are just a native from the lower world. One by one, the true immortal spirit beasts rushed out from the courtyard in all directions to search for the disciples of the Five Elements sect. The bodies of spirit beasts are inherently stronger than those of cultivators, and their innate magical powers and techniques are at a level that ordinary cultivators cannot match. The only drawback is that the means are relatively simple, and there are no magical instruments that match the realm, but when the number reaches a certain level, it can still cause a qualitative change. As the disciples of the Five Elements sect were rescued one by one, Tianyu plundered all the resources that could assist in the cultivation of spirit beasts from these disciples and handed them over to Chenjuag for distribution. How vast are the resources of a Five Elements sect disciple? Let's first talk about the territory of the Five Elements sect. The directly governed territory of the Five Elements sect exceeds 1 million miles, and the radiation area exceeds tens of millions miles. The number of cultivators living in these areas is counted in trillions. Not to mention that in the real world, which is full of spiritual energy, there are so many blessed places, spiritual stone veins, exotic flowers and plants in these areas that even the elders of the Five Elements sect don't know how many there are. With such a huge amount of resources all used to support the Five Elements sect, one can imagine how wealthy the disciples of the Five Elements sect would be. He numbly put the rare resources in the storage ring into the bodies of the spirit beasts. With the help of the secret technique, the cultivation of these spirit beasts soared like a rocket. When reaching a bottleneck, use the Chaos Orb to guide the mutation and bypass the bottleneck. The perfect coordination allows the true immortal beasts to pop out one after another. Tianyu was also a little numb. This Chenjuag was really too exaggerated. He had provided a lot of resources, but the number of spirit beasts he cultivated was too many. If there was enough time, Tianyu would think it was normal, as any beast master could achieve this level, but the key was that there was not enough time now. Although a spiritual beast of the first level of true immortal can be killed with a single slap, it does not mean that true immortal is worthless. One must know that in the vast and boundless true realm, 99% of cultivators cannot achieve true immortal status. The men in black, who had just captured a disciple of the Five Elements sect, gathered together in a good mood. Some of them even lifted their cloaks and drank heavily. Ha ha ha, the strength of these Five Elements sect disciples is also very average. Brothers are only at the 8th level of true immortal, but they were able to capture a Five Elements sect disciple at the 15th level of true immortal alive. This rough man laughed twice, then viciously stepped on the head of the Five Elements sect disciple and crushed him into the ground. Hee, old seven, what a waste. She's a beauty. We might as well just have her have fun. The man in black with triangular eyes said sinisterly. You are all going to die. Churuo said with cold eyes. Every cultivator who has cultivated to the level of a true immortal is extremely strong in heart, not to mention that the disciples of the Five Elements sect do not just practice hard in the mountain gate. Little bitch, I hope you can still be so arrogant later. The man in black with triangular eyes approached with ill intentions. There was a hint of fear in Churuo's eyes, but because of her pride, she remained silent. Ahem, that's enough. Don't waste too much time. The Five Elements sect has noticed something wrong with the secret realm and has sent people to support us. Fortunately, they are trapped by the adults. We must speed up. The man in black who was suspected to be the leader warned. Hold head high. A thousands-meter-long earth dragon beast rushed out from the ground. An unlucky man in black happened to be on top of it. He was hit by the earth dragon beast's strong body without paying attention, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, there are earth dragon beasts in the Jade Dragon secret realm, what a joke. Don't worry, it's just an earth dragon beast, only a first-level true immortal. Watch me skin him alive and pull out his tendons. The burly man sneered. Bang bang bang. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles exploded at the same time, and earth-walking spirit beasts appeared one after another. These spirit beasts surrounded the men in black with cold eyes, and it was obvious at first glance that they had bad intentions. Seventh brother, can you still solve it now? The man in black with triangular eyes laughed. Before the black-clothed man called Lao Chi could refute, the ground shook again, and more spirit beasts appeared, flying in the sky, running on the ground, burrowing in the soil, and even spirit beasts began to appear in the milky white river. Roar! After a burst of beast roars, the earth was in ruins. The men in black had long since turned into minced meat. Only the corpses of the huge spirit beasts told us that a great battle had taken place here. The scene of spirit beasts besieging the men in black kept appearing in the Jade Dragon secret realm. Naturally, this phenomenon also alarmed the real leader of the men in black. His dark green hair was scattered on his shoulders, his black gemstone-like eyes moved slightly, and a faint smile appeared on Mo Ming's stunning face. Interesting, it is actually possible to cultivate a normal spirit beast in the Jade Dragon secret realm. Sir, this is the information of all the beast masters who entered the Jade Dragon secret realm this time. Mo Ming shook his head slightly and did not take the information. None of these people can do this. There is only one person whose background I am not very clear about. Which native who ascended from the lower world are you talking about? Mo Ming sneered. Native? If he is a native, then you are a bunch of trash. Speed up. The old guys from the Five Elements sect have already noticed the changes in the Jade Dragon secret realm. See if there is a chance for that beast master. If there is, capture him for me. Remember to capture him alive. If there is no chance, we will wait until next time. By the way, I think his name is Chen Zhug. End of this chapter.